All right. I did go and fix the spelling after all. I went and fixed the spelling after all. Why is your God? I thought about it and I was like, yeah, I should fix the spelling. I don't want that to distract anybody. Why should prenups not be mandatory? And why is your God the only God? That's going to be our subject of conversation today. What's cooking, everybody? Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen and weed out the haters. Julien, j'étais pas bloqué. C'est pas moi qui t'a bloqué. Envoie-moi un message. Voilà, je te suis. Envoie-moi un message avec le nom et ton compte. Send me a message with the name of the account and I will unblock it. What's up, Luck Pearl? What's cooking with you, bro? Shout out to everyone in the comment section. Where you guys watching me from? Where you guys even watching me from? I'm curious about that too. Type in the comment section where you're watching from. CT, where's CT? North Carolina, Italy, Connecticut, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Las Vegas, Virginia, Missouri, New Delhi? New Delhi? Are you trolling? Ottawa, Jamaica, Milwaukee, from Bakanga, Gambia. Tap the screen, y'all. Keep tapping the screen. Gambia, Jamaica, Louisiana, Nigeria, Florida. I just like the diversity. My brain can like ping every one of those places on the map. I have it square in my head. So it's beautiful to see that. South Africa, Florida. Thank you for taking time to be here today, y'all. I don't say it often, but I should. Bamboozle the screen, y'all. I do not want to have to restart the live to jumpstart the algorithm. One of the ways to jumpstart the algorithm is to tap the screen. Ain't it amazing that the algorithm works that way? Sometimes you get mad at the algorithm, but some people are really good with doing it with their content. It's just that my content necessitates that I go about a certain way that doesn't allow me to pop up on the algorithm the way I want to. The way I would want to. Had I not had the method that I'm using. Or at least, if my way of communicating was a little bit more common. But for me, that's the most effective way to get to the end that I'm trying to get to on the internet anyways. Why should prenuptials not be mandatory? I welcome the opinion of anyone, but it's got to be short and brief, and it's got to make sense. Well, at least it got to make sense to you. Now, I wonder if most of you even know what prenups are. Do they even have prenups in Africa right now? They have to. They have to. Forgive me, they have to. Within their systems, it must be there. Maybe it's not widely practiced in Africa, but I'm sure they have it. Why is your God the only God? Let's see which religious person can come and make sense and entertain us in the process. Why is your God the only God? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Have you ever asked yourself that question and answered the question honestly? DNA testing should be mandatory at birth. You think so? Maybe that would be a good topic. I should write it down. Should DNA testing be mandatory at birth? What kind of society would that be? I guess that would be the anti-cheating technique. That's how the government can help people not cheat. Right? If cheating is really that much of a bad thing. Make DNA testing mandatory at birth. If they DNA everybody in the world, what percentage of people do you think would really be the parents to the children that they thought they were? What's up, demigod? I see you, my brother. Why is your God the only God? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tapping the screen. Do not stop tapping the screen. Do not stop tapping the screen. Keep tapping the screen. Flabbergast that screen. Bamboozle that screen so we can summon the religious people. At least the courageous ones. Why is your God the only God? And why should prenuptials not be mandatory? This is my opinion. And I make it very clear. This is my opinion. Now, does my opinion make sense? Yes. Is my opinion in line with what would make the most sense? Yes. Can I call my opinion a fact? Yes. Prenuptial should absolutely be mandatory. Between rich folks and poor folks alike.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
What's up?
You know, it's
How are
crazy.
you,
I just realized that my microphone was not even up, so I was just talking into a box.
Nice. Very well. Fufu. Very well. So why you don't believe in God, my friend? Fufu, man. That's what you create. You create fufu and it's still fufu. Man, stop eating fufu and matsko.
We'll have more pressure in it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yo,
bro, stop. Yes. How are you doing, my brother?
Do me a favor, bro.
Yes.
Be serious. And you have less than 2 minutes, so go straight to your point.
Yeah, my straight to the point. Yes. Why you deny God, man? I mean, why you deny the system of God? Because God is something and system is something. So what about the system before we go to God?
I'm not denying anything. I'm just stating things as they are. I'm just talking to you. You just decide what you want to do with what I'm doing, right? So I'm just telling you how the world is. I don't care if you accept it or not. That's your business. If it makes sense to you, if it doesn't make sense to you, that's a you problem. That's just how your brain works. I'm just telling you how the world really is.
If you steal, listen. If you steal, you have to get punishment. That's normal. That's logic. You know what logic is?
Not always.
Logic, my brother.
Not always.
Not always.
You don't always get punishment. Listen, let me tell you how the world really works.
This is maybe in your country. Maybe this is in Africa. But in my country,
I said,
when you do something wrong,
hold up, brother.
We take care of you.
Hold up, brother. That's not always true when you look at the real world simply as the world as it is, outside of human imagination and human influence. So let's say you were outside of the earth and you're not a human and you're observing the world and you don't know the difference between a human and animals. You just know that humans do things differently from animals and humans seem to have a certain sense of superiority. But fundamentally, you're still looking at every living thing from the same perspective, the whole world, right? You're just looking at it. Hold up. The idea of punishment is induced from the mentality of the different creatures and in the different places that they live. Punishment is not always, it's not a natural thing. You don't naturally get punished. Punishment is something that we decide to do. And if we decide not to do it, it goes in vain. For a long period in human history, the law wasn't always as effective as it is today. In any country. People didn't always get punished.
You mean Babylon? Yeah, if you say something, mention Babylon, boy. Don't forget Babylon, man. Come on. That's the first university. Hello. You're from Africa. That's the problem. Yeah, Fufu, that's the problem now. Yeah, subhanallah, bro. How I can explain you that now? How? It's not random, bro. It's not.
Next guess. There comes a time in the life of a man when you must go. There comes a time in the life of a man when you must go. If you come up here, you ought to be serious. I don't want to tolerate that BS today. I'm actually trying to make people stay one-dimensionally. Not too much humor, really. I want to be a little bit past humor. At least that type of humor. Why should prenups not be mandatory? Let me hear your opinions, all of you. Come up here. Show me how your brain works. Whether you believe in God or not, come up. Oh, man. Why is your God the only God? If you come up here, I want you to talk about one of those topics, the one in red or the one in blue, right? And come up constructively. Somebody's asking if a bullet can pierce me. That's not something I intend to find out, but as of right now, a bullet cannot pierce me. As of right here, right now, a bullet cannot pierce me. Now, whether it can pierce me or not, I ain't gonna find out. I make specific decisions that guarantee that I go down a path where I don't have to find out. I actively make decisions to keep me off the path where I get to find out from experience, not just from stories, not just from seeing pictures, that bullets can go through me. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, bro? Many of you guys, y'all like to find out if bullets can go through you. You live a rough life. But there's some things that are best not found out, especially by experience. And for me, that's just one of the things. Now, can that change in the future? Of course. It very much could change. But I am also of the mentality that when it's time to go, it's time to go. If it ain't time to go, it ain't time to go. So, bullets can go through someone, and it's not their time to go, they don't go. You know what I'm saying? Be patient, Mr. Hail Lucifer. What's up, DJ Hellboy?
Hey, what's good, man?
What you got for me, bruh?
Okay, yeah. So, I can answer both of them questions.
Yeah, bro. Bro, we will be able to hear you much better without the music in the background, if you don't mind.
Okay. Is it messing with your frequency?
Nah, it ain't no frequency. It's just distracting. I would like to give you my undivided attention without any distractions. I hope you understand that.
Okay. That sounds great. So yeah.
All right. Please do me a favor. Please do me a favor as you answer the question. Know that you have limited time. I'll try not to stretch the conversation beyond 5 minutes. But if you can summarize your point within the first minute on both your points, right? You can take a minute for each one. Let's just put it like that. Like you want to answer both. Yeah, I want it to be a little bit structured, right, bro? So go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, I know how you rock with Conga. All right, so check it out. Why should prenups be mandatory? Because the person should, if they wanted to leave, should leave with what they came in with. So that's my point on that one.
That makes logical sense to me. And whatever you gain together during the wedding, you can split it at that point. Because if divorce is a sad thing that is necessary at some point, if divorce is a way out of an abusive relationship, of a toxic relationship, then a prenup should be a way in.
Exactly.
Yeah. If divorce is so unfair to men in some cases, every once in a while, every once in a blue moon and a black moon, unfair to a woman, right? If divorce is going to be unfair like that, if divorce is just something we can't figure out how to make it work in a way that people don't end up hating each other, prenups should be established as mandatory and improved upon as society changes. So it should be hand in hand with the idea of I got into a marriage by contract and I leave by contract, because divorce is a contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you should be able to leave with what you come in with, and if you gain stuff together, you have to split that. But it shouldn't just be the person coming with nothing and take half of your stuff. That's crazy.
Or you go in there with nothing and take half of their stuff.
Yeah. Or I go in with nothing and take half of theirs. Yes, vice versa. Yeah. It shouldn't be that way.
It's not personal. It's just that's how it should be.
Yeah. It should be like that. That's fair. That's more
Now,
fair.
now, go ahead. Answer the second question. Yeah.
Now the second question, I know you're gonna have some feedback on this one, so I'm trying to break it down in a minute. I don't believe in like a God in the sky. I believe that we are separately our own universes, but we're all interconnected in a way. But as a creator, I don't believe energy can be created nor destroyed. So I believe we always existed and we always had the power to manifest our realities.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do us a favor. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Let's get to 100,000 likes. That would be much appreciated. And the algorithm will keep popping. Tap the screen. Make a habit of tapping the screen throughout the life. Yo, bro, will you be mad if I told you that what you just told me is just a poetic way of generalizing everything?
I wouldn't say that. I would say it was more of an omnious way, like omniism.
No, I'm saying that what you said, generally and poetically, cannot really be judged as right or wrong. But as far as what is true, we're born and we die. We don't so much create our reality as much as we influence our perception of reality based on our internal thoughts, our emotions and our feelings, those things which are a product of the internal workings of our body, right? They affect our perception of what is real.
So
because that's why you have to really be sober-minded to be able to see the world as it is. You have to be emotionally stable to see a situation as it is, to make quick, rational, true decisions. Because the moment a feeling or an emotion is involved with your thought process in the act of perceiving or observing the world, it affects your perception. It always does.
Okay. Did you think about this? Did you think about this platform before you had it?
This platform, I did not think about this platform before I had it. But listen carefully. Listen carefully. I have thought about what it would be like if I was on YouTube, Facebook, but there was no TikTok at that time when I started thinking like that. Now, when I looked at the way YouTube worked, and I looked at the way I needed to communicate my message, it wasn't a technology that would facilitate what I wanted to. So I just thought to myself that at this rate, though, at some point, a better platform or this platform will evolve to a point where I can use it in the way that I need to. And sure enough, TikTok does it. But it's not something that was beyond my ability to predict logically simply by observing the world and understanding how quickly technology is improving.
No, but what I'm proving is that the photon energy from you and from other people at the same time, because I was also on MySpace thinking that we're going to have a better platform to speak about these things. So when I first came upon these things, there was like nobody to talk to around the area because everybody was indoctrinated in religion. So I knew that at some point that the internet would get a platform to talk about these religious ideas. So you and a group of people all manifested this TikTok right now that we're on right now.
Yeah, bro. Like I said, or maybe your problem is just that you're using what's called fancy speech. That's what I said, bro. To be honest, I'm not saying that what you're saying is right or wrong. I'm just saying that there's a better way to say what you just said right now. It's not that we are manifesting it. It's not. Hold up. I get it. I'm not saying you're wrong, but for the sake of the common man and for the simplicity of communication, it's not the strength or the height or the how big a word in our vocabulary that will make something understandable. When you're talking to people who are already high up at that level, bro, you can say things like that and then they can deduce. But if you're just talking to random people, some people haven't studied to that level, you have to be able to simplify your speech in order to communicate even to the common man that no one will even value. So in a fancy way, what you're trying to say is that the actions that we do affect the world around us, especially the world that is dependent upon what we do.
Yeah.
That's what you're simply trying to say. But it's not that we have some type of superpower. That is just the matter of the fact that that's our nature. Our nature is that we want to survive, so we do things, and those things affect our relationship with people. It affects how people go on to destroy themselves by their own actions, how people go on to improve themselves by their own actions. And when society is influencing when a certain aspect of society is influenced in a specific way, it encourages the humans to be more creative in that department, what we call technology, right? So things like TikTok, Facebook, it's not that you're manifesting it. You can predict it because that's just how science is improving. The more we keep searching, the more we keep doing. But it's not something you do just by thinking in your head that you did it, as much as you go out and work hard in the world. So you have to work hard. Okay. You don't have the superpower, right? It's not like you're manifesting any superpower out of your brain. Like what you're saying, I get what you're saying, but the way you're saying is not consumable.
But what you do, 1,000 other people do. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Well, like say if you get angry, right, and you get in an argument with your girl, then you go on TikTok and there's like 1,000 people posting posts that they're having problems with their spouse at the same time. Don't you think that's a superpower?
No, that's not a superpower. That's called problems. Problems are a fundamental, a philosophical way even. Very simple way to see that people struggle. It's the struggle of life, bro. It's not supernatural at all. But I get it. When you put it poetically, bro, it sounds good. But like I said, you have to be talking to a person like me or other people like me who are listening that can deduce what you're saying. But in this type of setting, you should use simple words and you should simplify your ideas, right? If you could take that thing that you've said and simplify it, like what is the next simplest form? Simplicity facilitates understanding. People understand. Listen, that's why if your preacher is on stage doing all those acting, he's not talking to you. He's not talking to you. If someone wanted to talk to you and they're being genuine, there will be a simplicity in their speech, even if they are an intellectual. So simplify your idea. That means we're not gods. We're not really gods. But you can use it in a poetic way to try to show the fact that, to a certain extent, our world is magnificent. But nothing of what you've said
makes you a god.
Yes.
Okay, so what makes
hold up. In fact, nothing that you said makes us a god in fact, but what you've said makes us gods poetically. That's how poetry works. Because in poetry, you're allowed to exaggerate, bro. You're allowed to misrepresent. You're allowed to personify, depersonify. You're allowed to do all those things in poetry. Okay. So when someone understands what you're trying to say, a lot of people confuse poetry for supernatural, bro.
I mean, poetry is a supernatural ability.
No, it's a very natural ability. It's natural.
It's supernatural.
No, it's not supernatural.
Everybody can't be poetic.
Everyone is poetic. That's what language is.
No,
listen. Hold up. Let me show you something. That's the difference between humans and animals. Animals are not poetic. Animals are not poetic, at least not in the way that we humans are.
Exactly.
Speaking is poetic. Let me tell you why it's poetic. Because ultimately, what the person has thought in their head is not exactly what comes out of their head. So, in the attempt to translate what you're thinking in your head, your own idea, the way you've structured it in your head, in your attempt to communicate that into the real world, that's why simplicity is necessary. When you simplify, that means you're getting the closest to what you're really trying to say. And you're not being defeated by the fact that you have to use a huge vocabulary, that there's too many words available. If the English language was the type of language where one word only means one thing at one time, bro, then it would be easy to just use any words. But in English, you can literally take something that's so simple, and that's like a one sentence thing, and you can make a whole paper, a whole book out of it. Just using poetry. You can fill in the gaps here and there. So everyone is poetic. From the moment you're born, from the moment you go from speaking gibberish as a baby to when that's poetry at the end of the day.
So you disagree with the fact that people use 3 parts of their brain, and one part of the brain is the animal part. So everyone is not poetic, because some people are using fight or flight, which is the animalistic part of their brain.
No. Every healthy human being that doesn't have that have any
Disabilities.
yes, I wanted to use a specific word, but I wasn't finding that word. But look, let me practice what I'm preaching. Anyways, any disability. Because honestly, I was trying to look for a specific word that the way I understand it in my head, right? But then I'm like, it's really just a disability. Right.
Yeah,
So every healthy human being that has no disability, bro, uses 100% of their brain. When we talk about using our brains, whether in fact you're using your brain, that's true. How you use your brain is what a lot of people are not using 100% of. They're not maximizing their brain potential. That's what it means.
The frontal lobe.
Right, yeah. Right. But that doesn't affect your ability to demonstrate the most fundamental human characteristics, right? Because being a genius is not necessary to be in existence to live a good human life. So you don't have to be a genius. Yeah. In fact, every genius is not a genius on every aspect. There's something that they're not geniuses to. Yeah. You can only be a genius in certain aspects of it. And that's because of the nature of the world. You can only focus on one thing at a time as far as what you want to be.
Well, that's choice. That's choice, because you could also be multiple things in reality now, because we have the internet. You can be a content creator, you can work at a regular job, and then you can own a business. So you can be 3 different things at once now.
No, sir, but that's not what makes you you. What makes you you is the combination of all those things together. So that's what you are at any given time. The combination of all those things together. That's the real you. Yeah. Now, in those different aspects of your life, those different places, you demonstrate different versions of you. But the real you is a combination of all of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I agree.
So that's how you should view what you have become in life, right? When you say that's what I want to be in life, you're not saying that you're just gonna be like a pastor. You're just gonna be like an imam. You're just gonna be like a preacher. You're talking about, at this point in my life, this will be the combination of all of what I am, because you live in a world where you have to, behavior and interaction is multidimensional. You have to interact with different people.
That makes you omnipotent. That makes you a god.
No, that doesn't make you omnipotent. That's just describing the natural way that we interact with each other, simplistically, right? Ultimately, you would die, and all those things will cease. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, you would die, and all those things will cease. And that's the biggest problem that some people have, because some people fall in love. They get addicted to that process that I just described to you, what we call life. A lot of people get addicted to it. So the addiction is so strong, they cannot cope imagining that it's going to end. That's their torment. So they find solace in imagining that it continues in some way or another. Anybody that imagines this form of life, like life, sentient life beyond death, bro, anyone that's imagining that, bro, is a person who can't deal with the fact that death is truly the end. No matter how you rationalize it, no matter how you package it, that's just the truth.
How you know death is the end?
Because we observe it to be so in every way observable. Like, there is, like, as far as what is real, it's perhaps one of the realest things that is real in our world. The most easiest thing to understand, that everything that demonstrates a form of life understands. That's just how it is. Okay, and when we're talking about sentience, your ability to think, your ability to think and know that you are you.
Okay, so I got a good question for you, Bakanga. What about the person that comes back to life and grows up and remembers his past life? There was a kid. There was a kid who remembered his past life, right? He was only like 6 or 7 years old, and he remembered that he had burnt in a building, and he described the whole incident, and they went to the place where he described, and this is an incident that really happened before he was born.
Yeah, but that story was never corroborated as fact. I remember when that thing was going around the internet. That never happened. And listen, okay? That's not how it happened. You know how human beings are. They take something that is not, there's nothing extraordinary about it, and they make it extraordinary. That's how you sell the story. That's how you get famous. That's actually a very good way. A lot of people do it in this world, bro. They take their simple experiences and turn it into a big deal and market it. That story was just one of those marketing things.
So you don't believe that people can have past life remembrances?
No, that's not how. Listen. That's not how it works. That's like I'm not talking about philosophically, right? I'm not talking poetically. I'm talking about the world as it is, as you would live in it, as you came into it, and as you will live from it. The only thing that matters when you're on your deathbed is that you wish your heart would beat one more time.
Okay, so what about the guy from Africa, right? Who unalived, reincarnated, unalived, reincarnated, then unalived and reincarnated again? What about him?
Bro, when that begins to come from Africans, bro, especially if they're Christian, bro, you take it, bro, like a baseball, bro, and you hit the best home run with that bullshit, bro, as far as possible. Okay, especially in Africa. Hold up, bro. Especially in Africa. In the religious world, the easiest way to get rich is to sell a story that appeals to religious people emotionally. That's a big business. It's not just being a pastor. This is a different type of people. Something happens to them and Jesus saved them in such an amazing way that they feel they need to come and share it with everyone. And in the process, they could make a living. It's a scam. Where'd you go, DJ? We've spoken for long anyways, bro. If you ain't coming back up, I'm going to go up to the next guest. Oh. Sorry, DJ. We spoke for more than 5 minutes anyways.
You've traumatized them all over again. Oh, please.
It was a nice idea, but maybe...
Hello?
I'm not just going to walk away and...
Hello?
Fine. I just hope you know what you're dealing with.
Sorry, bro, you were gone. Be patient. I'll get back to you. Hello? Yes, sir. Go straight to your point. Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's get to 100K. What's up, bro?
I agree with you about religion and stuff. I don't believe in religion.
Yeah, brother, I don't
believe in the sky god.
Yeah, brother, I want you to address the questions upstairs. Why should one of them or both of them? However you please, but I want you to talk about that.
No, listen. My question is about the reincarnation you are trying to discredit, is what I'm saying.
That was within my last conversation with the last guest.
Okay, I just came in, that's why.
All right, bro. So you don't have anything to say about the topics?
Nah, because I don't believe in a sky god. I mean.
All right, my brother. Thank you for your time, then. I appreciate you.
Welcome, bro.
$100,000 likes, y'all. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Thank you to everyone who's tapping the screen. What's up, man? Hello? What's up? What you got for me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What do you have for me, my brother?
You have a question up here which is saying, why is your God the only God?
Why was it?
I want to know where you get the idea from
you
that.
Feel like coming clean. I'm clean about what? What is you talking about?
What's up, man? Keep talking.
Yeah, so I want to know where you got the idea from that we only have one God.
Bro, I've asked you a question that you ought to be answering. You don't have to be asking me a question when you haven't even answered the question up there. The question is, why is your God the only God? If your God is not the only God, say that your God is not the only God.
That's what I'm trying to address, because with
answer the question.
He is not.
Okay.
He is not the only God. That's what I'm trying to say. He is not the only God.
So your God is not the only God.
He is not the only God.
Okay, good. Then you answer the question. Do you have any answer?
No, he's not.
Do you have any opinion on why should prenups not be mandatory?
I don't have any opinion on that, please.
All right, my brother. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. Go straight to your point, y'all. Yo, Rick Mac. Rick Mac. All right, Rick Mac. I don't know where you went.
Yo.
Oh, damn, bro. I almost took you down. What's up?
I didn't even know I was up here, for real.
You sent your request, man.
I did, but I had got a phone call and I got off track. My bad.
All right, which one of these questions you want to answer? Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. What's up, Rick Mac?
You say, why is my God the only God?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it has to be a first, right? It has to be a first, right? Answer that. False? True or false?
What does there have to be a first have to do with whether your God is the only God or not?
I'm just trying to explain my logic. I'm trying to explain my logic.
There doesn't have to be a first. There could be a first, but it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be?
Not when you're talking about the world of where there is no impossibilities. In the religious supernatural world, there's no impossibilities. So there doesn't have to be a first.
So that means anything could just be, right? That's what you're saying.
It could have been simultaneous. They could have all come into existence at the same time. They just all popped up. And then there's many gods, right? They all just popped out at the same time. It could have happened, right? They could all be the first. Bro, it's not a matter of belief. I'm just giving you what it could be and why you shouldn't conclusively say that it's impossible if you're talking about that world.
What I'm saying sound more believable than what you just said.
Again, if you're talking about supernatural beings, you're not working with believability based on natural laws. Like I said to you, it's only more believable if you're trying to think about it with common sense. But when you come to the supernatural world, there's no such thing as common sense. There's no common sense.
I mean, I can believe that. I can see what you're saying with that.
Yeah. Bro. So in the worlds of gods, when you're talking about God beings, the way you guys describe them, anything is possible. Right? With God, all things are possible. So it's possible that they all popped out at the same time. That's what you guys believe. That's within your worldview.
No, that sounds crazy. What you just said.
Why does that sound crazy to you? It doesn't sound any more crazy than just one single person popping out, or just have always haven't been there. It's not more ridiculous than that. The problem for you is that you're just overcomplicating in your brain.
No, I ain't overcomplicating.
It's no more crazy to think that there are multiple gods that popped out of a giant testicle in space, or 100 million giant testicles. It could be anything. It could have been goddamn.
You know why?
It could have been goddamn the belly of a whale. You know, maybe the universe is a giant cow or a giant goat.
Check it out though. But you know why I don't agree to that? Because that would be chaos. If it's more than one thing. I mean, you could just look at how the world is today.
Let me tell you something, bro.
Don't have two heads.
Let me tell you something, bro. Order is impossible when there is only one entity. There's no need for order. In a reality where there's hold up. That's if you're saying that God is order, right?
Right.
Okay. God cannot be order if it was just God from eternity by himself. There's no need for order. So God will even have no need, no desire, no possibility. It won't even be a thing.
That's just something you
order has the idea of order has to predate even God himself. If not, if order is not older than God himself, then guess what, bro? then chaos is greater than all. Chaos is greater than all.
Nah, man. That's just something you making up in your mind.
If there was no bro, listen, bro. If you could do whatever you wanted to do and nobody could stand against you, there will be no need for order for you. When you are an absolute, all-powerful, all-knowing being, you have no need for order, bro. It's chaos. That's chaos.
You gotta go back and understand the purpose of why it was created, though. Why the world was created.
You would never know that because you ain't never going to talk to the person who did it if at all there was a person who did it. You ain't never going to talk to the people who did it if at all there are people who did it. And if you don't have the brain to understand science and the natural world, bro, you stand no chance of ever coming close to knowing.
God created science, though.
Which God?
The one and only God.
That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. There's no such thing as one. Hold up. There's no such thing as one and only God. Because those gods, your God, has different attributes from the gods of other people, and you can't all be talking about the same thing.
No, yeah,
that's why everyone has their own gods. Everyone has their own gods.
But those are self-made gods from men.
All gods are made by men. Tell me any God. Hold up. Tell me.
Not the one true God is not made by man.
Bro, you're making it in your imagination and speaking out with your mouth right now as you're talking. We don't observe that thing anywhere. If it's not made by man, we can hold up. If it's not made by man, we should be able to observe it independently existing outside of the influence of men. You can't be using. You can't be using.
But look, that's why we can't describe. We can't say what it is because it's not made by man. Bro,
if it's beyond, is it beyond human imagination?
Yes.
Then you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know to think that it exists. If it's beyond your imagination, listen, bro. If it's beyond your imagination, that means you don't know what it is. You will never know what it is. It's beyond your imagination. You can't then tell me that something is beyond your imagination while trying to tell me what it is at the same time.
But it has to be something, though.
You're confused.
My brother. I'm not confused. It's like it's something there. I
Bro,
can call it.
You don't know if it's something because it's beyond your imagination. That means there's no words. Listen, bro, check this out. If something is beyond your imagination, bro, hold up. When something is beyond your imagination, bro, there is no words, there is no thought that you would ever have that would ever bring you close to even detecting that thing could or could not be there. The things that are beyond our imaginations are the things we don't talk about. We don't even think to talk about. That's why they are outside our imagination. Anything that comes out of your mouth is within your imagination. Any idea, any reality, your imagination is there. It's part your brain's ability to think, manufacture thoughts, and dish them out through sound or sign language. That's your imagination. So you can't tell me that God is beyond your imagination while using your imagination to tell me that it's God who is beyond my imagination. How do you know that God is beyond my imagination if you don't know who God is?
But I'm saying you gotta say it's something there though. You can call it whatever you want.
Let me tell you what that thing is, bro. Let me tell you what you're doing, bro. The fact that you said it has to be something there, bro, that means that that's the limit of your imagination. That's how you. Hold up, bro.
I'm trying to explain it to you where you might understand,
bro.
But you're not trying to understand what I believe or what I know. You're not trying to, so it don't make no sense. But
bro, you don't.
I'm trying to explain it down.
What you believe?
I'm trying to come down to your level,
bro. What you believe and what you know is still not going to be God because you have already made a statement to me that it is beyond your imagination. That means that you just need to keep quiet now. There's nothing left but silence. There's nothing to say. You can't tell me nothing about it because you've already told me it's beyond your imagination.
But it's not beyond my spirit.
You conceded already. Bro.
But it's not beyond my spirit.
Your spirit is not independent of your imagination, bro.
It's separate though.
It's not separate. It's not separate from your imagination, bro. Let me tell you something. No aspect of your being is independent of your imagination.
My imagination.
No aspect of your being. No aspect of your being is independent of your imagination.
Look, in my imagination, I can make up something. I can make something believable to myself. in my imagination.
That's why it's your imagination. You can use it to tell yourself the truth, or you can use it to lie to yourself. Nonetheless, it's still your imagination.
But you asked me, is it beyond my imagination? I'm telling you, yes, it's beyond my imagination.
Then that means you don't know what it is.
That means it's the unknown. So,
exactly. So if it's unknown, listen. If it's unknown, what are you talking to me about? What are you telling me things about it, man? If it's unknown, how do you know the things that you know about it?
Because of what I feel and what I see.
So you're just telling me about your feelings and emotions. You're not telling me about something that's beyond your imagination. As a matter of fact, you're just telling me how you feel and how you think. And I don't got a problem with that. My brother. Reek. I get it. I get it. I'm not invalidating what you're saying. What you're saying is valid within the fact that you are, like you said, it is your experiences. But that's your feelings. The message that's coming out of your mouth, bro, is not a matter of fact as it pertains to reality, as much as it's a matter of fact as it pertains to your feelings and your emotions about your experiences. That we understand. We understand that. But that's not what means that there's a God. That's why I say to you, why is your God the only God? And if you know that your God has something to do with your feelings and your emotions, bro, you got to know that other people got their own feelings and emotions in different proportions, at different rates, at different points in time.
But see, that's why I said you could call it what you want to call it, but it has to be something that began.
That's only true for you.
Hold up. I call it God. That's what I call it.
Bro,
the one and only God.
You can't call it anything if you don't know what it is.
I want to call it.
No, let me tell you why you can't do that. Because words have meaning. Let me tell you why, bro. Words have meaning, okay? Listen to me. Words have meaning. If you take a word that has meaning to describe a thing that has no meaning, you have bamboozled your brain. The reason why God should have no meaning to you is because, like you said, it's beyond your imagination. That means anything that you know about it is something that you made up in your head.
Nah, I ain't make it up.
Yeah, you made it up in your head, my brother. And there's nothing wrong with that. That simply means it's your idea. Let me put it in a nice way. That simply means it's your idea. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means it's your idea. And your idea is something you cook up in your brain like an oven. You flip them eggs and you flip them patties. You season that meat in there, bro, and you put it on the grill. All in your head.
Nah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro, because you know what, bro? We all do this thing, bro. Everybody making something up in their head, bro, based on their feelings, their emotions, and their experiences. It don't mean you're a bad person. It just means your God ain't the only God. Because the way you come to think of God, other people come to think of it in different ways. And because there is no objective, observable reality that shows that, okay, God is actually here, human beings can interact with it within their imagination as it's consistent with reality. Because then whatever anyone is imagining is just a product of their brains. If none of us have ever seen Donald Trump, bro, whatever we think of Donald Trump, we've never seen Donald Trump, we've never heard Donald Trump, we've never experienced Donald Trump. We will only ever be able to imagine it. And whatever we imagine is just a product of our brains. Every time when the truth is not known, everything else is just your imagination. For the truth to be known, there need to be facts. Beyond the facts, everything else is just something we all make up in our mind based on our own unique experiences and logics as it pertains to our experiences. That's why your God is not the only God. Because that thing you're thinking in your head.
Why you don't want to believe, man?
Okay, listen, let me give you an example. Hold up, bro.
Tell me. No, keep it real, bro. Keep it real.
Bro, hold up. I don't need to believe. That's why I don't want to believe. And I don't want to believe. Listen, you don't need to believe? Listen again. I don't need to believe. That's why I don't want to believe. I don't want to believe. And that's why I don't need to believe. Bro, listen when I'm talking. Bro, let me finish what I'm saying, though.
You finish.
Listen, okay, what did I say? What was the last thing I said?
You don't need to believe because you don't want to believe. You don't want to believe because you don't need to believe.
Okay.
I heard you.
Okay, so let me finish what I was going to say after that. Okay?
Go ahead.
Now, if I need to drink water, it shouldn't offend anyone that I choose not to. And it shouldn't please anyone that I chose to. Because drinking water... Hold up.
You don't drink no water.
Hold up. Water is something that is necessary beyond anybody's personal opinions. You see what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
I don't get offended.
Good. If you believe that your God never had a beginning, and then somebody else from another religion believes that their God had a beginning, how can you both be talking about the same God? You're not talking about the same God. Some people's gods have beginnings. Some people's gods are eternal. Some people's gods take different shapes and forms. They're different ideas, so different. It's madness to think that you're talking about the same being. Because how can God have a beginning and not have a beginning at the same time? That's a contradiction, at least within our level of understanding. Now, if you're talking about the same being, and all these contradictions still apply because this being is almighty and all-powerful, that will make that being chaos. That will make that being a chaotic being because he cannot be perceived the same way by everyone. And he's perceived in contradictory ways. That's how chaos is. Listen, bro. Listen, hold up, bro. That's how chaos works. So if the Muslim God and the Christian God are the same God, that's chaos. You're defining chaos.
No, check this out. Can I say something? All right. Now in the Bible, it talks about the guy was talking to Abraham and he said he's gonna have a lot of descendants. He also was talking to Ishmael. I said that he was going to be great and have great descendants. There was going to be two different groups of people. My belief is Ishmael started the Muslims and the Islam people. So it's the same God, though. They still, now, man has came in and corrupted things in like the Bible. I ain't saying the Bible is corrupted, but people have manipulated things for their own selfish gain. I know you don't want to go there. I know you ain't trying to talk about the Bible and stuff. But
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I'm just saying, it's the same
people have manipulated things. That's true. But it begins even with the originals. The original documents themselves were manipulations. And all manipulations are bound to be manipulated by other people that come after the people that originate that manipulation, bro. They're manipulating the perception of people's reality. Every time you create a religion or an idea where you think it must apply to everybody, bro, you're trying to dictate people's perception of reality, especially when it doesn't go into the very fine details of the natural processes, and yet it makes appeals to supernatural processes. You are 100% not trying to give people the details. You just want to control how they think. The prophets, all those people, with their gods, Abraham, they want you to see them in a certain way. That's what you're really doing. And everybody got their own different way. That's why when everyone come up with their own God, bro, it's in their own image. The white man ain't no fool. The Arabs ain't no fool. There's a reason why Europe is the center of Christianity, not the Middle East. There's a reason why Jesus' name is white. His character is white. A lot of his doctrines and teachings, bro, relax.
Jesus ain't white, though.
Listen to me, bro. The people who gave you that name, Jesus, that word, are the same people who gave you, is within that same system. It's that same system that gave you the white Jesus. White Jesus is, in fact, Jesus. That's who Jesus is. That's who that character is. You know how we make fictional characters and we put faces to them, like Superman's face? That's how it is with Christianity, bro. They made up a religion, made up a character, and eventually they made up an image for it. It doesn't mean that they are bad people. It just means that that's their story. That's the story that they made up. You're the one who got bamboozled and scammed, and you thought it was real. That's why you're trying to find a way to make it work within your perception where you think it's real. But when it doesn't work, you start saying, oh, no, that's not Jesus. Bro, if that's not Jesus, that means that the Bible is not the word. Hold up, bro.
But right now, you're trying to manipulate me into believing your ways. You know that, right?
Listen. Let me tell you something, bro. You don't have to believe a thing I say.
All right, so let me ask you.
Hold up.
Question, bro.
Hold up. Yeah,
please,
let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can ask your one question. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can ask, bro. Don't you understand that if I'm saying something and you're wanting to do something while I'm saying something, that is you telling me to concede my idea of what I'm saying. That means you're not even listening.
I'm listening, bro, but you're talking a long time.
Yeah, it's okay. You should listen a long time. Talking and listening go hand in hand. If I'm talking for a long time, you listen for a long time.
Make one point, man, and keep it going.
Are you telling me that you can't? Are you telling me that you're not smart enough to get all the points I'm making? Is it too much for you?
Yeah. I'm saying that. I need one point at a time.
Okay. Good,
I need one point at a time, brother.
Okay.
Now let me ask you something.
Hold on. Remember, you're not smart enough to get multiple points. So you should be smart enough to not interrupt me when I'm talking, right? Then I'll give you a chance to talk. Hold up, bro. I'll give you a chance to talk because I'm going to make 1 point at a time.
All right.
Everything you believe about the Bible was made up in the same way as everything that people believe about Superman.
No, it wasn't.
That is the reality of the world. It's not based on anyone's belief. That's actually what you observe, right? It's nothing personal. It's no disrespect to nobody. It's just the truth of how the world is, beyond your personal opinions and your feelings about how you feel towards that specific thing. The prophets, no one can corroborate that those experiences that they had were actually, in fact, what they said they had, right? You just got to take their word for it. And there's nothing wrong to take their word for it, but it makes you susceptible to deception if that person had any ill intent. Now, all the prophets throughout time that you're talking about, they are within a specific system. That system is what gave you that story. That system is what gave you the books. That system is what gives you the social interactions that you have right now. It is also that system that gives you white Jesus. It's also the system that gives you the name Jesus. It's also the system that gives you the information. So you cannot discredit the system on one aspect because you don't like it, and then you support the system in another aspect because you like it. You're just making yourself look gullible in front of everybody.
You know, you just did the same. You're doing the same thing that you're preaching about. You're doing the same exact thing that other people have done, that you said they have done to others.
You know what? Let's be fair, right? And honest. You're right. Okay, so let me show you the difference between what I'm doing and what they do. If I'm selling you a supernatural story, that means that I'm not trying to show you how to live in a natural world. But the world that we live in is a natural world, not a supernatural world. And you will find success if you go down the natural path and you understand the natural world to the utmost. But if you spend your time in the supernatural world, you will always find difficulties in the natural world.
But what if it's...
Hold up.
Okay.
The supernatural world is exclusive to our imaginations. So that means that its perception is affected by our feelings and our emotions. So every time somebody tells you something, they're not really telling you what it is, they're telling you how they feel about it. So that's two different forms of communication. Meanwhile, in the natural world, you cannot tell people how you feel about something when they can see for themselves.
Okay.
So I'm trying to bring the manipulation that I'm doing is actually to bring you to a centralized perspective where you don't have to believe me. You just have to see it for yourself. And if you look at what you can see for yourself outside of your own feelings and emotions, you will see that what I'm saying is true. This is not personal at all. This is actually what it is, right? It will be the same thing like 2,000 years from now. Someone started a religion about Superman. And these people have believed it for 2,000 years. And something happened and war happened, nuclear war happened and whatever. And then now there's a debate whether Superman was real or not. They were like, well, look at the story of Superman and look at the destruction in the world. Only someone like Superman can cause all this destruction. Nuclear weapons? What if nuclear weapons were wielded by Superman and Batman and the Avengers? You know what I'm saying, bro? Someone can make any type of argument. But you have to...
check this out.
Check this out. I'm gonna give you a chance to speak, okay? Then I'm gonna continue. Go ahead.
But what if that, even if it was Superman, right? And they was believing in it or whatever, right? And I hope this ain't coming out contradictory. But if that's making that person a better person, who freaking cares, man? If that thing or whatever.
Go. Listen, brother. There you go. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you.
All right.
I actually agree with you. If something is truly and in fact making you a better person in a sustainable way without making you a worse person. So if the positive effect that something has on you is greater than the negative effect, then there's no problem. If the negative effect is too much to a certain margin, that can be a problem, right? Like 40% negative effect is not worth that 60% positive effect. You want a negative effect to be under a certain percentage, maybe like 20%, 10%. Right? You don't want to be running a business where you're losing 40% of the time.
Right.
You know, you want a business that's above average 70% of the time. You know, 70 is a passing grade. That's how we judge passing grades. Right?
Right.
Now, the problem with religion is, and the belief in God is, it doesn't make people better. It actually impedes our growth. That the general effect that it has on people's minds, its negative effects have now reached a point in civilization where it is doing more harm than it's doing good. And we don't realize the harm that it's doing. Most people don't see the harm that it's doing.
I disagree, bro. I disagree with that. Cause
okay, so if
it wasn't for church, and if it wasn't for Jesus, bro, I'd be messed up. No, I just
listen to me. I don't blame you, and I'm not saying you're lying, but this is what I'm going to say to you. You just left from one drug to another. That's actually what's happening to you. That's why you can't understand these things that I'm telling you. Right? That's why your belief has to be true. Listen, a belief doesn't have to be true. If you hold a belief, you should never be of the opinion that it has to be true.
So unbelief don't have to be true?
Yes, because unbelief is not about if unbelief is true or unbelief is false. Unbelief is simply that you don't believe something because it's not there. There's no evidence for it.
No, you just deny it. You deny it.
Listen to me. You can only deny facts.
No, you can just deny it because of your emotions.
Listen. You can only deny something that you are otherwise compelled to acknowledge in order to be truthful. That's
exactly.
Hold up. Listen. In order to be truthful. And the only way that you can deny something is if that thing remains observable exactly as it is, despite your denial. If denying God doesn't affect my life negatively at all, then denying God was never a necessary thing that I was compelled to believe in.
But if you never tried...
Listen again. I was a Christian for 25 years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, something bad happened to you.
Listen, exactly. That's your assumption. Your assumption is not... Why? Do you... Hold up. Listen. Do you think something bad has to happen to someone to graduate from high school? I came to the point where I understood that my religious system was an educational system. Much more... Actually, less more an educational system, more of an indoctrination system. And just like the school system, it's okay to graduate. I graduated. You know how I did it? I studied. I learned about my religion. I understood it beyond my feelings and my emotions. Just like when I go and take a test, I know it's not my feelings and my emotions that make the answers right or wrong. I either know the answer or I don't. And the teacher ain't going to consider my feelings and emotions when the teacher is grading the test. That's how the real world works. That's why you went to school. That's what they were trying to really teach you, bro. I hope you learned. When you went to school and they were giving you tests, you learned from the structure of the test itself that in the real world, bro, your feelings and emotions only matter to a certain extent. Beyond that certain extent, when you're outside of yourself, outside of your thoughts, outside of your feelings, you got to start dealing with facts. And this is how facts works. You're not the one who grades. Listen, bro, hold up, bro. With facts, bro, you're not the one who judges. You're not the grade. You're not the one who grades it. That's graded by the society around you. Society will grade the facts that you claim it is, like by being able to observe it to be what it says it is. Just like you're not the one who makes the test, you're not the one who grades the test. You're the one who takes the test. And you understand what you need to do in order to take the test. That's why you study. You're not going to pass it by faith. You're going to pass it if you actually, in fact, do know all the answers on the test. That's life. That's the real world. Now, outside of that world, you can come into yourself and imagine whatever you want to imagine. After you pass the test, you can say whatever you want to say. But if you fail the test, whatever you say to us doesn't matter. Because you didn't study. So you didn't pass. And when you studied, you didn't study properly. Or maybe you just have a disability.
You know what I think your problem is? I think you have a control problem, bro. You out of control because you don't want nobody to be in control of your life. And I'm out of here, nigga.
Listen.
I'm out of here, nigga. I don't want to say no more.
Listen, it's called self-control. Of course, I have self-control. Ladies and gentlemen, just in case you did not know, That's what I call bakangalization. That's what you call bakangalization. When you break something down, that it literally breaks a person's brain. It's a way of thinking. It's one of the most effective ways of thinking on earth. Be able to separate things as they really are from how you feel like they should be. You must have the ability to see things as they actually are rather than what you feel or believe they should be. That is the most fundamental skill that the educational system, that teaching, that human beings have been trying to learn. Your feelings and your emotions get in the way when you're dealing with the real world. Now, I'm not saying that your feelings and your emotions are obsolete. I'm not saying that they're invalid. You can use your feelings and your emotions, but you should always be leading with facts. Your feelings and emotions you cannot use it to persuade people of truth. You can only use it to help control yourself as you go about looking for the facts. Think of facts as the CEO. Think of facts as the executives. And then think of your emotions as the janitor. The janitor doesn't do business with anyone outside the company. The janitor only does business within the company. He cleans. Think of your feelings and your emotions as a janitor. Think of facts and truth, facts, evidence. Think of that as the CEO and the executives, those who run the company in and out of the company. If you understand this breakdown, you will greatly improve your ability to deal with problems in your life. You will see the world as it is. You will grow up. That's the difference between a grown-up person and a child. A child is someone whose perception is always influenced by their feelings and emotions. That's why they can't think critically. A child is a human whose perception is constantly influenced by his feeling or his or her emotions. As the child grows up, the child learns slowly but surely that how they feel is not always how things go. That is why your parents have been trying to teach you discipline. That's why your parents punish you, to teach you that actions have consequences beyond how you feel. Once you pull that trigger, how you feel doesn't matter. If the bullet hit that person, you're going to jail. It don't matter what you believe about the bullet. It don't matter what you believe about the person. When we look at the facts, what did we see? When we look at the facts of religion and the belief in God, what do we observe? We observe everyone having their own, and the most powerful people band together and form systems. When we look at the spread of Christianity and Islam, what do we see? We see it spreading primarily due to conquest. Primarily due to conquest. Conquest.
Hi.
Hello, what you got for me?
What I got for you? Well, I mean, you got a lot of good information. I feel like you are very knowledgeable. But I guess I was trying to understand what your position is in terms of when you say, what is God? Well, why is God the only God?
Why is
And I
your
was
God? Why is your God? Your God,
right.
the only God.
Okay, yeah. So I was just trying to understand that. Because I know you said that
That's a question I'm asking you. Do you believe in God?
I do. I believe that I think God is, like you sort of broke it down so good. You said that, that God is our source, that he's like the creator. He is the infinite one. You know what I'm saying? But then he appears in a whole bunch of different ways in other people's, reality, right?
this is what I'm trying to say, right? When I was saying
Okay,
what I was
sort of.
yeah. You might have
I
misunderstood me.
understand that.
This
I
is
understand that.
this is what I was trying to get that brother to understand.
Right. And so a lot of times, well, let me just say this.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say this. So what happened to me was I'm a pastor's daughter. And so
Sheri Baba Shekeri. Santala Makankala Masotolo Masete. I don't know.
I hope that's
were you that type of were you that type of pastor's daughter?
I feel what I'm trying to say to you is that
did your daddy used to speak in tongues, my dear sister?
Of course.
Sheri Baba Shekeri.
But
Santolo Makunkulu Masontolo. I was just doing that in honor of you or your father.
Oh, but you know, when you did it though, my spirit jumped. I was rejoicing.
Hold on. Your spirit jumped when I did that?
Yes, it made me feel happy.
La matola masete.
It's like
la nana masotolo ma popolo ma kunkum.
Yes, but see
Sotolo ma big barrel ma shekele ma sekele ma soto.
It's okay. Hallelujah. And then what I'm saying is,
kukulo ma shiki.
Yes. Go ahead.
Mamala sotolo molo kokolo.
I feel like when people
Shikila ma popolo go on vacation to Hawaii la masokolo.
It's okay. It's okay. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is in reverence to a lot of people sing, you know what I'm saying, in reverence to what they believe. A lot of people rejoice by laughing, you know what I'm saying? If you rejoice by all of that you just said, that's fine, you know. But I just believe in allowing everything to basically come into a universal place of love, you know? And that's where I'm at right now. You know, I feel like as long as you, whatever you...
My dear sister.
Yes.
What if I told you that you have greatly lied to yourself? If you're in a place...
No, I didn't know. I was lied to. I don't think I lied to me. I think everybody lied.
No,
I think the whole system...
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. So you can understand the whole thing.
Okay.
What if I told you that you've lied to yourself? If you tell me that you are in a place where you think that love is going to be universal.
No. I didn't say that. I said I feel that we need to get in a place. I'm talking about we, as in, like the people, like you yourself, like how you are, and myself, like instead of like basically, getting divided more, you know what I'm saying, or trying to find another place to hide, you know what I'm saying? It's just about transparency, and it's about sharing knowledge, and it's about being able to break it down so that people will be able to understand, you know, how to come together without fighting or without you know, a superiority complex and these hidden, you know, blindsided ways that they've trapped us into thinking. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying to take the walls down and just really and truly come from, like you said, a place of knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, so that we can actually come together here and hopefully.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that if we look at just the facts, if you think by the facts, all of a sudden we're just gonna come together. Now, if we look at the facts, then what we do would complement each other. But
correct,
we wouldn't always come together. We're always going to have difference of opinions. We're always going to have conflicts, even to the point of war. We're always going to disagree. And it's fantasy to think that we'll ever come to the point where we all agree. Now, there are some things that we would come to the point where we all agree about, but not everything. In fact, we will never get to the... Yeah, I get. You never said everything, but you almost said it in a generic way. So what? I'm not inviting.
I didn't know. Almost is not everything.
Hold on, my dear. I'm not invalidating your argument as much as maybe I'm just clarifying it, right?
Okay.
So getting to a place of universality can only be true on a specific subject, but it will never be true on everything. That's why you're going to love the baby you gave birth to more than the baby that your neighbor gave birth to. It's always just going to be natural. That's just how it is. You're going to love to feed yourself more than you love to feed anyone else, because if you don't feed yourself, you're going to die of hunger. You can't feed anyone else.
Well, when I say love...
You will do whatever is necessary to feed yourself, even if it means stepping on someone, if that's your last option. That's the reality of the world. That's why you ought to look at the facts, right? You ought to look at the facts so you know the times when it is not necessary to betray people. to lie to people. In this human world that we live in, there's going to be times when you have to lie.
Can I say something though?
Yeah. I'll give you a chance. I promise.
No, what I'm saying is because you're good. I really love the way you teach, and I really appreciate your platform. And I think that you have so much knowledge and wisdom. But what I'm sharing with you now is when I say universal love, I'm not talking about the agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just talking about really, really walking like in joy, walking in peace, and harmony, you know what I'm saying, with one another. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about like disagreeing. I'm talking about
I get it.
sister,
I get it. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you notice what you're doing now is you're trying to simplify the point, right? I get it. I actually get it.
No, I'm talking about what I'm saying is that we have different gifts that most people don't have. Meaning like we can actually feel a person's heart. You can feel distinction. You can feel things that like most people, they have to figure it out. But it's like with us, it's like we're all really one. You know what I'm saying? It's like I can feel your passion. I can feel your wisdom. You know what I'm saying? I can feel your knowledge. I can feel it. It's like you don't have
sister, check this out. This is what you're trying to say. This is what you're trying to say.
Tell me.
You want people to come to a point of common understanding. You are in a place where you desire that people will come to a point of common understanding, because everything you've said in your mouth, out of your mouth, is not possible unless people come to a place of common understanding.
You know what it is? Can I tell you this? I want people to come together with a universal purpose of
that's impossible without a common understanding.
Okay.
That's impossible without a common understanding.
Okay.
So we need to come to a place of common understanding, and what happens after that is natural. Is natural. Okay. That's what I'm trying to have people understand. We don't get to predicate what's going to happen after we come to a place of common understanding. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. Anything can happen at that point, but whatever happens is natural.
I feel that they need to take the walls down. That's what I want. I want everybody to come.
What walls? What walls?
The walls. Okay, the wall. Here's my point. The walls of being better, like than this, knowing more than the next person.
Those walls are necessary. That's why when there's a job application, you want to make sure that you're the best candidate. If not, they won't hire you. And you need to have that job to work. Now, coming to a place of common understanding means that if you didn't win the job, you understand that, okay, they give it to the better candidate, especially if you observe and see that that candidate is truly, in fact, better than you. If you don't think he's better than you, then you need to go and try somewhere else. But those walls where you're going to be better than someone is necessary at some point. I think that's why I said to you, the way you say the way you say things, if you don't break it down in details, you will make someone assume that you're generalizing. Because what you're saying is that you want us to come to a place where, as far as our most fundamental value of life, nobody sees themselves superior to another. But only in that specific perspective where, listen, you have the right to live, I have the right to live. But how we live...
I'm talking about with regards to their God. Like some people think that Buddha is better than Jesus. Some people think Jesus is better than
It's okay. Muhammad. It's okay. It's okay to think that, as long as you know that it's simply the way you think. Thinking that Jesus is better than Muhammad is not a bad thing. If you understand that that's just your feelings and your emotions, that's what you think, that's your opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that is when you look at another person and you begin to demean them in any way, shape, or form, simply because they have a different opinion.
Correct.
But even that is natural. Even that is natural. And you need to be real with yourself and know that that's what you're doing, even if you want to do it. The problem only comes when you try to pretend like that's not what you're doing. Then that's unnatural. That's deception.
Well, what about when people are atheists and then people are when they're atheists basically, and then they're like these people that have gotten angry with their God. You understand? And it's like,
it has nothing to do with anger. It has everything to do.
Listen,
sister. It all comes down to understanding. The way you understand the world is limited to your experiences and your education. You're not going to understand the world beyond that. You're not going to understand the world beyond your experiences and your education. Now, what's education? Education is information you get outside of your experiences that come from other people and other things around you that you respect enough to have a real experience from which you can learn from. An experience which is beyond yours. And that's how we use that common respect to establish facts.
Okay. Well,
now,
like I said, I just would like to see like
hold up real quick, my sister. So people who say that there is no God, it's because they simply don't experience it. It's not there to them. And when they observe you and what you say you're experiencing, just to make sure that they're not crazy, they can see exactly what you're doing, and you're not experiencing God either. You're just in your feelings and your emotions. They can see it's observable. So now they don't have a problem with you being in your feelings and emotions. It's okay. But they don't have to be that. They don't have to acknowledge that. They don't have to acknowledge the things that come out of your personal experiences that only matter to your state of mind. That's why it's okay if everyone has their own God. And if you choose not to have one, you don't have to imagine. Nobody needs to have a favorite superhero. It's not mandatory to have a favorite superhero.
So
having a God is like having a superhero.
But are you an atheist?
I'm a realist.
I'm saying, do you believe?
Listen.
Do you believe that there is a higher power? Is my question.
Listen again. I don't believe anything. For me, the way I operate, and these are the lessons I learned as I matured, that believing in things only gives me excuses for failing at the things that I want to do that I find that I can't do, and I try to justify. If I follow the facts, if I look at every situation based on facts first and foremostly, then whenever I'm stressed, I can go into my feelings and my emotions and manipulate them in whatever way to help me get rid of my stress. But outside of getting rid of my stress, my feelings and my emotions don't matter to me when I'm living in the world. I'd rather go based on facts. Now, that's why I'm a realist, right? I could care less if God exists or doesn't exist. If God exists, I'll simply be able to observe it, and it will not be a matter of argument. I don't have time to waste. I could care less if God doesn't exist. Listen, I could care less if God doesn't exist. If God doesn't exist, I should just be able to observe the world and see it as it is. And you want to know what's funny? When I do observe the world, there's no God there. There's no God there. In fact, when I observe how God is promoted and propagated, I see exactly what it is. So I don't have to believe or disbelieve anything. I simply need to report what I'm observing. If you can't observe what I'm observing, that's you. If you want to add in a little bit salt and pepper, that's you. If you want to make something more than what it is, that's you.
So you said you were a gospel. Were you a gospel of Jesus Christ or Muhammad in your past?
I was a Christian.
Okay, so you was using Jesus Christ consciousness to explain religion to people.
That's not what I was doing, but I was a Christian.
Okay. Oh, so you wasn't so in essence you wasn't a teacher in the church. Is that what you're saying? You just was basically a Christian. You was just a person that went to church.
I was a Christian along with all the personalities that come with being a Christian. So teaching, playing music, whatever it takes to be a Christian. Okay. I was a Christian.
You have a very good knowledge base, and I appreciate talking to you. And I'm gonna be listening out for more of your dialogue and stuff. But I mean, the biggest thing, what I was trying to say is that I just feel that everybody needs to take their stuff to the side and just really look at the spiritual things that we're going through right now in the world in order to try to bring ourselves into a better place. That's what I'm trying to say.
One last thing that I'm going to tell you, my sister. This will change your life if you can actually understand these simple words.
Okay.
Never confuse good intentions with sincerity and truth.
Oh, no.
Never confuse good intentions Just because a person has good intentions doesn't mean they're speaking the truth. You have to
That's right.
understand that that is how the world works. So when someone begins to persuade you by telling you about their intent rather than telling you the logic of what they're actually saying, then
Find the facts.
you know that they're trying to persuade you simply by
Right.
trying to appeal to their good intentions. That
Right.
usually happens in situations where people have no facts. When you have the facts, your intentions won't even matter.
No, they don't matter.
So
That's right.
a lot of times we fail in detecting such individuals. When those moments come to your door and knock on your door, they have good intentions, but it doesn't make what they're saying true. And doesn't even make their intentions good simply because what they tell you is their good intention. Their real intention is to increase their numbers. They're advertising their business. They want more customers. It's buying and selling. That's what we all do. That's what I'm doing. That's what every pastor does.
But let me ask you this, then, because I know you say good intentions. Are you saying like light energy versus dark energy?
Absolutely not. I mean intentions as we understand it as part of the human character. Nothing, I'm not talking about anything philosophical or poetic. I'm talking about like intentions, like what you want.
Okay.
Right? I'm not philosophizing it. Like I'm not talking about
You're
light
not gonna
energy and dark
philosophize
energy.
it?
No, I'm not
'Cause I
gonna.
know you do know that there is certain what I'm trying to say, that there's certain energy that people operate from, right? In terms of it, whether it's a light energy or it's a dark energy, right?
Sister,
I'm asking.
energy is defined as the ability to do work. To
Okay.
take time and form an intention is doing work.
Okay.
There's no need to make it into poetry. You're trying to make people understand you. So
I am.
using the word dark energy and light energy is just being poetic. It doesn't add any substance to the truth and the fact of the matter. For example, if I see a blast and I'm like, wow, that blast was bombastic. It was mind-boggling. It doesn't make it so.
Right.
The blast
Because
was a big blast. That's it. It doesn't have to be bombastic. It doesn't have to be anything else. All those adjectives that I'm using is to emphasize how much I feel that blast was overwhelming.
okay.
But it simply was overwhelming, right? So at the
Right.
end of the day, like you said you were gonna go, I appreciate you for your time. This was a good conversation. Okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I understand. So what you're saying is that discernment, right, is just a glorified way of saying intention, pretty much.
Discernment is a
Yes.
glorified way of saying intuition. And intuition,
Intuition.
yes,
Okay.
intuition
Okay.
is directly related to self-awareness and environmental awareness, right?
Yes. Okay.
You listen. Do not envy rich people
Okay.
because rich people cannot afford to be oblivious when they're in public because somebody always wants what they have.
Correct.
There's something that comes with being wealthy that most people don't know. You have to be able to protect that wealth from real threats that a poor man can't even begin to imagine.
Yes.
So you know what? Those people are always environmentally aware. They have intuitions, like they're always suspicious, right? Some even goes into straight up anxiety.
Correct.
But intuition is simply, like you said, discernment, right? That's why discernment doesn't belong, it's a human characteristics that can be achieved through any form of self-discipline.
So anxiety would be fear, correct?
Anxiety is when the fear or the possibility of something happens becomes too emotionally overwhelming.
Right.
So yes, so people who believe in God have the anxiety of living without, in fact, knowing how the world came into being, without, in fact, knowing how things are the way they are. if it's not done by someone that has a brain, because they cannot rationalize a reality in which there is no brain, there is no thinker, but things somehow are in order. It makes them anxious. They're scared.
Right.
Like they don't. They feel like they're in prison, and they really need to know who put the prison here. And if they get to know the person who put the prison here, if they can get along with him, then they might get out of the prison.
Because that's what I find. That's what I find now. It's almost like people are in prison already, you know, in their mind, you know, with regards to basically working the same job, living in the same house, not making this, not doing that. It's like, I think that's what we've been trained to occupy, prisons, you know.
Yes, I mean, mental slavery, right, and imprisonment is true, but it's only true, right? That's why people use the term open-minded. Open-minded simply means turn your prison into a house. Let it be a door that you can walk in and out of. The way you organize your seats on your chair, the way you hang the pictures on the wall in your house, that's not how everyone is going to hang the pictures in their house.
Right.
That's not how they're going to hang the pictures in the store. So when you go to the store, don't expect the chairs and all the things there to be organized in the same way that you organize it in your own house. So the way a person has organized their mind is their own house. Now, when we come out of our private houses, our private minds, and we come into the public mind, which is the public space, then there are different rules that apply there. Rules that is not governed by us. And the way it translates itself, we have natural laws and we have man-made laws.
Yes.
Now,
we have universal laws. We have universal laws.
I don't want to use the word universal, but I would say natural and man-made, right? And whenever natural laws and man-made laws intersect, we can call those universal laws. But there's natural laws and man-made laws. Now, natural laws are not really truly, in fact, laws. It's just that the way nature operates, the best thing that we can describe it as is as a law. But it doesn't really make it a law, right? Per se, the way we would see a law as having a lawgiver. So we are using a poetic way to describe the fact that we don't have the ability to overcome the forces of nature that are at work to ensure that we eventually die. That's why we live our day-to-day lives with a constant battle against the laws of nature. Everything we do is to violate the laws of nature. We don't obey the laws of nature. If you obey the laws of nature, you will die.
What do you mean?
If you obey the laws of nature, you'll be less efficient. So the way we survive as human beings is to make our man-made laws to be more valid than natural laws. So natural law says that if you live a natural life without doing anything about it, you eventually die. But human beings don't want to. If you live a natural life, you eventually get sick. Human beings don't want to. So what do human beings do? We have the law of medicine. Law of medicine is to directly fight that law that says that you will die if you get sick. So we counteract it. Now, immortality is something we desire because we love life. And the only way we're going to overcome gain immortality is to overcome the natural law of death.
Okay.
It's not really a law. It's just that that's how we perceive it. And that's the best way that we can interact with it. But we make the laws that are most real to us. Just like you make the laws in your house, the government makes the laws out in society. And there are some laws that go without saying that society kind of like understands.
Let me ask you this. If you had to give me your most important, if you said what would be the highest law in your life right now that you practice by or you live by?
There's no single highest law.
No, in your heart. I'm talking.
Yes. The laws, yes, I'll tell you. The laws that govern my mind are a pantheon of equivalently valuable principles that are the only way to success. Any other way guarantees failure. So, within myself, it is always necessary that I show kindness to everyone I interact with, even those who don't deserve my kindness. My natural law says that I will get angry and I would not be kind. That's my nature.
Okay.
So I make a law for myself to say that I'm going to go against my own nature so that I can benefit more. But going against my own nature has consequences.
Right.
If I'm willing to deal with those consequences and the result is beneficial, then good. Now, this is the consequences of breaking natural law. There are some people that you should...
Let me tell you what my...
Hold up,
what my most important law is?
Hold up, sister. Hold up, please.
Okay.
There are some people that you should absolutely not be kind to.
Yes.
And if you're kind to them, they will hurt you.
Yes,
regardless. So I have made a law for myself that says I must always be kind to everyone. But back in the back of my head, I know that I won't always be able to follow that law.
Okay.
The reason why I allow the law to govern me is so that the most leisure things that don't really necessitate a lot of my attention, I can always allow my kindness to just sweep it away. There's some people where it's not even worth it arguing with them, having beef with them. There's some people that when they offend you, you just forget that they exist. And the best way to forget that they exist is to just act like it didn't happen. That's kindness. You forgive them and let it go.
Can I tell you what mine is? Can I tell you what mine is?
You're so eager that you don't even want to let me talk.
No, because I know you. You know what? I love your.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I love your brain, actually, or your mind, or whatever it is, and your vocabulary is just awesome. Okay, because once I say this, I already know it's going to take you somewhere else. But my ultimate goal in life is to follow peace and happiness. That's it.
Peace and happiness are not things you can follow. People who are following peace have found themselves in rooms surrounded by their enemies who persuaded them to come to a peace treaty and were eventually dealt with. And this is not just in the legal sense, this is in the everyday sense.
Okay.
Yeah? You don't pursue peace. Let me tell you what peace is. Peace is something you achieve within yourself. That's it. When there is a balance between your emotions, when there is no singular emotion that has dominance over you, even if that emotion is love. Even if that emotion is love, means your emotions should all be balanced. It's like, I work on airplanes, right? Let me tell you something about the airplane.
Okay.
An airplane will explode in the sky if the screws that go through the airplane are not placed in exact order. Means we call it pitch. The distance from the center of one hole to the next hole. Within frames, the airplane has frames like a skeleton. Means that the tension that every screw puts has to be equal to the tensions of all the screws around it based on the thickness of that structure. If not, if there's no balance in how you place those fasteners, when you pressurize the aircraft and then you're flying through the air, let me tell you what the air is trying to do. The air is trying to squeeze the aircraft. Just squeeze it like a soda can. Meanwhile, the pressure in the aircraft pushes back against the walls of the aircraft. So when the pilot pressurizes the aircraft, there is a balance between internal pressure and external pressure. So the aircraft flies through the air at speeds that structure should not be naturally able to withstand. Your emotions need to be in balance. There should be no emotion that is dominant in your mind. The only thing that should dominate your mind is facts. Your emotions should just be there in a state of balance. If your emotions are there in balance, you have achieved what is called peace. That means that nothing that happens outside of you bothers you. So it doesn't matter who hates you or who loves you. It doesn't matter who does what to you. Your emotions are stable. The moment someone does something and causes a destabilization in your emotions, it manifests itself in one way: either pity, fear, or anger, or jealousy.
No. That's what I was trying to share. And I'm not sure if it's because you operate in a masculine energy, right? Because like your masculine energy, to me, like if I was just to describe you right now, I would say that you are passionate. I would say that you're a protector. I would say that you are a leader. I would say that you are knowledgeable. I would say that you're very intelligent, right? But then as a feminine.
Hold up. Don't that's not all. I'm also very cunning. I'm also
Well,
very
let me say
I'm
this to
also
you.
very manipulative.
But let me say this. But it's a difference in being calculating and manipulative.
I'm
You're
also
not.
very unpredictable.
Okay, but it's also. But here's my point. Here's my point. I'm sure it's a lot more. But my point is this. Okay, I'm only speaking now with regards to the masculine energy, right? That you operate from, right? Well, as a feminine energy, right, or a woman, right, that's talking with you on this subject, right? I don't operate from the same fields that you do. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I don't think you're getting what
Let me
I'm
share
saying.
this. Let me.
Oh no, hold up. What I'm saying is not operating from a masculine energy or feminine energy. It's operating from a
You
position
do
of.
though.
Oh, hold up. Check this out. The masculine energy has nothing to do with what I'm saying, as much as it's a human energy, if that's how you want to look at it. What I'm saying applies to you simply because you're human, not because you're feminine or masculine.
That's not true.
The,
But
the
I'm
point I'm
trying to
making,
share.
right? I'm telling you how a human being's state of mind works. This is state of
Can I?
mind, right?
But
Now,
let me share.
hold on, my sister. Hold up. I promise you, I'll let you finish what you're saying.
You never do though.
When there is a balance in your emotions, that's called EQ, emotional intelligence, emotional quotient. It's called EQ, right? It applies to both males and females. When you know how to decipher facts and you work just based on facts and you learn how to comprehend facts, that's intelligence, IQ. This applies to every human being. So I'm not talking to you from an emotional perspective at all. That's why there's no energy. There is no energy involved with what I'm saying.
Okay, let me say this to you. I'm talking to you, right? From the inside out. And
you're talking to me from the emotional perspective?
Here's my point. No, listen, just try to hear me now. From the inside out, right? Which means I'm speaking from a sense of discernment. I'm speaking from a sense of hypersensitive, like telepathy, telekinesis. I'm talking about being able to actually see through certain parts, right? And actually still working towards the same goal that you're working towards, and that's enlightening people, right? But like you said essence, you said you sound like you're speaking from you make it sound so sweet, like like a poetry or whatever. And as a feminine energy, that's more effective for me. You see what I'm saying? For you, it's either black or it's white. But for me, being in a gray area, right, still gets the job done, if that makes any sense.
I understand what you're saying. In reference to what you're saying, I'm not invalidating what you're saying. I'm just saying that the point that I'm making is beyond what you're saying, as far as what we would consider the real world, like what's actually happening to us in fact, rather than just how we feel about it, right? This is how the human body works. Means if I'm talking to someone who wants to learn how to use the human machine, I'm like, hey man, how do you operate this machine? I'm like, okay, this is how it works. This machine has emotions, and this machine has the ability to observe facts. The most efficient way to operate this human machine is to have it focus on the facts while balancing its emotions. That way there is a good complementary relationship between self-control and things that they can't control, because facts, you can't control facts, but emotions you can control. Facts, you can simply observe them and then make use of them within what they already are. Your emotions, you can change them to suit you however you feel, whenever you feel.
Okay,
so when you have a balance in your emotions, is comparable to that analogy I gave about the airplane. Your hate, your love, your peace, your joy, your anger, right? All those things, your jealousy, your filthiness, all your negative and positive emotions are in balance. Now, in the Eastern way, they tell you to balance it in between, like you said, light and dark, right? That's what you were talking about, light and dark energy. Dark energy
light energy is really like...
hold up, sister. That's in reference to our negative emotions. And then our positive emotions.
No. Light energy is not for negative. Light energy is not negative energy. Light energy is just from a place of being able to go towards like an openness, not a closedness. You know what I'm saying? It's a good thing.
So positive emotions.
or just creative energy, just open, on openness, you know, an open field of light, or, you know, like the sun
So positive emotions.
Yes, not and you everything is not based on emotion. It's the whole thing. Like for me, right? When I look at when you say emotion,
Sister,
right?
hold up. That light energy and dark energy is not just based off of emotions.
No.
Well, sister, then you need to fix your vocabulary then, because the words you're using already have meanings. You cannot use them and then make them mean something else.
Light energy doesn't mean.
Are you talking about literal light energy, or are you talking about poetically?
Literally, yeah, literal, yeah.
Okay, yeah, literal light energy. There's no such thing in human beings. There's no such thing in human beings, like as far as something that we wield.
I'm talking about exuding, which like what you're doing right now, right? You actually are possessing, or actually giving us light energy, because what you're doing is you're opening our minds, right?
No, yes, sister, but that's poetically. That's not literally. So that's not literally what I'm doing. That's poetically what I'm doing, but I'm not doing that literally. If you're talking about literal light, then I'm not shining literal light. If you're talking about knowledge, from a poetic perspective of saying that, okay, you're going to substitute the word knowledge and use it as the word light, that makes it a metaphor. Yes. So I'm not speaking to you metaphorically. I'm speaking to you straightforwardly, direct speech, right? And if you choose to see the world metaphorically, good for you, as long as you understand what you're doing.
Right.
Now,
you are enlightening us, though, aren't you?
Right. Not in the literal sense. Not in the literal sense, though. In a metaphorical sense. So one still needs to be smart enough to look at it literally, to understand that the things I'm saying mean nothing if you can't put them to practice. That's the literal way. That's how you take a metaphorical enlightenment and turn it into literal, right?
That's correct.
If all the things I've been saying don't affect the way you think and the way you act, then I'm just talking. I'm entertaining you. And to some people, this is just entertainment. You have to understand that. I know that. Among everyone in my audience, not everyone is going to go and practice the things I'm saying. Some people are just here just to hear and entertain themselves in the moment, walk away and forget.
You know, that's what I was trying to share, that there's certain things that we may hear the first time that we may not be able to put into practice right away. But it's like eventually, like everything that you say out of your mouth, to me, is like planting seeds. It's like you're planting seeds into each and every one of us, including me. And I thank you for being
not every seed you plant will grow, though, my sister. You're correct. But not every seed you plant will grow. That's what I'm saying to you. Some people, their brains are barren to this type of information. Some people, their brain are fertile, right? So the information comes in and it dies. They walk away and it's not there anymore. Some other people like yourself, you're fertile. You're fertile.
Wow.
So when I plant the seed,
yes,
the seed grows.
Yes. And not only does it grow, but it's actually dropping seeds, like I said, universally all over the world. I just want you to know that you're making a great expansion on our minds and in our hearts.
On your heart and on your mind.
Hearts. If you read the comments, everybody's enjoying you. So I just want to thank you.
If I'm talking to them, I'll let them know, but I'm talking to you.
Oh, well, I am listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
So
but I just would love
on
for you
your
to,
mind.
Yes, I would just love for you to be able to see what I was trying to say in terms of just helping us bring universal love.
I understand you.
Yes.
I understand you. I understand you more than you know. I do.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time, okay?
See how easy it was to get me. See how easy it was to get me in my emotions. Okay. All right. Well, I love you, and I will be back. I promise.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Peace and love. And light.
All right. That's it for the long conversation. Let's go back to the marathon. Stick to the topic. Let's go back to the marathon. What's up, man? Hello? Why should prenups not be mandatory? Why is your God the only God?
Why is my God, or are you talking to the audience right now, or me?
Why is your God the only God? And I'm echoing, bro. You got headphones on.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I didn't say my God was the only God, bro, but...
All right, so what question do you want to answer between the two upstairs? Hello?
Yeah.
I'm still echoing, bro.
Oh my God. So when I say oh my God, and when you say oh my God, do you think we're referring to the same God?
No. Just like when I say the word fuck, and you say the word fuck, we're not referring to the same fuck.
Oh, that's actually a good point.
Yeah.
So you think how many gods, if you had to put a number on it, how many gods do you think there are in the universe?
There's one in everybody's head.
That's funny. So do you think outer space is real?
Whether it's real or not, what does that change about my reality? I don't think anything about if it's real or not. What they've said is space. When I look up, I see space. If that's not space, then I don't know what else is there.
Do you think Cuba is real?
I do think that Cuba is real, and I can go there if I want to.
Do you think we'll ever be able to go to space one day, maybe?
Who knows?
That's the last hope, bro.
Well, not for me.
Well, inner space isn't gonna be. It's already pretty much, it's over.
Let's let those people who are going. Let's let those people who are going to be dealing with that deal with it. If tomorrow I get up tomorrow and
bro, that is the biggest problem in the world right now. That is the biggest problem. That's the thing. Like people.
That's not the biggest problem for me. I don't know who else is in the world. If that's a big problem for them, congratulations. But for me, I'm not worried about space.
Bro, it's because space makes up the largest portion of reality, bro. And
that doesn't stop. That doesn't stop me from eating, shitting, pooping, going to sleep, getting up.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. But like, if space isn't present in our logic, if it's not present in our emotions, if it's not present in every part of our being, then there's a problem, bro. Because there's so much of it. You know what I mean? That's why people think they know so much and stuff, because they don't really think about space a lot. You know what I mean? So they think they know it all because they haven't thought deeply about how little they really know.
Space is usually empty, right?
Well, it just means outer space means, I would think of it as outside of a boundary. So it can be outside.
Yeah. Like I said. Okay, now you don't define it in your own personal way. Outer space,
bro.
Is empty,
outer space. Right? That's what it means.
Listen, space just means empty, right?
Space. Yeah, I would. That's a good definition.
Yeah. There's no space if things are packed in. It's only space because it's empty, right?
Yep.
So you want people to think about space all the time. You want their brains to be empty?
Well,
empty your brain?
Bro.
Empty your brain, empty your life?
Literally, yeah. Bro,
empty everything out?
Yo, you know how they
take out the trash, and take out your couch and your television, take everything out, empty this house now.
Exactly, bro. It's a vacuum, dog. Like, so if you think about it.
So you want people to have a vacuum in their mind, my brother?
They better have a vacuum, because they're brainwashed. The thoughts in there right now are destructive.
Bro, it is because they have a vacuum that they are brainwashed. Vacuum suck everything in and throws it out.
Exactly. They're not in charge of.
They need to get rid of those vacuums in their heads.
They're not in charge of who's putting things in there. You know what I mean?
It's not that they're in charge of who's putting things in there. The point is it's space. There's nothing in there, bro. That's why the only thing that comes out is emotional, because there's nothing in there. There's no facts in there. Facts matter, truth, reality. Thank you for your time, Sonra.
All right. Good talking to you.
If you have space in your head, you better get something and put in it.
Hello, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. What you got for me?
I'm here to speak about prenups.
Go ahead.
So I think prenups should not be mandatory.
Why?
Because by the time you're marrying a woman as a man, you should have your shit together. If you need a prenup to do it, then you don't have your shit together.
Do you even know what a prenup is?
Tell me, bro.
No, I'm asking you.
Okay, from my understanding, I think it's like a document. It's a legal document that protects you in the event of a divorce.
What's wrong with that?
Protects you well.
What's wrong with that? Why shouldn't that be mandatory? Why shouldn't everyone protect themselves in the event of a divorce?
I think prenup should be your choice, but should not be mandatory. For me, I don't have a problem, because by the time I marry,
so it's not mandatory to protect people, to protect things.
Then don't marry. If you're living with, it's like getting into an agreement with the devil.
Bro, let me ask you.
It's like getting into an agreement with the devil knowingly.
That's not true. That's not true. When you get a job, you sign paper with your employer that he's going to pay you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sometimes you can even end up loving your employer because he treats you good, right?
True.
And sometimes you might hate your employer to the point where you want to leave that job, right?
True.
What if you leave the job and your employer is like, I'm not giving you a last paycheck. I'm not going to pay you for the last 2 weeks you worked. What do you do now?
No,
then you take him to court? Of course, you take him to court. Listen.
You see, in such a case, where you give such an example.
Hold up 1 second. Hold up 1 second, bro. Okay. If you sign a contract with someone that you love, and you're both real and smart enough to understand that, at some point you could grow apart, that's a realistic possibility, you will sign a prenup. A bunch of foolish people have not signed prenups and they regretted it. A bunch of people don't need a prenup because they rather remain in toxic situations imposed upon them by their own beliefs or by their societal beliefs. You go to
Give me a second, bro. So in the example that you've given me, like for the job and employer-employee situation, that's the employer's kingdom. But in a marriage, as a man, I think that's your kingdom, and you dictate the whatever happens and whatever.
That's not true. That's not true. The employee.
That's what I think, bro.
Listen. The employee dictates if he comes to work. If work was mandatory, then the employee would have to go to work, but the employer doesn't have to go to work. The employee can decide not to come to work.
I think as a man.
Hold up. The employee can decide not to go to work, and the employer can't do nothing 100%. About it. The employer cannot take you to court for refusing not to come to work. If you don't ever want to go back there, you can just leave. That's the good thing between it's not the employer has a lot to gain, but the employee goes there to gain just enough. That's true. But if all the employers quit, there's no employer. The employee makes the employer as much as the employer makes the employee. Who makes the most profit is a different story. Nonetheless, that's why in a relationship, who's going to make the most money is a different problem. But who made what and who made what That matters, especially in situations where divorce is necessary. If she's gonna get the kids, get your house, get your business, and you never signed a prenup, how are you supposed to start a new family? How are you supposed to start a new family?
You understand.
The problem,
Marriage.
The problem with prenups, bro, is that most people think that they are special. They think that they're immune to divorce, that they're immune to disagreement. Most people are not smart enough to understand that relationships that are built based on love alone don't last long. You have to have something beyond love to hold your relationship together. If you're not smart enough, and prenups is just one of those things. If you choose not to get, if you choose not to get married, then you lose the benefits of being married, the positive benefits of 100%. Being married, right? So if 100%. If you're willing to live without those positive benefits of not being married, then don't marry.
Which makes it important for every individual to understand why they're getting married in the first place.
Listen to me, bro. The reason why people get married differs from person to person. There's not just one reason why people get married.
Yeah.
Okay. We criticize the nobility of Europe because they used to intermarry themselves, and they had their reasons why. They didn't get married. You were forced to marry your cousin, whether you loved him or not. When your father brought someone, you married them, whether you loved it or not. Some people will marry a man not because they love the man, but because that man guarantees them the most financial security. And some smart women do it. Some smart women will marry someone they don't even love, but they love the fact that that person provides them safety financially. And they hope that they can grow to love him personally. But when they realize that they cannot love him personally, what do? They want to leave now. Imagine that she never loved you in the first place, now she wants to leave and she's taking half of your wealth when she came there for financial security and she didn't contribute to it. Or vice versa, right? A man can do this too.
Yeah, 100%.
That's why prenups should be necessary.
I think marriage is a game of power. Marriage is political, and in the game of power, you must know how to play it. And prenup is just but one way of playing the game.
Listen to me, bro. If you have wealth, and you don't sign a prenup and you get married, you are guaranteed to lose. Because the moment that person doesn't like you anymore, they don't have to be kind to you. They're not going to walk out of there empty-handed, especially if it was a stay-at-home dad or a stay-at-home mom.
I'll let them have what I think they should have.
It doesn't work like that in a prenup. Without a prenup, the government, the judge decides. You have no say within the legal system. Now, I don't know where you live. Where do you live?
Kenya, bro. Africa, Kenya.
You see, do people go to court to divorce?
Yeah, they do, but it doesn't work like that.
Exactly. Listen,
it's different.
Listen.
Yeah,
I understand. I understand. The system is different there, but what I'm saying applies even philosophically and ideologically. When you get into something with a woman, make it clear what that woman is bringing. Especially with modern women today in Africa, modern women, a lot of them are now realizing that they have rights beyond what men say they do. So they don't want to run their relationships in like the obedient wife that submits to the husband all the time, who doesn't want to have a career, who needs to stay at home and take care of kids. A lot of women are not like that anymore, right? So a lot of women have career aspirations. Wherever you find yourself in the world, never get into a relationship with someone, whether it's a friend, even a parent, without having some form of a prenuptial agreement. Before we
makes sense. I agree with you on that.
Bro, even you and your friend, when you want to do a business with you and your friend, you just do business because it's your friend. No, you write down something. Because once money becomes involved, you can't trust people's intentions and people's emotions anymore.
Yeah. Things change, people change.
That's why when it comes to love, maybe I need to do a live where I teach people about love, because I just feel like most people just don't understand it, right? And it doesn't work for them. That's why they end up depressed and in sad places all the time. If you like being sad, no problem.
Do you think there's anything like love? How do you define love, though? On like, just to digress.
Love, principally, in the way that we actually apply it as humans. Like what we're actually doing when we're loving is really greed. Love is about how you feel about someone, regardless of how they feel of you. It's 100% your feelings. But those feelings is based on what you like and what you want from that person. So when you act upon it, it's the same way as acting upon greed. Now, when we use the word love, on a day-to-day basis, you say to someone, I love you. What we're really trying to say is, I like you. I like you a lot. We're trying to let them know that we have those feelings and those emotions. But that's all it is. I like you a lot. If I can like you today, I can stop liking you tomorrow. I only like you today because conditions are necessary and fertile for me to like you. If I find out things about you that I don't like, little by little, I lose love for you. People get married and then eventually they find out so many things about that person that they don't love. And then what they love about that person and what they hate about that person becomes less. So what they hate about that person becomes more than what you love. Because when you marry someone because you love them, you only love what you're seeing in that moment.
So it's safe to agree that. So it's safe to say that marriage is actually not about love. It's more of like a decision and it's just a decision to be with this person, regardless of
marriage. The number one purpose of marriage is to facilitate survival beyond one generation. That's it. If you're getting married for any other reason, it doesn't last. If you're getting married because you're lonely, it won't last. Even death will set you apart. That person will die, and you'll still be lonely again. So, the most productive aspect of marriage is because what is produced during a marriage lays a foundation for something that continues to live on beyond you, and usually it's children. So, if you don't want to build a business called family, because family is a business. If you don't want to build a business called family, don't engage in that business. Don't get married. If you want your business to be organized and work in a certain way, then get married and have a family. If you want to have children with a bunch of people, that's how you choose to run your business. You're trying to run your business as a franchise. Some people run their lives as a franchise, right? You come to this woman, you put a baby in her stomach. You go to the next woman, you put a baby in her stomach, and then it's the McDonald's franchise. Everywhere
Where
we go,
are you speaking about me, bro?
Everywhere we go, we see you. And some people can manage it. Some people cannot manage it. If that's you, bro, then that's why you're not married. And guess what? You're going to have to deal with the consequences of having multiple children with multiple women, because it will be really hard to always come into agreement when you should spend time with them, what you should do about your children. And then
I'm going to marry, bro. Eventually.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Listen, some people get married polygamously, but there's still a system in place, right? So you want it to be systematically. Yeah, you want it to be systematic. And we Africans were polygamous for a long time because it always ensured our survival. And it always gave us enough people to help us do the works that we needed to do and do multiple things. You can achieve more when there's more people, right?
Yeah.
So prenups is actually even more relevant today because of how society is structured. Because of how society is structured today. If you're a man, you listen, in today's generation, there are many people who are going to stay in relationships for the rest of their lives. Not because they had to. Not because they had to stay in that relationship. But because, not because someone told them that they had to stay in that relationship. But because they didn't know how to leave that relationship, because some people get trapped. Marriage can be a trap. Marriage can be a trap, okay? Especially for women. Let me tell you why marriage can be a trap for women. Women like the gallant nature of men, right? Women, a lot of women, most women, let me put it that way, appreciate the strength of the masculinity of a male, right? That male energy, that's muscular mindset. Like he might not have physical muscles, but he's intelligent, hardworking. I can build a family with this person. So when most women first see a man, they see those qualities. Or what they think are those qualities. But when they start sleeping in the same bed with him, they realize that he snores like a tractor. He snores like a tractor, literally. You know, come to find out, every time she does his laundry, there's always a little bit of shit on his underwear. He doesn't wipe his ass.
Oh shit.
Come to find out, he is not the masculine man that you thought he was. But you've already told him how much you love him, how much you want to spend the rest of your life with him. You already walked down the aisle with him when you didn't know all those things about him. Now you're like, now you're like, holy crap, I gotta live with this for the rest of my life. Bro, let me tell you something, okay? 1 month into every marriage, every woman already knows the scenario in which she would leave that marriage. Because, especially a relationship where you didn't used to live together before you got married. In situations where people live together before they get married, what I'm saying doesn't apply as much. Because you get to see these things before you even decide that you're going to marry this person. And in those cases, people leave all the time. You see men and women that live together without getting married, and it doesn't always work out.
Oh, yeah.
But if you haven't seen these things before you live with a woman, come to find out, whenever she's on her period, she has this smell that even Jesus cannot get rid of. And you as a man, you used to like her perfume. You used to like the way she smelled. That's what you liked about her. That's what you fell in love with. Come to find out when she takes off her makeup. She looks like she's playing chess with your grandmother because they grew up together. Not that she's not beautiful, but she's as beautiful as an old woman, even though she's in her 20s. But that's not what you liked about her. Come to find out. Listen, bro, let me tell you something. You, as a man, you fell in love with this woman because she had long hair. She's beautiful. Her skin is clear. Her boobs are gigantic. She even has nyash. She has a very well-developed mangoes in the back. You know, she has a very thin waist. So you date her, but you never see her without clothes. Now, on the day of your honeymoon, she removes her clothes. Come to find out, she was wearing a waist trainer the whole time. Waist trainer was squeezing it in. As soon as she removes those waist trainers, what you see is a bunch of wings. The wings is just spread out.
And you're cuffed already.
All of a sudden, you're like, hold up. You're like, hold up. What in the transformation is going on here? Like, where did all that you come from? I mean, come to find out, the boobs are not really that big. The thing is, she used to wear a bunch of big breast wear. Her breast wear is just puffy.
Oh, yeah.
Come to find out.
You've married her already.
Yeah. Come to find out her boobs are not that round. Her boobs are touching her knees. She just knows how to roll them real good. Not because she's not ugly, but you didn't see that side of her. That's not the side of her you fell in love with. Not because she's not pretty. She's pretty to somebody else, but you messed up. You messed up because she never showed herself to you as she really was. He never showed himself to you as he really is. So what you fell in love with was what he showed you that was appropriate in that moment. So once you sign the contract, and now you come into their private space, you have to fall in love all over again. And most of the time, it doesn't happen. Listen, once you see your marriage partner in a way that you never saw them before your marriage, you have to fall in love with them all over again. Because the person you fell in love with, it is the ultimate and the oldest catfish in the book. Human beings have been catfishing, men and women have been catfishing each other since antiquity.
Since King Arthur times.
Imagine you're a man. You're a man. You have been sleeping with so many women since you were 18. You have been knocking. You're a professional knocker. So you meet this woman. And this woman tells you that, oh, she's not into having sex before marriage or none of that. She's preserving herself. So you're like, okay, no problem, right? So you do everything right, then you marry the woman. The day you enter the territory, you realize that there's more rooms in that territory that you're supposed to be. Now, you think back to your experiences and you're like, I know what this territory is supposed to be like if nobody has been entering this territory. Huh? When I was 18, I know how it's supposed to be very close, you know? But come to find out now, you cannot do it with her. Yeah, you cannot do it with her and enjoy it in the way that you would have expected. Because she never told you the truth. She never told you that, look, she became a changed person, but she used to be a professional knacker.
In Christianity,
she never told you that she's knocked 100 people in her life. She have knocked 500 people in her life. Maybe she told you that she's only knocked 20.
In Christianity, they call it.
No, listen. On the side of the man, of course. Listen to a man. This is how men do it too. So you meet this man. This man tell you that he has a tiger. He has a silverback gorilla that's helping him walk around. Like he tell you that his silverback gorilla has large hands and a very big head. So you as a woman, that's what you like. You fall in love with what he's told you. And then on the day of the marriage, when you pull out your wings, your love handle, you as a woman, he pulls out his pencil. He pulls out his pencil. And you're like, hold up, bro. You're supposed to have a silverback gorilla, not a pencil. What are you trying to do? You're trying to draw? What are you trying to do? You're trying to draw? Is this an art class? Huh? Bro, a lot of women go into relationships expecting that.
Oh.
Now think of you as a woman. You are actually a virgin. You remain a virgin your whole life. Right? Then you marry somebody who's not a virgin. This person has already been making a habit of getting it whenever he wants to. Any bird he sees, he flies after that bird. Even though he doesn't have wings, he still flies. He has been knocking.
Professional knacker.
Then he marries you and you're a virgin. He enjoys you for 1 year, 2 years. 3 years in, now he has a girlfriend and you're surprised. He never showed you that side of himself. Before you get into a relationship, a prenup is not just about money and wealth. It's also about the commitment you're making to each other. That if we start this process peacefully and we ever get to the point where it needs to end, let us end it peacefully. If you enter a marriage with an assumption that the marriage cannot end, you have been fucked.
100%.
Especially a lot of religious men and women are trapped. There are some religious men and women who don't even know how to knock their wife. And you wonder why your wife is enjoying the guy down the street. Because of some religious behaviors. So she married you because she wanted to be able to do everything that she imagines in her head. You don't fulfill her fantasies. Because you think she's supposed to be a God-loving person. So she shouldn't have these fantasies. But she has those fantasies. She doesn't tell you that she has those fantasies. And you don't want to do those fantasies. How is that relationship supposed to last? You can pretend for as long as you want to.
And the religious wedding also doesn't teach the sex. See, like in African, like some African traditions, like in Uganda, there's this professionals called Senga, like SENGA. If you Google it, you'll see it. So those people are professionals. So when you do a wedding, like on your first wedding night, the traditional wedding, they teach you and they teach the woman as well how to everything. Like it's almost like a graphical lesson to teach you on how to do it and everything. So church, after the vows, you guys are just left on your own to go and deal with each other's pencil and everything else.
It's an important part of life. But it's not just that aspect, right? Because the conversation here is really prenup. That's why I think
Yeah,
that
yeah.
prenup should be mandatory. We should be made to mandatorily understand its necessity in today's society. It doesn't mean that a man doesn't love you or a woman.
How old
doesn't-
is the idea?
I think the idea has always been around. It's just changed its form over the years. It's been around as almost as long as the idea of marriage.
Oh,
In ancient
I thought
times, in ancient times, this is how prenups used to work. Okay. Once you marry a man, there's this common understanding that you're going to provide him with children.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't provide him with a male heir, in some places in the world, the man was allowed to send you back to your parents. So if you were a woman who could not give birth, when it was time for you to go to your parents, you went. That was a prenuptial agreement. That's how it works. Intention. That's how. It just goes without being said, but it's there in the back of everyone's mind. People understand that, right? There's an understanding that in some places in the world, once you marry into a family, those families become one. Your affairs get intermixed. It just goes without saying. Prenuptial agreements simply means you need to really talk about what you're trying to accomplish with the person you're trying to marry.
Okay.
Intentionally pave the way in, and also intentionally set the terms just in case anyone needs to exit. And in order for a man and a woman to both understand this, they will first have to understand that they don't own each other. They're not each other's property, that they are choosing to be with each other. That marriage is a choice. It's not by force. In the world where women used to be forced to get into marriages, in some societies, prenups were almost obsolete. It was mostly what the man decided that he wanted. But a prenup, if you're a woman and you marry a rich man, let's say he's a billionaire, part of the prenup could be that if he's the one that leaves the relationship, he has to give you 100 million. That can be part of the prenup. Part of the prenup is that if he's the one that cheats, if he's the reason for the divorce, then he has to give you enough money to be able to take care of yourself. That's what a prenup is. A woman who did not sign a prenup, if that man is powerful and influential, he can send you away with nothing. You see, it's not. Prenups should be mandatory. Thank you for your time, my brother.
Thanks, man.
If you don't get it, forget about it. If you don't get it, forget about it. Why is your God the only God?
Hello, Bakanga.
What's up, bro? Which question
Yes,
are you
I'm good,
answering?
brother.
Which question are you answering?
Number one, the prenups.
All right, go ahead.
I had the conversation with you and the former guest. You see, the prenups should be mandatory. I guess so. Why I say so is that I was born in a religious family, né? So when I was growing up, I went to school. When I began to understand life, I called my father. I said, Dad, can you tell me the the chemistry between you and my mother?
Bro, you're speaking too close to the phone, and it's whistling, a very high pitched sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I still hear the whistling, but it's much better.
All right. I said, right? And when I was growing up, I was born in a religious family. So when I was growing up, became an adult, finished my school. So when I began to understand what marriage is all about, so I was tempted to ask my father, because I began to think maybe marriage is a scam, or let me just say it's a scam. That was the word I was trying to use then. So when I asked my father, I asked him, Daddy, could you please tell me the chemistry between you and my mother? My father said he would tell me.
So we are 3 boys. So one day he called us up. My mother was not there. So he said to us, if you want to get married and be successful and be united with your wife, you must do 3 things only. 1, state your motive. Don't love the woman and make sure you don't owe the woman. I never understood that at a point. So when time grows up, I called him again. I said, we don't understand what you taught us years back. So he said to us that before you can be able to live with a woman in your house, state your mind, be real to that woman, tell your mind, the woman, what you want. So when I started making a girlfriend, so I met first the third girlfriend I have in life. She's from Zimbabwe. So when I met this girl, you know what she told me? She called me up. She said, bruh, now we are together. Since you said you are having eye of getting married with me, I must really tell you what my fantasies are. I said, okay, you can fire on. Bakanga, to my greatest surprise, the girl told me that you as a man alone, to be my husband, you must get another woman, 1 or 2 or 3, many as you want, because I feel it when you are sleeping with 3 of us at a time, at a roll. I can't be the only woman in your life. That is what it really told me.
So she was into threesomes.
Yes, let me use that word. Yes, I don't want to use that word, but that is what it told me. And her own preference is that I have to be the only man in the midst of multitude girls. Could you imagine that?
Well, that sounds to me like an agreement.
Yes, that is the prenups. That's what I'm trying to say. That it necessarily need to be mandatory.
So we're not talking necessarily about the agreement itself, what 2 people agree, as much as the process of agreement, right? The act of agreement. Yeah. You should agree, and you should do it legally. It's even better to do it legally.
No, I understand. That is what she told me.
It's more efficient to do it legally.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And also, coming to the part when the previous guest was talking about God, I want to digress a little bit to that part of God. You see, there is this thing of God that I really do not understand sometimes. I'm a frequent guest to this your podcast, but to this your live chat. But you know, how do you explain to me that if there is God or if there is no God, Bakanga? Because when I try to trace my ancestral lineage, I found out that my father was the 5th person he could remember. So I'm automatically the number 6th person now. So if my father one day I called my father, I said, in the next 30 years, my first son is going to be of my age. Then I'm going to be down the age as my father. So definitely I am closer to my grave. So how will you tell me that there's no God who makes such as possible?
Because you don't need God in order to be able to observe that. These things that happen are natural things. So if you simply observe what's happening and you are honest with yourself about what's happening, then what is happening truly and in fact remains what it is. Whether it is a god or a monkey or a monster that made it, doesn't matter as much if it can still happen, regardless of if you know how it came to be. So the fact that you age and you die, it's not something that is only happening to you. It doesn't need any explanation other than the fact that it happens to everyone. It doesn't need any explanation beyond that.
Okay, what do you think? Because you see, I'm trying to see if I am becoming naive or maybe trying to create some imagination in my brain. I used to tell my people of my colleague, I used to tell them that when somebody died, if I know the person died now, I won't even shed the tears. So people ask me, why am I not concerned? I said, because it's a natural thing. I don't feel when somebody died begin to cry. So what do you think? What are you trying to? How can you explain that terminology when you don't feel somebody when somebody died? You don't even feel pain. You don't even cry. You just wish like, it's normal thing.
Yeah, when you don't know somebody, you don't feel pain and you don't cry because there's no emotional attachment. But when
Even
you
when
know,
you know someone.
yeah,
Even
if,
me. Even
listen,
if I know somebody, same story.
listen. If you know somebody and the person passes away, you don't have to cry. But what you have to do is you have to grieve. Grieve
Yes,
is
okay.
also part of the natural process. And yes, crying is not the only way of grieving, but crying is the most common way of grieving. In any situation, it's not only death. There's some people that if they apply for a job and they don't get the job, they cry about it. They grieve that things do not go the way they want. So if someone passes away, you still have to deal with those emotions, not just always crying.
But I'm telling you that me, I don't even feel those things.
That means
not
you're
even a bit.
That makes you a psychopath.
No, not a psychopath. Because
if you feel those things and you can control how you grieve, that's different. Okay, so you're not saying that you don't have those feelings. You do have those feelings, but you have enough self-control to not allow it to bother you.
Okay.
If you see a child, if a child is, you're walking by the street and a car hits a child that was just running, you were just talking to a child, and the child runs into the road and the car hits him, how will you feel about that?
That is the part where I used to ask people that when I said that.
Answer the question. Answer the question. How will you feel about that?
I don't feel anything, because when I say I don't feel anything, I tell my religious friends. I said, if you believe in this God so much, and God allowed that child to die in such a horrible way, without him feeling any pain, how do you expect me to feel pain? I doesn't feel the pain. The only pain I feel in this life, Mr. Bakanga, is when I walk on the street, I see people who do not have food, who have been, they are still alive, but when you see this humanitarian, right, they don't have it. These are the people I feel pains for. But somebody who's already dead.
Why do you feel pain? Why do you feel pain for those people?
Because I wish I feel like they are human. They deserve better. Not to feel pain when they already died. Because what I cannot do to you. Listen carefully.
Hold on, brother. How about the child? How about the child who got hit by a car? Did he deserve to die?
That is the part I'm telling you that I don't even have. Will I say that there is a moon that makes me to deny those things? But for me, I don't feel those things, because if the child died, I say it's natural.
Then hold up. If a child dies naturally, yes. But if someone dies unnaturally, like I said, if someone gets hit by a car, that means that the person would not have died if that car wasn't there, right? And a car is something that human beings have made. Just like human beings made a system, and in that system, some people are poor. So suffering can be death, and suffering is not always death, right? And it's called empathy. When I see that child gets hit by the car, I experience what is known as sadness. It's sad. But it doesn't impede my ability to live and think rationally. I do also understand that the child is dead and he's gone, so I don't need to do anything to bring him back. But how I feel towards what has happened is sadness. That's what allows me. That sadness that I feel is my empathy. So I might go to the funeral and contribute some money to help the family so they can deal with the grief. Because I know that they love their child. And for them, what they are feeling is stronger than what I feel, because they have memories with that person. So if you don't feel anything when you see that child die, either you're lying, bro, or you're miscommunicating and I'm missing your point.
All right. Okay, let me clear the air with you. You know why I ask you this question, eh? Because sometimes I feel like something is wrong with me. Even my colleagues, some people think I'm lying, but at the time they say that I'm not lying.
Okay, bro. So let me tell you what it is then. That simply means you're not a psychopath, but you have psychopathic tendencies. So there are certain aspects in your life where you have no feelings at all, when you should have feelings. Listen.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
No, hold up.
You know why I say I do? Sorry, please.
Hold up, bro.
Why I say I do?
If you don't feel anything in that moment when you should feel something, you should feel something. That's how that's your anatomy. That's your, like I said, it's not bad to feel sad. It's not bad to have emotions. It's only bad when the emotions overwhelm you. So, like, if you say to me that you don't feel anything at all, that means you either did not understand what happened, or it's a type of mental problem. But if you're saying to me that you don't allow the emotions to bother you and affect your perception of your own reality, I can understand that.
Okay, yes, I think you're coming close to my part. That is the part I'm saying that I don't know if I am the one that created it or was it already me, because I can feel pain for you when you are alive. What I cannot do to you when you are alive, when you are dead, I don't think I can be able to help you. So when you
yes,
gone,
but
that's not
that's not what sadness is. Your sadness is not that you're feeling the pain of the death. No, it's your own pain. It's your own pain. When you judge the situation, listen, if I see a child get hit by a car, it is not the fact that he got hit by the car that makes me to have emotions. It is the fact that I observe what has happened and then I judge the matter, and the conclusion that I come to the judgment is almost the same conclusion that you come to when someone comes to court and you pass a verdict that is unfair, or you pass a verdict that is sad, right? That child did not intentionally commit the crime of running into the road and dying. He didn't want to die. And I understand that situation. It's a sad moment. So I think about it for a while and I move on with my life.
Okay, the subject matter here is that the child is dead, which is actually...
Yes, sadness doesn't have anything to do with whether the child is dead or not. Sadness has everything to do with what you feel about what has happened. Now, if you don't feel anything about what has happened, like I said, either you just don't care, right, about what has happened, or you have psychopathic tendencies, or you didn't understand what happened. For example, I feel the pain of all those children in Palestine whose parents have been bombed. I feel the pain of all those parents whose children have been bombed. There's nothing I can do about it to make it not happen because it's already happened. But it is still a sad situation. It's something I can learn a lesson from. That allows me to learn that it is not good to bomb people. But if I don't have that feeling, I cannot learn that lesson. Now, check this out. The same thing is true with a child that runs into the road. It's good to watch children because children can make mistakes where they hurt themselves. So I allow myself to be sad in that moment so I can take that as a lesson. And the next time I see a child carelessly standing by the road, especially in Africa, right, I will do something about it to save the person who's still alive. That is why the way a person dies can be sad or it can be justified. There's some people's death who's justified, right? And it can still be justified and sad. You went into somebody's house. You went into somebody's house to rob that person's house, and the person had a gun and they shot you. It's sad. But you kind of put yourself in that situation.
Okay, you're talking about Palestine. I think about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, there was a news. I think it's some from this Palestine when there was something like a war. So a lady, I think from Palestine, she was giving her child to American soldier. It was I saw the news on the scene. I forgot the country where it happens. So she was giving the child to the American soldiers, knowing fully well she will never see that child again. That was, I think it was the war in Ukraine, something like that. So, like on my own part, you see, the process of her giving that child to the American soldiers is the part I can feel pain and feel empathy. But when that child is dead there, nothing comes in. But I'm telling you the truth. I am not lying.
Bro, the pain that you feel for the child who is dead and the pain that you feel for the woman who will never see her child again is the same thing. That's what I said to you.
Yes.
You're not feeling the pain for the child. You're feeling the pain because of what has happened. If there's anyone whose pain you should feel are those who are related to that person who has passed away. But
Yes, exactly.
the fact that the person passed away is a sad situation. So like I said, you're not being sad for them. You're being sad because of what has happened to them. Because what has happened to them can happen to somebody else. That's how empathy works, right? And empathy naturally translates into kindness. The moment I feel the pain of those people who have lost their child, the moment I feel the pain that is caused based on my understanding of what has happened to their child, I will now decide to myself, can I help? Can I not help? What can I do to help these people deal with the fact that what has happened would never change? It's already happened. Let me take some food. Let me take some water. Let me go and give them some comforting words. Let me just go there and show my presence so they can know that at least somebody else understands them. That's how we human beings socialize to help ourselves heal emotionally when those type of things happen to us. It's natural to feel sadness, right? If you say to me that you don't feel it, like I said, bro, there's not really many ways I can see that situation. It's nothing personal against you. It's just that
Okay.
if you have no feelings in that situation, you're just not understanding.
Look at the chat on the conversation. I think Humble said, thought creates emotion. I think he or she is right, because maybe I don't think about those things. That is why I don't get emotions about it. If it happens, I don't think about it.
My brother, you don't decide whether you think about it. If you saw it happen, you have no choice but to think about it. You cannot delete your brain. You cannot just delete something in your brain that just happened. It's not humanly possible. That's experience. Especially something so profound.
I don't delete it, Mr. Bakamba. I don't delete it. I'm telling you that I doesn't feel it.
Bro, if thoughts create emotions, you're saying to me that you watch a child get hit by a car, you just walk away as if it didn't happen.
Because the child is dead. Nothing I can do at that moment.
So you just walk away as if it didn't happen.
If the child is dead, I don't feel anything.
So you just walk away as if it didn't happen.
Yes, let's assume the child is injured.
My brother, I can
try to help.
The only way to confirm that the child is injured is to go and check. And when you go and check, you will think about what you checked. And then making the decision that, okay, this person is far gone. There's no help here. That is a decision that you made in your own head. You cannot just walk away from there and forget that happened. It's not humanly possible. But I think I know what you're. I think I'm understanding what you're saying. You're just not. You're not articulating what you're trying to say in the right way. Because, bro, if you're not a psychopath, you are not walking away from there and forgetting and acting like it never happened. It will be profound. That's what it's called, a profound experience. Death is a profound experience. Listen, it's different if someone comes and tells you that, hey, look, a child died off the road today. You'll be like, oh, okay. That's easy because you didn't experience it. You just heard it. So it's like every other story that you've heard. You feel sad, but the sadness is not that much to even make an impact at all. But when you saw it happen, the only way you walk from there, bro, and act like it didn't happen is if you just emotionally detach yourself. And you cannot emotionally detach yourself without mentally detaching yourself. Nevertheless, bro, I appreciate you, okay, bro? I appreciate you, bro. No worries, bro. No worries. No,
it's all right, my bro.
Thank you so much, bro. Okay?
Sure, bro.
The emotions we have is part of our physical human nature. Yeah?
Hey. What's up?
What you want to talk about today, Hassan?
What does the first one even mean?
You don't know what a prenup is?
Mm-mm.
Let's say that you have money, right? And you want to marry this girl. And she has no money. Okay. So before you get married to her, you sign a prenup where you guys both agree that if you guys come to a place of divorce, she lives with whatever she built in the relationship and she lives with whatever she brought into the relationship. So everything you already had, she can't touch. So you make that agreement. A prenup can also be an agreement on how you want your relationship to be, and if your relationship should end, how you want it to end. how you guys are going to peacefully separate your ways. So you make a pre-agreement in case of a divorce, so that during the divorce itself, you don't have to make a new agreement where there might be fair or unfair consequences for one partner. That's what a prenup is.
Okay, interesting. Does seem like there's a lot of good things out of that, but all right. Anyways, why is your God the only God? Because that God is the true God.
That's what everybody says. That carries no weight. That statement carries no weight because everyone says it.
You know how in life you are a different character in every story, in every person's story. Some people might find Bakanga being, you know, a bad person. Others might find Bakanga intellectual, and few would find you XY, right? So I think when we all come up here as human beings and say our God, quote unquote, is the true God, essentially we are talking about this one higher power. We're just giving it different perceptions.
What if those perceptions contradict in nature?
They do. If Bakanga is good, he can't also be bad.
Good.
But he's still Bakanga.
Exactly. No, I'm not still Bakanga. If one person... Hold up. Listen. If one person says I'm a gorilla and another person says I'm a chimpanzee...
What the fuck? That's not a person. That's not a trait.
Hold up. I'll show you. If one person says Bakanga is a gorilla and another person says Bakanga is an orangutan, then there is no Bakanga. And whatever
that is. It's still a primate.
Bro, listen. Then there is no Bakanga. And Bakanga to everyone is whatever they imagine Bakanga and what they want Bakanga to be, not what Bakanga is truly and in fact is. And it doesn't mean that there's even a Bakanga. There doesn't even have to be a Bakanga.
How? How did you come up with that?
Hold up. I'll show you. Because the reason why they feel the need to say that there is a Bakanga and yet you cannot describe Bakanga differently is not based on an objective reality so much as it is based on a subjective perspective and brain function.
Right.
As far as reality itself, anyone who is not part of that argument, if they can observe and see Bakanga, then they don't need to be persuaded whether Bakanga is a gorilla or a monkey. The same thing is true for God and all of God's attributes, right? The reason why the Muslim God and the Christian God is not the same entity is because the Muslim God is not God if he has a son. And the Christian God is not God if he didn't send his son. That's two different descriptions of two different people. And if you look at the characteristics and the things that the Christian God does, it's in direct contradiction with what the Muslims say that their God does. That's two different entities. Two different things you're talking about. So either you're both right and each of what you're saying is true, or you're both confused and you're both making it up.
It just seems like they're just putting limitations and restrictions to what he can do or he can't do.
It's not a matter of putting limitations on what he can do or he can't do. You have no choice but to put limitations because you are forming it in your mind. It's not objective outside of your mind.
Perception, the Bakanga. So what you're saying,
it's not perception.
It's subjective.
It's not perception.
Is objective.
We don't perceive God. God is not something you perceive. God is something you imagine. And that imagination is not due to a perception so much as it's due to an imagination.
Why do so many people imagine the same thing? Imagination is creative. It should be unique.
No two people imagine the same thing. It's actually impossible.
They do. Within the same religion, yes, they do.
No, not within the same religion. They don't. There's no two Muslims.
All Muslims are not gonna believe that Allah is different from what.
Listen to me. That's why you need to be smart as son to know the difference between what people mean when they say what they say and what they're actually saying.
How would one know?
Okay, good. One knows not just based on what they're saying, but based on how they are able to put to practice what they're saying. That's how you know the difference between what they're saying and what they're not saying. Especially if they're using generic words. Because what Muslims are just people who use the same words to describe different things. And then they come together based on the fact that they're using the same words. But the moment you deep dive into it, you start realizing that
Yeah, but
they're
you
not
say
really.
word means
Oh,
word.
hold up. They're not really thinking about it in the same way.
You said no matter how people define it, words are by definition words. It's the English language. So how can they be different?
That's what I'm saying to you, because these people are using the same words, but they are defining it differently.
But that's useless. That's irrelevant.
That's relevant because if you guys are using the same words and yet you're describing them differently and you're smart enough to know that you shouldn't do that, then that means you're just making it up in your head.
How?
Okay, let me give you an example, right?
Like, look,
So, hold up,
picture.
bro.
I can say it's, oh my God, it looks a very
hold
scary
up,
looking
bro.
picture. Another
The
person can say
Christian-
it's very uplifting.
The Christian, bro, because you can see the picture. You're talking about something you can perceive, you can see. You're not talking about something that's imaginary.
Okay, that goes with my argument. Even if something is so obvious that you can literally see from your naked eye and still has such different perspectives, can you just imagine a deity, that complex ex God that you can see in your day to day, can also have just as many perceptions? Of course.
That would be true if there was any evidence that there is any deities outside of within our perception, but they're not deities. Deities have never been perceived. Hold up,
scientific proof.
Hold up. That's not the type of proof that will prove that deities exist, bro.
Sure, maybe for you.
Scientific conclusion, not just for me. Listen, when you see something, then you try to figure out what that thing is. It's different than when you've never seen it. You just think that it has to be. Then you go looking for evidence to support why you think it has to be. And then you do it for thousands of years and you never prove that it's supposed to be. Everyone has a different opinion. Bro, hold up. Hinduism has been around for a long time and they have many gods, and none of them will be able to prove that their God exists any more than you have proved that your God exists.
Abrahamic gods at least.
No, I'm talking about God in general. It doesn't belong to the Abrahamic people. You don't own. You have your own version of it. Like I said, you imagine your own version of it. But everyone in the world have their own gods.
Who's your God?
And their God is not invalid.
Who's your God?
An entity which doesn't exist.
Interesting.
Yeah, I imagine God.
Where do you think the world universe came from?
The God that I imagine in my head is in the same category as Superman.
Do you believe in the universe?
I don't believe in anything, Hassan.
Shit. Do you believe in yourself?
I do not believe in myself.
You definitely believe in me, though, right?
No, I do not.
That's crazy.
What is belief?
What is belief or believe? To believe in something.
What is belief?
Like belief itself would be I don't know, like something that you, an idea. A belief would be a set of values that you find to be true.
That you find to be true, or that are true regardless of if you find it?
No, just something that you find to be true, yeah.
So the one who finds it to be true is you, right?
Something you find, yeah.
Okay, good. Now, let me tell you what the fact is. A fact is something that is true, regardless of what you think about it. It's not a belief, okay? It's not a belief. That means that if I see something, that thing is not what it is because I find it to be true.
Say that again, please. So it's true without you thinking about it?
Because it's true regardless of what you think of it. What it is not dependent on what you think of it. It's based on what it is as you see it and can be observed from other perspectives to simply be what it is. And guess what? If you were removed from the equation, other people will still be able to observe it in the way that you said that it was. Right? For example, this painting behind me, bro.
Yes.
If you remove me out of the equation and what I think of this painting, people will still be able to see the painting as it is.
Right. Okay.
Because the painting is there. Listen, because the painting is there. God is not there.
I'm not there.
None of these gods are there, right?
Wait, so why don't you believe in me though? Because I'm not here?
Because you being there doesn't depend on me believing in you. It's dependent on the fact that you are truly and in fact there. When something is truly and in fact itself, it doesn't require opinions in order to be established as true.
So what if I just say I don't believe in God? So then in fact when you put this word believe in something, it takes away from their objective truth?
Because the word is fundamentally built on doubt and personal opinion, which is not usually factual. So,
Okay,
so
see, this is
if
where the language kicks in.
your
When I say
opinion,
if you believe in
listen,
me, not in my existence, but more so that, you know, maybe Satara could next time defeat me in a debate. Maybe Satara will be successful. The belief in terms of like,
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. This is what I know. Let me tell you
there's
what I
some level
know.
of faith required
Hold
for
up,
those
hold up,
future
hold
things that
up,
haven't
hold
occurred
up.
yet.
Let me tell you what I know. If I ever had a conversation with Sutara where he is more knowledgeable than I am, then Sutara would win in that debate, right? It's not a belief. It's just something that I know that would happen if those circumstances are true.
No,
now,
I know.
if the circumstances are not as I stated, it wouldn't happen.
No. Do you believe it to occur?
No.
That if it'll ever happen. That's what I'm saying. Okay, there you
no,
go.
No, I don't.
So
listen.
So would I know that that moment would come, or would I have to believe for
Sutara, listen, okay?
Or in fact, I think
whether that moment comes or not,
you have to believe it to be true. Because if I don't believe it, it's not going to happen.
Son, listen. Whether I believe it or not, if it happens, it happens. Believing it doesn't add substance. It doesn't add substance. It doesn't add. Hold up. Believing it doesn't add substance to my well-being. It actually takes away substance because it now creates expectations. The moment you believe in something, you become dependent on certain expectations. Because
what's wrong with healthy expectations?
Hold up, I'll show you. When the expectations do not manifest themselves as you have believed them, it now becomes a problem for you to compromise those beliefs rather than acknowledge the fact that you were wrong. Like, for example, right? That's why Jesus has to be the only way to Christians. And they can't possibly imagine that Muhammad could have possibly been the way that came after Jesus. So when they look at a scenario where it appears as though they have to be wrong, the expectation that Jesus is the only way would hinder their ability to see that Muhammad could also be the way. That's how beliefs work.
More of an extreme, and I don't think that's an expectation, Bakanga. That's
listen
again.
Listen again.
You don't expect him to be the last.
Listen again. Jesus is the one and only true way to God the Father. You understand that?
Yeah. That's crazy coming from you.
You understand that? I'm talking from a Christian perspective.
Yeah,
you understand that? Not Muhammad, not Moses, not the Quran, not doing dua.
Moses.
Hold up. Not Moses. Moses is not the way to the Father. The only way to the Father that has ever been given to humanity from a Christian perspective is Jesus. So as far as the Christian is concerned, you can put Moses on the back shelf. That's why they say Old Testament doesn't matter. You can take Muhammad and you can throw it as far as possible in the ocean. It doesn't matter to them. Now, from a Muslim perspective, Muhammad is the way to Allah. Muhammad is the one to whom Allah gave his word. Right? Allah gave his word to Muhammad. Muhammad put it into the form of the Quran. And Muslims cannot get to Allah. Bro, hold up. No, nobody saw Gabriel.
But that's the story. That's the like.
we're not going into Kuku Gaga land. What we do know.
Get it right.
Right? Is that the writings are attributed to Muhammad. Right? That's the man. That's where it begins. That's the man. Right there. That man is the connection between other men and God. So Muhammad is the way. If you want to get to Allah, you have to follow the words of Muhammad, which is the Quran. So the Quran is not the word of God, it's the words of Muhammad.
Whoa, no, you're confusing for hadiths.
Again,
the Quran supported by hadiths.
Who spoke these words? Who spoke these words when it was being written down? Who spoke?
Gabriel. What do you mean? Gabriel? No,
hold up.
What does that mean?
So Gabriel spoke the words and
wait,
then...
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry. What do you mean who spoke his words?
The words that were being spoken when the Quran was being penned down. Whose words? Yeah. Who spoke those words?
Muhammad, yeah.
Good. Whatever claims Muhammad makes, good for him. But we're not a bunch of buffoons. We're not stupid.
Bro. Because the
listen to me, bro. Listen, Hassan, believe what you want to believe, but our brains work. Everything Muhammad spoke, he spoke it like every other man did. And you are not going to persuade anybody that got an ounce of brain in their head that works properly.
He spoke like every other man, but with knowledge of God.
Sitara.
Yes.
He was still telling you what he thinks. That's how human being works. Bro, listen to me.
He's telling us what he's learned.
Listen to me. Human beings can only talk what they think.
Sorry, say that again? What?
Human beings can only say what they think.
No,
now listen,
and what they know.
Listen again. Listen again.
Okay, sure.
Human beings can only say what they think.
Okay.
Now listen carefully. If what they think is true, then there will be another source that is credible to say the same thing they have said and corroborate it. Hold up, bro. Just listen. There has to be another source to corroborate that information, right?
Okay.
Now, as far as what Muhammad said, was there anybody there with Muhammad when Jibril was giving Muhammad the Quran?
Yes.
People saw him talking with hold up. So every word written in the Quran that Muhammad said came from Allah. Was there anybody there when Allah was giving it to him through Jibril, watching him face to face?
This wasn't a FedEx delivery.
Bro, was there anybody there?
This is not a FedEx delivery where people
was there anybody there to witness that Jibril was telling Muhammad, this is what Allah says, and Muhammad was remembering it, and people could see that they were having that conversation? Was there anybody there?
That's not how it
Hassan, was there anybody there?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, so now you don't know. What does the Quran say? What does the Quran say?
What do you mean? There says many truths.
What did the Quran says about when Allah was giving Muhammad that information? Did the Quran say anybody was there?
He sent Jibril.
Bro, when he sent Jibril and Jibril was talking to Muhammad, was there any other human being there?
There were human beings there. But it's just that Muhammad understood the words.
Was there any human beings? Bro, it doesn't matter if Muhammad understood the words. That's not how it works. Let me tell you what. Hold up, listen, bro. If my boss gives me a message to go and give someone, I don't have to understand the message. I just need to pass the message.
Job for long if you don't.
Listen, bro.
Okay, actually, say that again.
Bro.
Well, if you're just a messenger.
Muhammad is a messenger, right?
No. Gabriel was the messenger in this case. He came to.
Is Muhammad not Allah's messenger?
Okay, by definition, yes.
Is Muhammad not the messenger?
Maybe.
It is not necessary that the messenger understand the message. It's only necessary that the messenger understand how to transmit the message.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So, who was there with Muhammad when Muhammad was receiving the message? I'm asking you who was there.
I don't know.
Anybody who wants to know if Muhammad made that shit up out of his ass?
What?
Anybody who cares about knowing if it's possible that Muhammad could have made that shit up?
No, we believe.
I'm not talking about your belief. I'm talking about the facts. Who was there?
My fact is going to be what I believe.
Who was there? That's not how facts work. That's not how facts works. Facts is not based on what you believe.
Give me a fact that would be true without me believing in it right now.
You would die one day.
Nope. They can
whether you believe it or not, you believe it or not. Listen to me, bro. You're going to take a shit. You're going to take a shit. Bro. Listen, bro. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me. There's two possibilities, okay? Let me tell you two facts that work hand in hand. You're going to take a shit and you're going to wipe your ass.
Yes, because I am human.
Hassan, is that a fact or is that just a that's not a fact? Hassan, listening to me right now. You will take a fat shit, not just a little one, a fat shit.
Prove it. Prove it if it's fat or is it gonna be small.
You will wipe your ass.
What have I eaten that's gonna make it fat?
Anything that's bigger than an atom is fat. It's fat shit. Listen, Hassan, that is a fact that no one has to believe in, but it would happen. And the only way that that's not a fact is if you don't wipe your ass when you shit, bro.
or hold it in for, but eventually it's gonna be
bro, like I said, the only way this fact that I said is not true is if you don't clean your behind.
So did you just give a possibility for it not being true now? Is that what you're saying?
That's why I gave you 2 facts. This is
So
the
give me a
fact
fact where there's no possibility of it not being otherwise.
that you're going to take a shit.
Okay, there you go. Point blank. Okay. Well, but what if I die before I get to take a shit? Still,
That's
how
taking a
that's
shit.
untrue.
Listen.
What?
Listen.
No.
That's still hold up. You just took a fat dump, man. You dumped out your whole life.
No, but you said I was going to. You said
listen. Okay. What is poop? Poop is waste, right?
Feces, yeah.
It's waste, right?
Yes. Yeah.
What's a dead body?
Bro, calling dead bodies poop is wild.
A dead body is waste. That's why we put it in the ground, bro. We get rid of that shit. It's trash.
Words to say something, right? Even your thoughts that are not being acted upon is a waste.
It's just trash that we have
It's something that doesn't hold value anymore.
Listen, of course it doesn't hold value, but we have sentimental attachments to it. That's why we dispose it.
So then therefore it's not
we
waste.
dispose it, bro. It is waste. We dispose of it.
Nope, not to its close numbers.
Bro, listen again.
Your mother's body, there's not gonna be a waste.
Listen to me, bro. We don't get rid of all trash in the same way. There's some trash that we just not burning up. There's some trash that we recycle, right? Even poop. You can recycle poop into gas.
Yeah, then we're gonna go to afterlife, so I'm not waste.
Listen, poop becomes gas. Methane.
What do you mean?
Bro, that's how they dispose of shit, bro. How do you think that?
No, poop doesn't turn into gas. Well,
bro, answer my question. How do you think the government gets rid of shit?
But yeah,
right now in America, there's 315 million professional shitters, bro. How does the U.S. government get rid of all that shit, bro?
Yeah, they turn into gas, or like in water. I mean, no,
they recycle it, right?
It's like, yeah,
like you do with all waste. When we put dead bodies into the ground, bro, we're recycling that organic material. It makes the soil fertile over time.
I just think it's very wrong to count bodies as anything else. It might be the same method, yes. You use the same method with people.
What is wrong, bro? It's waste. It remains waste. It's useless. We have no use for it.
Nope. It had value. Like for instance, they could have left a remark. They could have left what's it called? Experiences. They could have left off influence.
Bro,
that affects everyone.
So
even
does poop.
Like
bro,
even
poop has value, bro. We recycle it into
exactly everything.
We recycle it, right?
Everything is important. Nothing is 100% entirely useless.
Bro, it still doesn't change the fact.
If you don't take shit, you'd literally die.
It still doesn't change the fact that it's considered waste.
So,
it's waste. It's shit.
No.
That's a fact.
That waste is going to be turned into something important.
Hassan.
It might seem to you as it's waste, right? Like people didn't know the value of diamond once, and they thought it was just whatever.
Hassan, you want me to give you another fact that's true?
Without me believing in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a male.
Only if I believe it. If I don't believe it, I'll be a trans woman.
So tell me, what makes a male a male?
Their identity, how they identify themselves.
So it has nothing to do with biology?
Nope.
So
they'll just be a trans woman.
Hold up. So if you're born with a pencil, what are you?
Yes.
What are you?
You are what you identify. Again, what you.
No, what's the difference? What's the difference between a human being who's born with a pencil and a human being who's not? What words do we in fact describe them as? What is the word?
That's it. Pencil. Having a pencil, not having a pencil.
So what is the word that you use to describe someone who doesn't have a pencil?
You describe them saying that they don't have a pencil.
What is the one word that defines a human being who doesn't have a pencil?
Vagina. You don't describe them. You don't get to describe them.
So let me ask you a question.
They have the right to
hold up. So when your child will be born, you're gonna be like, this is a penis and this is a vagina. My wife just gave birth to it.
Yeah, I mean, we would assume. We can assume. We will assume that it is something because that is generally.
Hassan, you just got caught. You just got caught in your own hole, bro. You just dug a hole for yourself.
Assume. If I see a pencil, I'm gonna say yes, it's a boy. I will assume that.
Oh, hold on. Why are you gonna call it a boy?
Assuming. Like I'm assuming everything.
Hold up. Why are you gonna call it a boy?
Because I'm assuming. I just told you.
You're assuming that what? You're assuming that what?
I made an assumption of it's going to be a boy just because of how it looks.
No, I'm talking after it's born. What are you assuming after it's born?
I just told you, yes, a boy. I'm assuming that it's going to be a boy because of how it looks like to me.
Okay, so what could possibly happen to make it not be a boy?
When it grows older, it can tell otherwise. It can feel as if it's not a boy.
So if you feel like hold up, Hassan. That's not what LGBT people are arguing for.
You don't believe? Do you believe that a biological male could be a woman?
No, not biologically.
Yeah, exactly. Why?
You could listen.
It's called. There's two different things. There's gender and then there's sex.
Listen again. Listen again. A glass will never become water. You understand?
They have different properties.
Okay, good. A biological male would never be biologically a female.
Okay, yes, that's true.
Listen again. A biological male will never be a biological female, regardless of what anybody
Let me ask
thinks.
you some questions.
Hassan, hold up.
I want to understand.
What makes a woman is her biology.
Yeah.
It's her biology.
Their biology? Really?
Yes.
Okay. Hold up. So now, if a woman has a surgery where they do implant, where they put a penis in, so now they're no longer a woman?
They still have a vagina. It's just disabled.
No, they did a
it's
surgery.
a disability. Listen to me.
Most guys do it easy.
Hassan,
if there's a guy who has a penis and removes it, is he now a guy?
Hassan, listen, and stop using that word. Listen, okay? If you voluntarily mutilate yourself,
yes,
you have voluntarily inflicted a disability upon yourself. And if it brings you pleasure, hold up. If it brings you pleasure, I don't stand in judgment. But you are not going to try to come and influence my perception of reality and my brain that works and tell me that all of a sudden now you're a woman.
Man, all they're saying is that socially they don't believe themselves.
Hassan, hold up. If you want me to call you a woman, I will.
Right.
But I do it very much with the knowledge that I know that you're not. You just like to be called that.
Well, there's a lot of people like that who found middle ground.
Hassan, hold up. I don't need to disrespect what you think of yourself. That's why you don't need to disrespect.
Why can't you follow the same logic when they believe in God?
Hold up. Bro, that's what I'm telling you. I don't have a problem with you believing in God. I'm just telling you that I'm not going to pretend like it's real. And you're not going to pretend like I have to. You listen. I don't have to pretend like the shit that you made up in your head to make yourself feel good is real to me. If you want me to pretend like it's real to you, I will. For you. Especially if it doesn't. What I was really saying. Hold up.
Even though it's objectively true, for me, it will be otherwise.
Listen,
it will be seen otherwise, perceived otherwise.
Hassan, I'm not calling you a woman because I perceive you as a woman. I'm calling you as a woman because you asked me to for your own mental health. So I will. My perception tells me that you're a man.
No, they're not asking you to call them for their mental health. Some people can care less what you call them and they go on with their day. It's about again what they.
Okay,
it's
good.
Respect, right? It's about understanding that it is what it is.
You can't ask me to respect you by disrespecting myself.
How are you being disrespected for them identifying who they are?
Because I identify how I think and identify how I speak. You don't get to determine my vocabulary.
Oh, interesting. That's interesting.
Listen, Hassan, listen. I didn't hear what you just said. And you didn't hear what I just said. You didn't hear what I just said.
Okay, go ahead.
What you think of yourself is what you think of yourself.
Okay.
What I see you as you are, what I see you as being, regardless of what you think of yourself, is different from what you want me to acknowledge that you think of yourself, right? It's different. And I have the right to separate both. If you want to, like for example, you want to be called Sitara, right? That's why you put out that name Sitara,
That's what I'm saying. That's normal thing to do.
Sitara. You want to be called Sitara, right?
Right. You call me yes.
And I often call you Hassan, right?
Yes, that's because of how you knew me originally.
Okay, good. But what's the possibility that you are neither?
A lot.
Okay, so let me ask you now. What's your real name?
It is Hassan.
Your real name is Hassan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know that your real name is Hassan, but I will call you Sutara because you've demonstrated and asked me to call you that, and it doesn't cost me anything to do it.
Well, I actually prefer older people that I knew before to call me Hassan. You see, I swear to God, you just
listen, Hassan. It doesn't cost me anything to identify you the way you want to be identified.
Even if I understand what you're saying, though. Yes, hold up.
Even if it is irrational to me, as long as it doesn't cost me anything, I will call you by whatever pronoun you want me to call you. Call you an orangutan, bro.
It's crazy,
bro. Don't you identify? What's your pronoun? What's your Islamic pronoun?
She, him, his.
That's your pronoun?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Is your pronoun part of the? Is your pronoun part of the alphabet?
Part of the who?
Of the alphabet.
Alphabet? No. He. Well, what do you mean? He. Yeah. He, him, his.
What's the pronouns of your God?
Pronouns of my God is. Truth and reality.
No, truth and reality are not pronouns, bro. What are the pronouns of your God?
He's not a man.
What are the pronouns? What are the pronouns of your God?
You would have to create pronouns for like deities, higher powers. You'd have to do that.
Bro.
Pronouns is a man-made concept.
Bro. So is God. So is God. God is also a man-made concept.
Everything that exists in your head is man-made. You do understand that, right? Even facts.
And there are some things you're correct. That's why facts are valuable, because of what facts can do. Facts will allow you to see the world as it is, as opposed to how you want it to be.
It assists to form a picture.
No. It's not just an assistance. That's exactly what is happening when you see the world as it is. Facts allow you to see things as they are rather than how you feel like they should be. So if you don't have the ability to see things,
example, by the way,
bro, let me give you the facts. Okay, when we look at the world, we don't see anyone who identifies as God. Now, hold up. Of course, if you go searching for God anywhere in the real world, you won't find him anywhere. You won't find a person called God.
How's that a fact?
Like I said, because it's been done.
What's been done?
The searching of deities within the human world. No one has ever found one and brought it and said, hey, look, this is a God here.
More people who have found God than people who haven't, by the way.
Where did they find God at? Where's God at right now?
Different people have different experiences. Some people found
God. Yeah, okay, where did they find God at? Where?
I don't fucking know. Some people say that they found him in his sleep when they were dreaming.
Yeah, that's not the real world. That's not the real world. I'm saying that in the real world, bro, I can get it, bro. In your personal world, wherever you're cooking up for yourself, you can find whatever you want to find too. We don't have a problem with that, bro. But in the real world, in the day-to-day world, the world where we eat, shit, sleep, and freaking
have you ever found DNA?
And go to sleep, you don't find God there, right?
Life? Wait, when's the last time you saw a strand of DNA?
The last time that I found a strand of DNA?
Yes.
I've never found a strand of DNA. Literally.
Okay, perfect.
Hassan, listen again. Literally. But I can, if you need me to, and I can go and we can go and find it together.
Perfect. Right? Perfect.
Hassan, listen again. Listen again. You and I can go right now and go and do a DNA test to see if our fathers are both our fathers. And you can observe it. Hold up, bro. You can observe it if necessary. Like I said, I'm not saying that you have to see God instantaneously, right? I'm just saying that. Hassan, hold up.
Oh my God.
If anybody has ever found God anywhere or knows how you can go and find God and see God for yourself beyond anyone having to persuade you, let us know where we can go, when we can go, how we can get there.
I was going to tell you. So when I asked you that if you've ever found a strand of DNA to be true, you said no. Yet, however, if I ask you right now, do you believe in DNAs to be real? You're going to say yes. And you just said that because
I don't.
Hold on. Because you just yourself said you believe that if me and you go out to find DNAs, you will find it. However, you've never seen it before.
Hassan, I never said that I need to go and find DNA.
You didn't know? No, that's not what I said. What you
Hassan, hold up. Let me finish. I never said that I will go and find DNA so I can believe in it.
That's not what I said. What you said.
Hassan,
you and I would not know if we go to find DNA, you'll find it.
Yes, that's not a belief. That's a fact.
Okay, you think it's a fact without seeing it, right?
Hassan, it's not that I think it's a fact without seeing it. The reason why I think it's a fact is not because I saw it. Listen, okay?
Right.
It's because I have access to it even if I want to.
Yes.
Just like,
Fine.
listen, Hassan. When you have access to something,
yeah,
right, that has already been corroborated beyond shadow of doubt by other credible sources, and if you have any doubt at any moment, you can go and confirm it. That's how facts also work, right? It's different from a belief. Listen, it's different from a belief, right? You may believe something which cannot be proven to be true outside of your belief. DNA can be proven to be true outside of whether I say it is or not.
Listen. What I was trying to say to you is that because we understand that DNAs do exist, we do understand there's 2 strands of DNA to be DNA with different codes. Okay, perfect. So what I was saying is that we don't need to, in a literal sense, as you just said, for me to right now a DNA sitting in my hand and right to the microscope. I know that DNA exists because wait. I know DNA exists because humans exist, and I know humans contain DNA. The same way, we don't need to see a God because we know that God is our creator and we see its creation.
Hassan, you're just running your mouth for no reason. How did human beings know that there was DNA there? By faith?
No.
By supernatural experience? By supernatural experience?
By
reading the book that was given by a prophet? 2,000 years ago?
By reading a book by given scientists.
Bro. How did human beings come to find out that there was DNA?
We read books by scientists.
Hassan. These prophets that wrote these books, can we examine their material practically?
Yes. We can read the verses and see if that's how the reality works.
So since you were comparing God to DNA, you and I right now, Hassan, are there facilities in this world that is actually within our financial capabilities that you and I can go and observe DNA right now?
No, I'm broke. I'm last year's.
I'm not broke. Like if Hassan, is it possible right now, if you and I really had an argument and this argument was important, could we go and observe DNA? Yes or no?
It's logically possible, yeah.
No, can we go and observe DNA? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, as far as God is concerned, can we observe God right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
Where?
We're observing him right now.
Where?
Through each other.
That's why I said you have no case, bro. So you think we are gods?
No, we're his
creation.
Then
if you observe, you don't know that.
You are a direct result of God.
You don't know that we're his creation because you observe the creation. You think that is his creation because you can't think of any other way. So your belief in God is because you want the world to be that way so that it can make sense to you.
You still have to give me a fact that remains true without me believing it.
Hassan, the words that you just said right now, did you say it?
And I believe in them, so therefore it's true.
Hold up. The fact is that you said it, right?
No, the fact is that I remember and I believe. If I don't remember, I will not believe, and therefore it's not going to...
Hassan, you want me to give you a fact right now that is true, regardless of if you believe it right now?
Yes.
You're on TikTok.
No, I clicked on the other ad.
That just means that just means that you don't have the ability to see facts because that just means you have brain damage, bro.
Okay, you just gave this app a name, TikTok. TikTok is a name. That's not a fact.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You're on TikTok right now, Hassan. You are on TikTok right now. I dare you to deny it. Deny it and show us your mental. Hold on, bro.
What TikTok is?
Okay, good.
I'm on my phone,
bro,
having a conversation.
If you don't know what TikTok is, bro, we are justified to classify you as mentally disabled. Like
Can you tell me what TikTok is, please?
Listen, Hassan.
What is TikTok? No, seriously, what is TikTok?
I'll tell you. Don't worry. If you are on TikTok,
yes,
and you got on TikTok. And I've had previous conversations with you. And you just told me that TikTok has to get banned. If you just did all those things and yet you ask me what is TikTok, bro, that would be like me going to a mental hospital and trying to explain thermodynamics to a mentally ill patient.
They can. They're mental people that has no knowledge.
Sitara,
they're just there for their conditions.
Sitara, I'm not wasting my time explaining something to someone who can't understand it.
Again, there's people who do.
I'm smart enough. I'm smart enough to tell that you can't understand what TikTok is, even if I was to make it clear to you because you're on it and you don't even know you're on it, bro. That means that means that there is a possibility that your brain is fucked up.
So what the possibility that
there's a possibility that your brain ain't working.
Listen, we have to acknowledge a fact to be even a fact. You see, yes, obviously I'm aware what I clicked on before I got on.
Son, the facts are the facts.
Because you're aware.
The facts, bro. The facts are the facts. Regardless of if you acknowledge them, the facts is the facts. Regardless of if you acknowledge them,
you still have to show me a person right now.
It is not your. It is not your acknowledgement that makes a fact a fact.
Bro,
it is not your acknowledgement that makes a fact a fact. It is not your acknowledgement that makes a fact a fact. And people who use facts don't use facts because they acknowledge it. They use facts because the facts speak for themselves.
No,
it's a
because
tool.
If they don't hold to it, they're not going to use it, bro. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. They only use quote-unquote facts because they understand it, right? They know it to be true.
Understanding it and acknowledging it are two different things.
Nope. You can only acknowledge something when you understand it.
Let me ask you a question. Can you acknowledge that you don't understand something?
Only off of someone.
Can you acknowledge that you don't understand something?
Can I acknowledge something that I don't understand?
Can you acknowledge that you don't understand?
Arrogantly.
Acknowledgement, bro, is belief. What you acknowledge is what you believe. Listen to me.
Do you acknowledge things?
Listen to me.
Apparently you don't acknowledge things either because you don't believe.
I don't need to acknowledge anything.
That's
anything.
crazy.
Let me tell you something, bro. Things which are real acknowledge themselves. It doesn't depend on anything I do. Listen, bro. It's when something you know how in AA they say, give me the strength to control the things I can control and the wisdom to know the things I can't control. I don't control the facts. Every time people try to control the facts, that's called manipulation, and it usually gives birth to deception. The facts don't need to be the facts simply need to be presented. Yes, scientific theories present facts.
No, they use facts. They quite literally use facts for coming up with an explanation.
Hey, listen. They present facts. They don't come up with the explanation. The facts come up with the explanation. They are just the presenters. Bro. Listen to me, okay, bro? When you're experimenting something, right? Actually, let me use a different example. When your teacher grades the test,
I gotta go eat soon, though. But
your teacher doesn't have to acknowledge that you passed. The teacher just presents you with the facts of the results of what you got.
The teacher, it's very needed the teacher acknowledges you pass because that teacher is responsible for giving you your grade.
Hassan, when he's giving you your grade, he doesn't care to understand your responses. He doesn't care why you put the wrong response.
Then it's not a good teacher.
Hassan, listen again. That's not the point of the test. The point of the test is not that the teacher tries to understand every wrong answer that the student put. The point of the test is Hassan, the point of the test is to determine if the answer which was taught during the lesson is the answer that the student wrote on the paper. If a teacher asks you, according to basic arithmetic, right, if 1 + 2 is 3 and you put 4, the teacher doesn't need to sit down there and try to think what you were thinking in your head when you put 4. He's just gonna cross it out as wrong.
Oh my God, yes they do. He doesn't why you were wrong to help you understanding.
He doesn't have to understand why you think that the answer is 4. All he knows is that you got the answer wrong. You don't need to. You don't need to sit down and try to understand what every wrong answer is. As long as you know what the right answer is. If you see a wrong answer, you just check it wrong. In fact, bro, you went to school in America,
but you
right?
need some understanding about that. Oh my God, exactly. For you to make that decision that it's wrong, you need understanding for it, or else you won't know.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is. A student can't test another student's test for that very reason. We don't know what's right or wrong.
Hassan, stop talking. You went to high school, right?
I finished high school.
Okay. You remember those little grading plots?
Scantrons?
Yes, scantrons.
Yes.
Okay. When the teacher grades you with a scantron, does he even have to go and look at what you put on the test, actually?
No, they put in the fucking machine.
Okay. Do you know why?
Yes, because it's easy.
It's not that it's easy. It's because
automated. It's faster.
Listen. It's efficient to do what grading is supposed to do. When the teacher is grading your test, he's not trying to understand why you put the wrong answer. He's just trying to find out if you have the right answer.
Understands what it means to be right or wrong, right? If you give me another student Scantron, I can't grade it because I don't understand the content. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Listen. When the teacher is grading it, he's not grading it off his memory. He already has a master sheet with all the answers on it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's multiple choice.
Yeah.
If the answer is A and you put B,
because he has knowledge in front of it.
Listen. If the answer is A and you put B, the teacher don't give a shit why you put B. All he knows is that you didn't put A. You got it wrong.
Yes. What's your point by saying that?
My point of saying that, bro, is that when you look at the real world, when something is real, it's not because you acknowledge it. You simply need to have the ability to understand it. Listen.
Oh my God! Like when I die, right? There's gonna be no more facts left for me. I can't observe them. I'm not gonna be there to test it.
Listen carefully. It is possible to understand something and still choose not to acknowledge it. Like there's some people who just don't like you. Hassan, hold up.
Something that you don't understand.
Hassan, just listen. Yes, you can acknowledge something that you don't understand. Let me give you an example. Just listen. I can acknowledge that Hassan is a really great guy. That Hassan is such a fantastic guy. Hassan is disciplined. Hassan is smart. He's a genius. Come to find out Hassan is really a pervert that goes to the internet and does all this perverted stuff that he shouldn't be doing. Come to find out. Hold up.
So therefore your acknowledgement was wrong. That's what I'm saying. You can't truly acknowledge something if you don't have knowledge of it. Exactly.
Hassan, acknowledgement doesn't need to be wrong or right because that's not what acknowledgement is.
What is acknowledging to you?
Acknowledgement is just what you think something is.
Oh my God. No, it's more to it, right? It's recognizing
acknowledgement is fundamentally when you simply think that something is. So now,
bro.
Listen to me.
Like you do. Go open up your dictionary, right? Acknowledging something is to be able to recognize something of how it functions, right? Or how it ought to be. That's what moment of acknowledging means. Realization. That's what acknowledging is. On top of my head, at least. But you can open up the dictionary to see why it's not just thoughts.
Accept, admit the existence or truth of. Recognize the fact or importance or quality of. Listen, Hassan, listen.
I'm not stupid, don't worry.
Hassan, you're about to learn today. Accept.
Learn today.
Yes, accept or admit the existence or truth of. That's the definition of the word acknowledge right now. Let me read to you the definition of the word belief. Listen, watch.
Fuck belief.
Listen to the definition of the word belief. Stop playing games. You're about to learn today.
Okay. I gotta eat.
Accept as true or feel sure of.
Acknowledgement
and acceptance and belief is one and the same thing.
Nope. Belief is not the same as acknowledging because there was more to that definition.
If you believe that something is true, what you're doing is that you're acknowledging that it's true.
Nope. And you're using your feelings.
Yes, because you can acknowledge something. Hold up, Hassan.
It was blank on facts.
Hassan.
And accepting it and recognizing
some people can back up their beliefs by facts, even though they don't need to believe.
They do it all the time.
Hassan. Some people can back up their beliefs by facts, even though they don't really need to. Now, some people back up their beliefs based on their feelings, even though they need to back it up by facts. And then once you back it up by facts, you don't need to acknowledge it anymore. You simply need to know it.
Jumbo Wumbo. Bukang, I'm going to bring you back to the point.
Hassan, you simply need to know it.
Using the definition?
Hassan,
I have
if you are a boy, right? And I acknowledge you as a girl.
Yeah, then you're a dumbass. You don't know enough.
Hassan, you can be a boy and you want to be acknowledged as a girl. So people indulge. Now, do you have a problem calling trans people by their genders and pronouns?
Do you have a problem calling trans people by their pronouns? No, you're supposed to call them by their pronouns, what they prefer
Hassan!
pronouns.
Hassan! If a grown man with a grown beard come up to you and says that his pronoun is she, will you call him she?
I'm gonna call her a she then, I guess.
Is he truly and really, in fact, a she?
I would have to look into it. I would have to gain knowledge in order to.
Okay, you listen. If a grown-ass man with a grown-ass beard with big-ass muscles walk up to you...
Then he's not a man.
Hassan. But he wants you to acknowledge him as a man.
Yes,
as a woman.
Yes, something skeptical here.
He wants you to call him by his preferred pronoun, regardless of the facts. Would you call him by his preferred pronouns out of respect?
I'd have to recognize the facts, Bakanga. I'd have to see what he's saying.
Hassan, the facts say that he's actually a man, but he wants you to acknowledge him as a she. Will you?
Then no. If the facts are against him, then
okay, no. So, bro, what are the facts, bro? A trans person is biologically a male, not a she.
It's their social identity. It's how they identify themselves mentally.
Sure.
Socially.
But they don't want you to identify them socially or biologically as a male.
Yeah, then I have to respect. Then I will go, and then I'll
exactly. But in fact, are they really a female?
You see, I'm gonna have to define what a fact is then.
In fact, are they actually a female?
Yes.
So they're a female the moment they said they were a female.
Yeah, now they are a she and her.
So in fact, outside of what anybody thinks of them, what are they?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting you. It doesn't matter the fact outside of it. It's only
what
they believe is to be true.
Sitara. I believe that you're a gorilla.
I am. You'd be right. We're primates.
Okay. I believe that you're Hassan, I believe that you're a grapist.
Okay, so now
Hassan,
listen, you can believe whatever the fuck, but you can't acknowledge that I'm a grapist because you have no knowledge about it.
Hassan.
You can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe.
Hassan, I believe that you're a gorilla. Do you acknowledge that?
No, I don't, because it's not to be true.
But you just said 2 minutes ago that you are a gorilla.
Of course, I would have to ask
why are you dancing with your own words, bro? Why are you dancing? Bro, you see, bro, you're defeating your own point. You just said to me that you acknowledge that you're a gorilla. Oh, I'm a primate, I'm a gorilla.
I didn't say acknowledge it. I never said that.
The question to you was, do you acknowledge that you're a gorilla? You said yes.
I acknowledge that I'm a human being.
Hassan, I believe that you're a gorilla. And you said to me, yeah, I'm a gorilla. I acknowledge it.
I never said that.
Hassan.
Again, you do understand that I'm telling you that acknowledging something is not the same as believing something? You do understand that, right? They're two different things.
Hassan.
You can listen, it's easier to believe into something rather acknowledging something.
Acknowledging something and believing in it is the same thing.
Oh my God, you want to read the definitions again, bro?
Belief is defined as accept something as true, to feel sure of the truth of.
Right. Okay, to feel sure. Okay, now read acknowledging.
I'm gonna read again, believe again. Listen carefully, okay? Don't break into pieces. Take the whole definition.
I'm not.
Accept something as true, feel sure of the truth of.
That's one sentence, right?
That's the first definition. The second definition, yes, that's one sentence. The second definition says, hold something as an opinion, think or suppose.
Right.
Now, good. This is acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is accept or admit the existence or truth of.
Right.
The second definition says, of a body of opinion, recognize the fact or importance or quality of.
Right. So you see that the idea is the same. You're still wanting to believe into something, either using feelings or using facts.
Bro.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. And in order to use facts, you need to understand what that fact is. You can't just acknowledge something without knowing the fact. Otherwise, you're just believing and falling into ignorance as you were. Calling me or whatever.
You can acknowledge something without the facts. because it's not based on evidence. It's based on your acceptance. You are the one who determines if it's true or not. Your acknowledgement is what makes it true to you. That's why it's acknowledgement,
so that's what I said then. So no fact is a fact without me believing in it then. Okay,
Hassan, I'm telling you that you are actually wrong. That the nature of a fact is that the fact remains a fact, even if you don't believe in it. That's the real world. Listen, Hassan, listen, okay?
Okay, I can give it to you then, yeah.
Hassan, in the real world, a fact remains a fact, whether you acknowledge it, whether you believe it or not. So people who are smart, who don't have time to waste their brain on useless things, bro, they don't focus on accepting or rejecting things. If something works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You let the fact speak for itself. This is true also in relationships, okay, bro? If somebody shows you that they have a certain character, you can choose to ignore it. You can choose to acknowledge them as something other than that character. But eventually, they will always be themselves. If someone is a liar, a pathological liar, bro, you're
that's why with one relationship, a couple
liar.
might not be happy with their significant other, and he or she can go and find someone else that they're very much happy from. However, the fact is that it's the same person, yet they were seen differently. They were reacted differently.
A pathological liar is a pathological liar, regardless of how anybody feels about them. You just need to judge what they say and see if it's true.
How did you come up to the conclusion they're a pathological liar?
If someone is a pathological liar, that means that everything they say never backs up what is actually true in fact and observably, right? So whether they're lying to their father or to their mother, they're still a pathological liar. Even if their mom thinks, listen, bro. Jeffrey Dahmer's mom probably thinks that he's her sweet little boy.
But Kanga, for you to prove that someone is a pathological liar to be a fact would only remain true to be in your head. Yes, the definition of a pathological liar would be someone who lies about something that to be untrue, right? But you to prove someone is a pathological liar.
If someone is a pathological liar, it's in direct connection with their character. As long as they are themselves and they stay alive, their character will be their character. Now, if they choose to change their character, then the fact will remain that they used to be a pathological liar and now they are no more a pathological liar. But there will have to be an obvious change there, right?
Where going with this is we talk too much seriously. I don't think we stick with one thing. So anyway, conversation isn't finished because we went from understanding.
If you haven't learned anything on this program, bro, if you haven't learned anything since you started talking to me, bro,
I learned a lot. But
hold up, Hassan,
right? I'm only learning what I
Hassan, listen. Let me finish what I'm saying. Learn how to think multidimensionally. That's what makes geniuses. If you can only think on one strain of thought. Listen, let me give you an example of what I'm saying.
Said, right?
Hold up. Let me give you what I'm saying. I build my thought process, bro, like a spider web. That's literally that's the psychology of my thought process. So when I begin with an idea, that's always the center of the middle of the web. Then I can stretch that web for as far as I can, and within that spider web, because I'm the predator, I can navigate it. But if you're my prey, you get caught up in it. Listen. If you're my prey, you get caught up in it. Only another spider can walk on the spider web.
I was too big for your web.
Listen again. Only another spider can walk on my spider web. If you were too big for my web, if you were too big for my web, you wouldn't be having this conversation with me. You wouldn't be on this live. The fact that you're on this live means you're already in my web.
No, they can get in contact with them.
Again, like I said, you are on my web, bro. Are you talking to me right now?
I'm just messing with you, bro.
Are you talking to me right now?
I was.
Okay,
but I don't think you have to catch up to
Hassan. And you just told me that I should stick to one point, right?
I didn't tell you should. I was just saying that because we talked about multiple points, it was hard to finish up the first point that we originally had.
Do you know why it's hard?
Yes.
Because you don't understand that. The point is finished. The point is finished when you concede.
I only concede at the end, yes, because I do have to go. I conceded with one of the points that we didn't even originally talk about.
If you had to go, you didn't have to make that statement. If you felt like you understood this entire conversation.
Yes, because I respect you, because I also have prior knowledge of you, right? Because I understand how I met. So if it was like some random person, I would have probably just left. There's more than one thing to consider. But anyways, more importantly, I will be, again, I don't know when you go live. I'll come back. I have to go eat, so.
Learn how to think multidimensionally.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say what Bruce Lee said. Bruce Lee said that I won't be afraid of a man who's learned how to kick 1,000 different ways. He'd be afraid of that man who has practiced how to kick that one way 1,000 times, right?
And listen to me. And where's Bruce Lee today? How long did Bruce Lee live?
Today's a legend, is what he is.
Hold up. It matters to who?
Matters to who? Matters to people who want to believe it to be true.
Yeah. So how long did Bruce Lee live?
Yeah, not so long. I think.
Listen to me. If you're getting your advice from Bruce Lee, prepare yourself to die young. Because if what Bruce Lee, hold up, listen. If what Bruce Lee said doesn't apply to Bruce Lee, then Bruce Lee was just bullshitting you.
Bro, why do you always start attacking things?
The example,
I did that about Muhammad.
The example that a person says, bro, stop talking when I'm talking, bro. The example that a person sets has to be observable within their life if they truly believe what they were saying. If the path that Bruce Lee was walking led him down based on what he was preaching to you and he lived it out, then if you follow his steps, you will end up like he ended up.
That's a fallacy, bro. Simply because of his belief does not mean his life's meant to genetics. It's his diet. It's the things that the time period he lived in. What are you talking about?
Okay, you said that Bruce Lee made a statement that he's not afraid of a man. Say it again.
So yes, Bruce Lee said he's not afraid of a man who's learned how to kick 1,000 different ways. Rather, he's afraid of the man who's learned how to kick one way and he's practiced it 1,000 times.
Okay, listen. That's because Bruce Lee is actually a weak motherfucker. Let me tell you why. Because
he's a what?
He's a weak motherfucker. Listen to this. Listen to this. I learned how to kick 1,000 ways, and I practice. Hassan, listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen. I know you might have some ADHD, but listen. Okay. I learned how to kick 1,000 ways, practicing each kick 1,000 times. If Bruce Lee is not afraid of me, he wouldn't even be able to stand before me. You understand, bro? So that statement that Bruce Lee made is from his subjective. Hold up. That statement that Bruce Lee made is for a weak person.
Nope.
Who doesn't really understand.
That's how you perceive it. Hey, man, if that's what you want to perceive it, be my guest.
Hold up. Listen to me. I can practice 1,000 kicks 1,000 times each. If Bruce Lee is not afraid of me, then Bruce Lee lied to you, or he's full of shit, or he doesn't know what he was talking about.
Wakanga, listen, I understand, but his moral of his story was not that you have the potential to learn 3,000 kicks 5,000 times, right? Obviously, if you want to use numbers, that's easy. That's not a big accomplishment. What he was trying to illustrate, but then again, you are right. You have the right to perceive it as how you want. You are your own person. You can believe whatever you want, and it'll only be true what's in your head. I get that. That's what I was saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
What he was trying to illustrate is that to put practice, right? It's discipline. It's not about to talk about 10,000 different points. It's about to be certain about one thing, because he has mastered that art, and Bruce Lee is known for dedication.
Let me tell you something. A man who's learned how to kick one kick 1,000 times will only
never mess up.
Of course you can mess up. When you find yourself in a situation where kicking with that specific type of kick is not the way out. But a man who's learned how to kick 1,000 different kicks, he will always have a variety of situations that he can deal with. Hold up. Listen, Bruce Lee did not say that the man who kicked 1,000 times did not practice. That's not what he said.
No, not 1,000 times, 1,000 different kicks. Well, yeah, he never emphasized.
Yes, he never emphasized how much time the person who kicked 1,000 times practiced. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole.
It can't be 1,000 times. It could be 999 times.
That is the whole in his proverb, right? That proverb has a handicap in it, and it's only possible because I live in a time that comes after Bruce Lee. So I have the relevance, I have the benefit of Bruce Lee's experiences and lessons and other people's lessons, right? Listen, in my line of work, bro, the more ways that you know how to solve a problem, bro, the better it is. If you practice only one way over and over and over and over, you get good at it. Hold up, let me finish talking. Bro, what's the point of a kick if you're not going to use it to solve a problem? Are you kicking air?
It's martial art.
Okay, what do you use martial? What do you use martial?
It's mastering.
What do you use martial arts for?
It's an art. It's an expression of art. You don't have to use it for violence.
Okay, so Bruce Lee was saying that he's not afraid of a man who uses the same kick that he practiced 1,000 times for art.
No, he is. He said he is not afraid of a man who knows how to kick 1,000 different ways. Rather, a man who has practiced the same kick 1,000 times.
Okay, so a man who's practiced the same kick 1,000 times, that makes their art more of an art than the art of a man who's practiced 1,000 kicks.
That means that, again, I've already told
You
you.
see,
Right?
you're the one who is saying that Bruce Lee was talking about art, but Bruce Lee's not talking about art. He's talking about life, solving problems,
Yeah, exactly.
facing situations. Exactly. And I'm telling you that depending on your career, depending on your situation, only knowing one way to solve a problem or how to deal with something, or only having one skill, can be detrimental.
Sure, that's you. And he never said it's an objective truth. He said subjectively what he's afraid of. He said he doesn't care about. That's what he's ought to hold to that belief.
And listen to me. If of course Bruce Lee doesn't say, right? Bruce Lee's statement is talking about himself and he's referencing to everybody else in the world, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you know what I say to Bruce Lee?
You wish.
Bruce Lee, I have practiced each of my 1,000 kicks 1,000 times. So you better be afraid of me. Because you only got one kick that you practice 1,000 times, but I got 1,000 kicks that I practice 1,000 times.
He talking about himself, but yeah.
Listen,
you be the outlier, right? You be the outlier then.
It's not just me, it's anybody else that understands the type of world that we live in 2024. I will whoop your ass, Bruce Lee, with your one kick. With your one kick. Trick. You know what I'm saying?
I heard your conversation with what's his face? What's his name? The Christian guy? The Christian guy you debate? What's his name?
I don't know.
Q-Top. You on his live, and then his friend Diego was in there, and he does that. He likes shutting everyone off. By the way, with just using
That's why when you go
stick with consistency, bro. Respect to you.
Listen, when I go to other live shows, I don't go there to go and win. I go there to intellectually and entertainingly
Yeah, I see that.
troll, not even challenge. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's not really necessary, right? And in order for me to win on another platform, I have to make the person act in the way that I'm accusing them of acting. So if you already have some type of emotional feeling, bro, you lose the argument, not based on what you say, but how you say it. Diego cannot win an argument against anybody. Listen, Diego cannot win an argument against a fly or a worm. The moment that he begins to speak, you can tell that he has brain issues, bro, like mental issues, the moment he begins to talk.
He does it as a guest, Bakanga. He does that as a guest. He opens his own lives, and he does not use that mentality.
I've never seen his lives.
I know, good, but he should talks about a particular religion, but he keeps his sanity. He only uses toxicity when he's as a guest on Q-Tops, just for the heck of it, I think. So
not just on Q-Tops, but listen to me, bro. I am telling you that the toxicity might be mild, but when he does his own lives, bro, you can still see it. That's what I was telling you earlier, bro. When a person shows you their character, bro,
right?
You don't need to acknowledge or not acknowledge it. That's who they are.
You have to experience it though, Bakanga, to know, right? You had a conversation with Diego. Now, therefore, you can come up with an idea after understanding.
I've had multiple.
Like if I had come up to you and say, "Yo,
conversations
Bakanga, what do you
with
think
him.
about Diego? Can you acknowledge that he's, a little hot-headed?" You would have said, "I don't know," right? You couldn't have acknowledged it.
No. If you ask me what I think about Diego, I will tell you what I know, not what I acknowledge. I'll tell you what I know. This is the information. That way, whether that information is true or not, it's not because I told you. It's because you have the ability to go and verify it for yourself. So when you get that information from me, you're not inclined to believe me. You're just inclined to understand that, okay, this is what Bakanga said. Now, let me seek this out and see if Diego is really what Bakanga said. Oh, you know what? What Bakanga said is consistent with what I'm observing. So this thing is true. Not because Bakanga said it, but because I observed it to be as it is.
And I also think when you acknowledge something, it's not discovering something. Acknowledging something is simply accepting, as you said, right? And that only comes with, again, understanding. I can't acknowledge something, again, if someone is telling me I'm doing something wrong and I don't know the reason behind it. I'd have to understand
acknowledging, just like belief, is more like how you feel about a certain thing. For example, right, bro? There's been times when people have been sent to jail falsely. But you still have someone there that says that, I don't think he did it.
Right, because that's what fact. It was a fact that he got jailed, but it was wrong.
but he went to jail though, and they brought up evidence against him, right? So in that moment, you need to, if you're gonna acknowledge that he didn't do it, either it's just a belief or you need to produce facts that would prove the previous statement false. Because
for sure,
if you can prove that he didn't do it and that all those facts against him were lies, bro, then you believing that he didn't do it doesn't change shit in the world. He's in jail anyways. So your acknowledgement is worthless.
Acknowledgement doesn't come just with belief.
If I acknowledge that this is a bottle of water,
you're saying the same thing. Oh my God, you're literally saying the same thing as I'm saying.
If I acknowledge that this is a bottle of water, it doesn't suddenly become a bottle of water.
No, bro, you'd only acknowledge the water bottles if you understand that what it means to be a water bottle, bro. Fuck, that's what I'm saying. You can't acknowledge it being a water bottle if you don't know what a water bottle is.
Listen. Yes, you can. Is it possible to? That's what I'm telling you. People who believe in God.
That's not acknowledging.
Bro, let me finish talking. Acknowledgement is simply to accept something as true, which is the same definition for the word believe.
Bro, you're only using the first part of belief and then also the first part of acknowledging. That's it.
That's why it starts the way it starts, right? When you start a foundational definition of a word, you start with
you work with planes and you really think that if you don't finish something, you can go ahead with it just by the start?
Bro. I am using it within that context. You know what? Let me read it again because I think you're the one who doesn't know the definition, bro. Like, you're tripping.
I do know the definition. I think I've even memorized it. You said belief is just...
Acknowledge is defined as accept or admit the existence or truth of. That's it. Okay. I acknowledge and admit the existence of God. Now, the reason why I acknowledge... No, listen to me, bro.
It literally says the acknowledging of truth.
Yes, listen.
So then how can you acknowledge God if you don't believe it to be true? You only can acknowledge God if it's true. Then you can see that there's God, by the way.
Hassan, calm your brain down and listen. Accept or admit the existence or truth of.
Yes.
Now, listen. The reason why you acknowledge that thing as true or the truth of that thing can differ from person to person. Sometimes it can be because someone saw the facts. So they decided that, okay, based on these facts, I'm going to acknowledge it. Sometimes it's just based on somebody's feelings and emotions. And they decide to acknowledge it as true because that's how they...
What did I originally say?
Hassan, let me finish talking, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Somebody acknowledges the existence of God because of their feelings about the things that have happened to them, not because they've ever observed God anywhere, not because they can make you observe God anywhere, not because there's any fact that there is a God. It's because of the fact of their own experiences. Meanwhile, somebody else can acknowledge the existence of God because they can take you right where God is and they can make you talk with God. And it's a fact. And at that point, bro, you're not even acknowledging anymore because the truth doesn't need to be acknowledged in order to be truth.
Yeah, you talk too much to be able to respond, right? Oh my God! So again, when you're saying, I don't even know which point to count. What I originally said that you can only acknowledge something, man. I didn't even say if it's a fact to acknowledge something, but you can only come to the conclusion of acknowledging something if you have understanding about it, whether or not it's using facts or emotions or feelings. That doesn't fucking matter. You can't acknowledge something without understanding.
Hold up for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. You can acknowledge something because of a misunderstanding as well.
Okay, that's fine. But in your head, you thought that misunderstanding is understanding.
That's why misunderstanding.
A fact, and you can only believe something to be true in your head.
Misunderstanding is only possible.
So you agree with me?
Misunderstanding.
Can you misunderstand a fact? But can I misunderstand a fact?
No.
Can I think that this is a fact? Yes, I can.
Hassan, listen again. You could not misunderstand something and understand at the same time. The reason why it's misunderstanding is because you do not understand. That's why it's misunderstanding. There's no understanding there. You missed the understanding. Your decision wasn't based on understanding, and you didn't even know that it wasn't based on understanding.
Let me tell you this. Okay, if you invite another theist right now, right, and you ask them wholeheartedly, do you think that God is real? Do you think it's a fact? And they say yes to you. Now, do you think objectively God is a fact? No, because they are believing for a fact to be true only in their head. That's what I'm saying. You give value to facts. You give value to what to be true.
What they believe to be a fact is not actually a fact if it leads to misunderstanding. Oh, Hassan, let me finish talking, bro. What they believe to be a fact is not really a fact if they misunderstand it. The reason why a fact is a fact is because it cannot be misunderstood. It speaks for itself. So anyone that has the capacity for understanding should be able to understand, because it doesn't really require too much work from the observer. It really requires nothing but observation in of itself.
Okay, that's fine.
So,
but all
so
I'm gonna say
the moment you misunderstand something, bro, that means you don't know the facts.
Yes, but the problem with you and me is that I understand that statement itself is true. The fact remains a fact, whether or not of someone's feelings towards it. I get that, but not everything that we believe in this world. You like, claiming, and it really helps you for this life that you don't believe in anything. That's cap. I will never believe that. But not everything that what we believe in this life is only have to be a fact.
Hassan.
There's many things in this life as human beings that we ought to be true. That's not just a fact. I believe that I'm gonna do whatever
something cannot be true if it's not a fact.
Yes, they can.
Tell me something which is true, which is not a fact. Hold up. Tell me something which is true regardless of a fact. Without being a fact.
It's true that there's going to be a woman president in the United States in the next 100 years, although it's not a fact right now. It's true. Check it out. Am I a prophet of saying that? No, but it's just it's
Hassan, that's not true at all. You just told me your opinion. That's not true. You just told me your feelings and what you think.
Okay, what do you mean something that's true that's not a fact? What, something that's true that's not a fact? Okay.
Give me an example of something which is true, which is not a fact.
Okay, it's true. It's true that I am the strongest person in my block.
It is true that you're the strongest person in your block.
Yes.
Where's the evidence?
Every person that I've encountered with, I had been stronger from.
Have you encountered everybody in your block?
No, obviously not.
That is not true. That is not true that you're the stronger person in your block. Because you haven't encountered everybody in your block. You're lying.
Isn't it more probable?
You're lying. No. That makes listen. It makes that statement a lie, bro. Listen. No. Hassan, you hold up. That statement that you made, that you're the strongest person on your block, bro, that's actually a lie. You've just proven to us that it's a lie, because you haven't met everyone on your block, but you claim that you're the strongest person on your block. It can't be true.
That's fine. Hold on. I have a question for you. If there's a Hunger Game going on right now in this neighborhood, okay? There's a Hunger Game going on, right? Hunger Games, right? There's a Hunger Game taking place right now, and I've encountered with 6 different people out of these 12 houses in this block. You have to choose between 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 12. Who would you pick out of the 12 people? The 6 people you don't know, the 6 people that got defeated, or the person that won those 6 fights? Who would you pick? I want to see what you actually pick. If there was a Hunger Game in terms of your survival right now.
Say that again. Repeat that whole thing again.
Oh my God! With that set of knowledge you have, right? I want to show you something that things that are more reasonable still have just as justifiable rights to believe in. Okay, I said in this neighborhood, in this block, there are 12 houses. There's 12 people, and within those 12 people, 6 people never got the opportunity to engage in physical activities. And with the other 6, one person has defeated the other 5 people consecutively, and there's a Hunger Game going on where you can choose one teammate out of the 6 people. 12 people. Who would you choose?
Now the facts has proven that among the 6 people who competed, one of them emerged to be the strongest one, right? But that strongest person did not fight against the other 6 people, right? Okay, so my decision will not just be based on the fact that he overcame 6 people. This is how my decision will be based on. I will interview each and every one of them.
You can't.
I cannot interview every one of them.
Choose now, because 6 people you have no information. They could be potentially. They could be strong.
Hold up. Like I said to you. So you're telling me that I cannot interview them individually?
Nope.
I just got to go based on what I observe.
Yes.
Okay. What are my needs?
Sorry.
What are my needs? What do I need?
What do you mean? What do you need?
There's a reason why I need. There's a reason. There's a reason. Okay, for survival, right? Okay,
yeah, Hunger Games. Fight to death.
Good. Now, I'm not gonna pick someone just because they can fight. I might need to pick someone because they can do medical help. They're not the strongest fighter, but they're the most knowledgeable doctor there. I cannot just pick them just because they can fight. I'll have to think. What are the skills of these other people? So I will not make a decision before I have interviewed all of them. If I can't interview all of them, then I don't even have to pick any of them. And if I have to pick any of them, then I'll just pick randomly.
All right, man. Then GG, because okay, fine. Because obviously you seems like you already know where you're going with this, or where I was going with
No,
this, right?
because
You
your
can't do it.
scenario, bro,
So I'm gonna give you my
you didn't give too
explanation, right?
many
I was
details.
gonna say,
You didn't give
I was
enough
gonna say that
details.
it's reasonable, right? Listen, that's fine what you're saying, and it's smart, I guess, right, outside the box. But I was gonna say that it's very reasonable for someone to choose to choose that guy who has proven himself, because other Sikhs are anonymous. It's more reasonable for me to choose what's safe, and it's not a fact that he's the
Hassan,
strongest there,
Hassan,
but it's
Hassan,
true. You know, that's
Hassan,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Hassan. If the goal is survival, then I cannot just pick someone based on one quality. What if that person is a backstabber? What if that person is just arrogant?
I guess, man, I could have changed the quality in terms of like
the criteria,
a boxing match,
the criteria,
a fight,
the criteria of what I need is the criteria of how I choose is dependent on what I need.
Yeah, I couldn't just say who wins a duel on 1-0, right? And you want to pick a partner. Or put your bet against, right? Forget Hunger Games. Who would you put your bet against to if there's a duel taking place right now that someone comes on top for $1 million, right? That's what the better example would have been.
In that situation, if I need to go into a boxing ring and there's 6
you're not
boxers,
even engaging in anything. You're just betting on them. If there's,
bro,
a tournament,
I don't have to bet.
No. Well, you're not answering the question then, right? So anyways, so the point is that, right, it's just some things, man, are not 100% truth or a fact that you can prove, but it's just more reasonable. The things that you've seen, because again, as being human beings, we are with our limited understanding, we'll never understand the 100 in and out of this universe. We can't. We just simply can't. We don't have the instruments to do that.
Among those 6 people, the only reason why I would pick the guy who won the fight,
the 12 people,
it's not the 12 people. It's not because he's the strongest.
Right.
It's the reason why I pick him is because he's the only one that I have observed being able to overcome 6 men.
Okay, I like how you're saying that you were observed. Yeah, it's just more. In other words,
so it would still be based on my observation. If I am limited, as you have said, like if I cannot do anything else to determine who else will work for me, so of course I will pick that person, but not because
you still made your choice without being 100% fact.
Hassan, my choice is not because I'm looking for the strongest person in the neighborhood. My choice is based on that I'm just looking for a strong person. So in that moment, my choice is not dependent on the strongest person in the neighborhood.
Right. That's what you ultimately needed to choose. And yet, however, even you don't know a fact that he's the strongest person, you still chose him.
No, but I don't need to pick the strongest person in the neighborhood. I just need to pick a strong person.
Why? No,
because the fact that I need them. Listen. Is he going to be fighting on my behalf?
Duel. Yes, it's just duel. One-on-one duel.
Then I'm only limited to pick. Can I pick any of the other 12 people?
Well, I got a phone call. Hello, can you hear me?
Can I pick any of the other 12 people?
Wait, hello?
Can I pick any of the 12 people?
Okay, I'm back. You can pick any of the 12 people.
Okay, then I'm gonna pick based on physical attributes.
Duh. So who are you picking?
I'll pick anybody that I think that is physically strong enough to do what I need to do. It could be the guy who won the fight, bro. You can't tell me that a 5'11" guy defeated a bunch of 5'11" other people, and then there's 12 people in the room, and then there's this gigantic Shaquille O'Neal.
That could happen. Again,
Hassan.
But you don't know that.
Hassan, I do know that. I know that. Hassan, I know that because I can see all 12 people. I'm supposed to pick without seeing them?
No, you're not. You see houses. You only see 12 houses. Again, you don't know who's living in the house. You pick
I'm supposed to just go there and pick randomly, bro. But how did I see them fighting? How did I see them fighting?
You were in that neighborhood.
I was in that neighborhood and I saw 6 of them.
You were observing from the street. You were observing the outside.
I saw 6 of them fighting.
Yep.
Okay, in the moment of making my choice, do I see any of them?
Bro, yes, you see 6 people out of the 12 people. 5 people got fucking murked.
Okay.
And 1
Bro. Of course, if I'm only choosing from these people that I see, then I don't even know that the other people are there.
Oh my God, Pakanga, stop acting slow on purpose. You can choose from 12 people, whoever. You just don't have information on the 6 houses. You have only information on the 6 houses.
Even if I don't have information on the houses, as long as I can see the choices that I have, I can pick from another criteria other than those who won the fight. You're saying to me that when I'm making the choice, I can't see those other 6 people in the other houses whom I did not observe fighting. Like, I can't see them, right?
Yep.
I don't even know that they're there, right?
No, they are there. You don't know who they are. You don't know if they're 4'11" midgets with handicap, or you know if they're like 7 foot.
Do I have to pick in that moment?
Yeah, you have to choose one. Who would you choose for?
You want to know what that means? That means that I only have 6 choices.
Okay, fine. Okay,
because I cannot choose.
No, you do have 12 choices. You can choose anyone.
Can I see the choices before I choose?
Yes, you see 12 houses.
Then
house
I'm
1,
going.
house 2, house 3, house 12.
Do I see the people who are in that houses? Do I see them?
No, you only see houses. You just have information on the first.
I don't even know, but I don't even know if they're in that house or not. What if they're not there?
Possibly, actually. Possibly.
So how am I supposed to?
That's also a possibility.
Bro. So if I'm making my choice, I'm not making my choice based on with I want a certain amount of knowledge, right? Like it might be limited knowledge, but I want a certain amount of knowledge. I don't just go with my first option that I think is the best option simply because I lack other information. I'll actually strive more to gain more information before I make a choice.
Well, this hypothetical, I mean, yeah, not everyone gets that, right? So that's all. That's fine. That's a good answer. But all I was trying to say, in this lifetime, we would see yourself like that guy from the story I just gave you, right? Because you don't possibly have all the information of all 12 houses, it's just more reasonable to understand that what we see, right? And go off, even though it's not a fact. It's not a fact that he's the strongest there. Those other 6 people could just like fold him, right? Just using one arm. But it's just more reasonable to believe in something that ought to be true at that given moment. That's it. That's what I was trying to show you.
Bro, if it's reasonable to believe in something that ought to be true, that simply means that you believe in what you don't know. That's why
that's fine.
Hassan, that's why it ought to be true. That's the problem. Listen, that's the problem with belief. People only believe in things that they think ought to be true, which are not really true in fact. That's why you believe.
No, you would have to prove otherwise. No, you can't say that.
Hassan, that is why you believe, because you think it ought to be true, not because it is true in fact, but because you think it ought to be true.
Prove to me that it's wrong. Prove to me the belief in God is wrong. Prove it.
I never said the belief in God is wrong.
Okay, then there you go. Then that's what I'm saying. That's your choice.
Hold up. Did I ever say that it was right or wrong?
I know you didn't, and that's for a good reason. That's fine.
No, that's not. It's because I'm not judging the matter based on right or wrong. What I'm saying is
it's just that you can't prove
that. I'm saying that you can believe in whatever you want to. I'm simply telling you that I know that you are making that shit up in the back of your head. Whether you like it or not,
just because you don't know something doesn't mean that it's being made up. That's like putting a 6th grader
I
in a
know
class
exactly that you are making it in the back of your head.
Do you understand how many kids in pre-calc start saying that calculus is useless simply because they don't understand the content, the material? Do you understand how many times people do that? Just because you don't understand something, you can't just say it doesn't exist or doesn't hold value.
Hassan, but you have access to calculus. You don't have access to a person's belief in God.
Yeah.
If you think that calculus is useless, it's because you've studied it and you don't find use for it.
No, they haven't studied it. They're failing. They just think that has no relevance.
Bro, you can't fail it if you haven't studied it and then you didn't get it. Maybe it's useless because they can't get it.
Exactly.
Okay, good. But it is still there, right?
Yes.
And they can still go back and learn it if they want to, right?
If they want to, yes.
They can still observe it, right?
Only if they want to.
Okay, good. You can observe the God that you made up in your head. There's no way to validate it. It is useless because it is not real. It is only
because you don't understand it.
Hold up, bro. It is only as real as entertainment of thought. That's why the nature of belief usually originates with a believer. You believe what you believe in your head. I'm not telling you not to believe, Hassan.
Oh my God, where the fuck else am I going to believe if it's not in my head, in my foot? Of course it's going to be in my head. Because that's where thoughts come from. Like, what?
It's in your head because it is a sole product.
Everything is in my head.
It is a sole product of your imagination, nothing else. You made that shit up.
Prove it.
We can't see Allah anywhere outside of your words and your imagination.
You see a lot of things outside and they're still
Hassan, now you're digressing. You're straw manning. You're straw manning. You're straw manning.
Yo, I have a question.
Listen, Hassan, you're pulling a straw man.
Fine, okay, forget. I take that back. Whatever I said.
Allah
I have a question for you.
Is not independently observable outside of your words. So I need to be real to myself. I don't have to pretend like it's true because you say it's true. If it's not there, I'm simply going to say it's there. And then I'm also going to say that some things if it's not there, I'm simply going to say it's not there, right?
And let me prove, let me prove it.
Hassan, I'm talking, bro.
Oh my God, go ahead. I'll mute my mic.
If it's not there, I simply need to have the common sense to state that it is not there. Not because I want you to believe me, but because if you observe, you won't find it there. That's the reason why I say it's not there.
Fine, listen to what I'm saying, right? And I'm going to prove it to you. I'm saying that I don't need to physically observe Allah to know that Allah and God exist. You know why? Bakanga, do you know why? Do you want to hear why?
Are you going to tell me why?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to ask you this question now. During the time when we did not have the instrument and technology to observe protons and electrons, did protons and electrons exist? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So perfect. So what does that show you? Because you don't have the materials, the things needed to observe this, you cannot say that it doesn't exist.
Again, listen again.
That's a fallacy.
Listen again.
Protons and electrons always existed when we didn't know of.
Hassan, listen. Protons and electrons have only existed because we now understand it to be so. Now, though they existed before we knew it, it wasn't real. That's why.
What?
That's why to
Wait, say that I was reading. What did you just say?
It wasn't real at the time when we didn't know that it existed.
So protons and electrons didn't exist when we didn't know? When we didn't know, it wasn't real. Protons and electrons were not real when we didn't know of them?
Yes.
Say that. I want to hear you say that. Everyone hear you say that. Say protons and electrons were not real when we didn't know of.
If I say it again, it won't make you hear it any differently.
Say it. No, I want you to say that. Say that.
What would change if I say it?
You know, I want.
Do you understand, Hassan? Do you understand, Hassan?
I want to hear the absurdity you're saying.
Hold up, Hassan. Did you understand what I said?
Yeah, you said they weren't real when we didn't know.
Good. So there's no need for me to repeat myself unless you're in denial.
Again, you think that protons and electrons were not real till we knew of?
What is the definition of what's the definition of reality?
It doesn't fucking matter. You can Google the exact word, but
exactly.
They're particles that are existing in different negative and positive energy. That's what they are.
Hassan. So there is Superman living on Mars. Just because you haven't seen Superman doesn't mean he doesn't exist. Just because you don't see Santa Claus doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
Well, Santa Claus have contradictions.
Just because you don't see Santa Claus doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
Again, Santa Claus.
Just because you don't see Santa Claus doesn't mean he doesn't exist. Yes or no?
Again, yes. I mean,
just because you don't see Santa Claus,
believing in Santa Claus, than not just.
I have more reason to not believe in God than simply just seeing.
Tell me that. Okay, perfect, fine. Now give me another reason without you keep saying that. Do you see Allah?
The idea of God is a contradiction. It's a contradiction.
Give me another reason. Give me another reason.
God, according to the Muslim, has a son. God, according to the Christian, doesn't have a son. God, according to the Buddhist, bro. God, yes. The God of the Christian loves human beings and he's the father of human beings. The God of the Muslim is not the father of human beings.
Okay, we don't subscribe to Christianity. So what?
Bro.
So
because I am arguing against Hassan. I am arguing against the idea of God. I'm not arguing against your specific religion. I can scrap out the idea before I even go there into the different claims. You guys are bullshitting. Listen, you are all full of shit. All of you, because you're trying to persuade me to believe something and you can't even say the same thing. You really think that who is a dumbass like that, bro?
Again, we don't believe what they're saying is to be true. Well, again,
but your belief is not what determines what is the fact. Your belief, the facts of what God is, doesn't depend on you as a Muslim. You're just one out of millions, my friends. You need to realize that your belief is your opinions about something that somebody else has a different opinion on. Hold up, bro. Hassan, your belief is an opinion about something which somebody else has an opinion about. and those two opinions contradict each other, they can't both be right. And none of you have ever done anything to suggest that any one of you is more right than the other one.
Yeah, we have.
What has the Muslim done to prove that their God is more true than the Christian God?
The miracles stated in the Quran.
The miracles stated in the Bible. So what?
Which ones?
Hassan, if I have to say to you the miracles stated in the Bible, bro, thank you for your time
That are
today,
true
bro.
to be seen. That no, I'm saying numerical miracles that in the Quran that are being true.
Hassan, I don't give a shit if you don't know the miracles in the Bible comparable to the miracles in the Quran.
I'm not talking about revelations. I'm talking about truths.
Hassan, the miracles where Moses dropped a stick that turned into a snake.
But Kanga, I'm not talking about revelations.
Hassan,
I'm not talking about
the miracle of Moses.
Oh my God.
Dropping a stick on the ground.
I'm not talking about those miracles.
That's still a miracle, is it not?
I'm not talking about those revelation miracles. I'm talking about numerical miracles. They say about, again, in the
Hold
Quran,
up. Hassan. Numerical
yeah,
miracles?
you haven't heard of that? You haven't heard that new thing that's going around that to prove the Quran to be true?
Hold up. A new thing that is going around. Somebody made that shit up. Somebody made that shit up. Hassan, you said it's a new thing that's going around. Somebody made that shit up. Hassan, listen to me. Hassan, when you started your argument, you never said numerical miracle. You are only now saying yes, you said miracles in the Quran. It's every miracle. It's every miracle. Hassan, it's not misunderstanding. You miscommunicated because your point.
I apologize.
Hassan, you don't need to apologize. The reason why you changed the criteria, bro, is because I defeated your point. You simply said miracle. Hassan, there is no miracle in the Quran that is more fantastic than the miracles in the Bible.
Yes, they are. Numerical miracles.
Okay.
Check it out.
Bro. There are numerical miracles in the Bible too.
Like what?
The fact that God created the earth in 7 days and you ought to rest. Hold up. God created the world in 7 days and you ought to rest on the 7th day just like God did. And look at that, bro. We live in the world where... Hold up.
That's a claim.
Hold up. Are there not 7 weeks in the 7 weeks in the 7 days in the week?
That's just understanding.
Is there not 7 days in the week?
Yeah, so what?
Out of those 7 days in the week, does every religion not worship on one day?
Okay, and?
The Muslims worship on one day, right? Saturday, right?
And?
Friday, right?
And? Well, no, we pray every day. That's just a Jummah. That's just...
Bro.
We pray every day.
What is Friday to a Muslim?
Yeah, it's just a little more sacred, of course, because, of course, that's the day.
So that is a day of worship, right?
Every day is a day of worship.
But the one day of the week is a day...
Yes, we do emphasize it more, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So out of those 7 days in the week, even Muslims acknowledge they follow the 7-day pattern. Every 7 days...
Okay, what's your point?
My point is that it's a miracle that the Christians said that God made the world in 7 days.
That's not a fucking miracle. That's a claim.
Hold up. Bro, everything in the Quran is also a claim.
No, I was going to tell you. So the numerical... Okay, perfect. So the miracles that I'm referring to, it's not a claim. Hold up, listen. So in the Quran, that if you look at it from how many chapters and verses they are, if you look at the exact word of how many in each verse, in each chapter ends up being of its claims, it knew how many chromosomes every human being had way before we even understood the concept of what chromosomes are.
Hold up. That's a claim.
What do you mean that's a claim?
Where's the evidence?
No, it's a miracle that proves it to be
where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? That's a claim. That's not a miracle. That's not a miracle.
Yeah, it is.
Bro. Bro. Tell me exactly how the Quran tells us how many chromosomes we have. You tell me. Tell me this miracle exactly. Tell me exactly.
Told you. So it's in the verse.
What verse?
Listen, throughout the Quran. Right?
How many verses are in the Quran? How many verses are in the Quran?
Bro, you're asking a question that has no relevance. Listen,
how many verses are in the Quran?
It doesn't matter. It's not related to the matter I'm speaking
how
about.
Many verses are in the Quran?
Well, there's 30 chapters. I don't know how many. Each chapter is different verses. I don't know.
So you don't know how many verses are in the Quran.
I'm not a Quranist. I'm not.
Hassan, I understand that, but you don't know how many verses are in the Quran, right?
I don't know throughout how many verses in total. I've never read
Hassan, you do not know how many verses are in the Quran, right?
No.
Okay. Now, which verses in the Quran prove the chromosomes in the human body? Which specific verses?
So throughout, as a whole,
give me specifics.
From
You
beginning to end, it has stated the word again of exactly that the father and the mother of the son share. Sorry, the son of the mother and father shares. If you read the exact Quran of the characteristics, blah blah blah, mekato ke ye jayega and whatever it says, and it's the exact number of the chromosomes that we share. That we now know. Half and half.
What is exact?
23.
And where does it say in the Quran that it's 23?
By you seeing that, how many times it says mother and father?
So the Quran says mother and father 23 times?
Each.
So that means that it's 23 chromosomes?
You know what I said? So there's a lot of guys. So that I'm being serious. There's so many more.
Hassan, hold up. Hassan. So from a Muslim perspective, every coincidence is a miracle?
No, it's called you see what you should check it out. It's
Hassan. So
it's even astrology.
Hassan, according to Muslims,
yes.
According to Muslims, right?
Yes.
Every coincidence is a miracle?
Not every coincidence.
Bro, at very best, what you've just told me, bro, is a coincidence. At very best.
But why is it multiple coincidences then? What is define coincidence?
Bro, I can give you the definition of coincidence.
One in the probability. Right, define coincidence.
I'll give you the
So if I can give you like 5 more of these and you start stating all of them coincidences, then that's questioning. Right, I can give you 2 more about related with astrology. I can give you one where it has the number 363 if you look at how it's formulated.
A remarkable concurrence of events or circumstances without apparent causal connection.
That's it? That doesn't talk anything about probability?
Correspondence in nature or in time of occurrence. Nothing about probability.
Okay. Well, I was probably looking more into... Okay, well, again, a coincidence when we...
Hassan.
Yes?
That's not a fucking miracle, bro.
It's a numerical
Listen, bro.
It's a numerical miracle.
Listen to me. Not only is the idea of a numerical miracle, bro, like pure bullshit, because the whole point of numbers, the whole point of numbers is to eliminate, bro, the idea of miracles, bro. Bro,
seriously, I want to do some homework today. When we get off, look at the Quran, holy numerical miracles.
Stop talking, bro, and just listen, bro. Whenever the fuck numbers are involved, bro, ain't no fucking miracles, bro.
Why? How? What do you mean by that?
Because numbers, the way we organize numbers is to dispel any type of doubt, to get to precise answers and precise conclusions. You understand, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there might be different number systems. That's true. But there's no miracles with numbers. You either get it or you don't get it.
I literally just stated one.
That is not a numerical miracle. That is more of an Islamic bullshit.
How is that Islamic bullshit, man? They said father 23 times.
Because if it was, listen, if it was supposed to be a miracle, it would have stated in there directly without fear of contradiction, without any type of mystery.
I mean, it makes many claims
Hassan, if the Quran was trying, if the Quran was trying to communicate, that human beings have 23 chromosomes from each of their parents, it would have simply said that. You have found something within the Quran that coincides with something in our natural world. And now you're trying to build a bridge to make it seem as though the Quran is any more natural than any other naturally written book. You're full of shit to do that kind of thing, bro. All the Muslims, bro, that come up with these things, bro, you said to me that it was a claim.
No, I said it's a thing that people are emphasizing on nowadays. I've been hearing.
Bro, there's many things in different religions that people emphasize on nowadays. And like you said, you use the right word. You said this is a new thing. It's a new thing. Somebody went, bro. somebody was digging for shit and they didn't find, and what they end up finding was maggots.
Yo, this guy. Listen, okay, so again, right? So that's what I'm saying. No, hold up. This is not burden on me. I'm just giving you more things to open your eyes, but you're just keeping them closed. I need you to give contradictions in the Quran that disprove the existence of God. You still have not done that because you also accepted that just the
one thing that disproves the existence of God with Islam is that it's a man-made religion, period. Everything about Islam was conjured up in the brain of a person somewhere.
Why is it wrong?
Everything in the Quran was conjured up.
Even scientists came out from a man. So what? What's the point?
Sitara. Everything written in the Quran was conjured up in the back of somebody's head.
So is science.
Not so much. Let me tell you why.
Is it in the back of a sheep's head?
Let me ask you something. What is science, bro? Tell me. What is science?
Doesn't fucking matter.
Hassan.
I want you to ask me, where is it made? In the back of a humpback whale's brain, or is it humans?
Hassan, I'm willing to bet you $1,000 right now. You don't know the meaning of the word science.
I know the meaning of word science quite
well.
It's not,
you have 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds. What's the meaning of science? What is science?
I got you. I watch you enough, and I've seen enough people having different views. But I simply agree with one of your related to yours. It's just simply a method of use of criteria to test and observe and repeat your things to see if it's the same answer. That's all it is.
Hold
on. You guys created a method called scientific method. That's what science is.
Hassan. You're full of shit, my brother. Today you're full of shit.
Well, what is science?
The systematic study of the physical and natural world through experimentation, comparing theories against evidence of...
Who made it systematic? Who made it?
Hassan, keep quiet and listen to the definition, brother.
Go ahead.
Science is the systematic study of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation, comparing theories against evidence obtained.
Fine. Why are you saying as physical and natural?
Hassan, physical and natural. It doesn't say physical or natural. It's physical and natural.
Why are you saying that as if they're different?
Because the physical world is what it is. And then the natural world... Bro, let me finish talking, bro.
Go ahead.
The physical world is what it is. And the natural world is how it is. So, physical and natural world is telling you... It's telling you what it is, and then it's telling you how it is, right?
Can you give me an example of a naturalistic view where it's not physical?
What it is matter, and how it is the process by which it is matter. So it is a physical world, naturally. So physical and natural world. So that the study of that physical and that natural world. Listen, hold up, bro. Science is not just the study of that physical and that natural world. It's also how you study it, which is...
now you're adding on to the definition of science. Great.
Oh, sorry, if you interrupt me one more time, but I'm going to drop it because I think you just don't want to listen because I'm telling you facts now. Within the definition of science, it is the study, right, bro? You're studying. And then it tells you what you're studying. The physical and the natural world. Then it tells you how you're studying it through observation and experimentation. And then it tells you how you come to the conclusion. You come to the conclusion by comparing your theories against evidence obtained. So you're not just going based on faith or based on somebody's words. It's based on experimentation.
So in the Quran, I can say the same shit that you made up.
The Quran is not a study. Right? The Quran has never claimed. Hassan.
Quran shows you the physical, natural world of understanding how things work and why they work.
I didn't even hear anything you said, bro. Stop doing that shit. The Quran is not a study. Is the Quran a study?
Yes, it's a systematic ways of studying functionality of this world.
Bro, Bro, the Quran is a study?
Yes, of morals. It's a systematic studies of human morality.
Who performed the study?
Who performed the study? God.
Who observed God performing the study?
Who performed scientists performing
Who
the study?
observed
Did you observe
God?
Did
Who
you observe
observed
scientists?
God? Bro.
Did
Who
you observe the
observed
scientists
God?
studying?
Who observed God performing the study, bro?
Did you observe?
Answer my question. Stop deflecting. You're straw manning. Who observed God performing the study?
Gabriel.
Who observed Gabriel observing God performing the study? So Muhammad saw Gabriel and God doing the experiment?
Yes.
That's how I know.
Gabriel come down
Bro, your answer is proof that Islam is full of shit. If that's what reason, bro, you really think that the rest of us human beings are just dumbasses? We don't know how to look at the things that you guys do.
So now, hold on.
Hold up, Sitara, I'm not done talking, bro. Do you really think that everybody else in the world is just such a dumbass that we can't look at your system and understand it independent of you telling us shit, bro? Islam is a religion. Islam is a religion. It has never been classified as a study. Listen again. Islam is a religion. It has never been proven to be a study. It is not a scientific book. It is not a scientific textbook. It has never been used for research. It's never been used to bring about anything outside of believing in God.
Unlucky. We would have been so advanced so fast if we had so.
How advanced is the Middle East right now? How advanced is how advanced, bro?
Relax.
How advanced is this Muslim countries?
Saudi is one of the richest countries there is.
Bro, how advanced is this Muslim countries?
Saudi is one of the most advanced places there is. They're making a 50,000-foot civilization.
Hold up.
In the next 10, 15 years. It's called The Line.
Check
it out.
Hold up. So Saudi is more advanced than the rest of the world?
I said one of the most advanced places.
Okay, what is the most advanced place in the world? Country.
Saudi Arabia.
They're advanced in terms of what?
In terms of everything, economics, in terms of civilizations, in terms of people.
You think the Saudis? You think the Saudis can fight a war? You think that Saudi can fight a war against China right now and win?
Yes, they would because of.
They don't even have nuclear weapons.
Afraid of Saudi. You know that,
they
right?
don't even have nuclear weapons. They don't even have nuclear weapons. Hassan, you are proving, bro, you're not even a hardcore Muslim and you're proving Islam wrong simply by making a bunch of false claims trying to defend it.
I don't know, man. I'm trying. I'm fucking hungry. I don't know. You didn't disprove anything.
Nobody.
Next time I'm going to get you. I'm going to make
listen, Hassan.
Yes.
Islam is the religion of the Arabs and we don't have a problem with it. All we're telling you, bro, is that we know that is your religion. And we know that you made that shit up. We're not saying that you shouldn't do it. We're not saying that you shouldn't do it.
Bro, but Kanga, there's not a single thing you do, you say that's not from your head. From the back of your head.
Hassan, all we're saying to you is that we know that Muhammad made that shit up. Okay, bro?
Everyone would make shit up.
Hassan,
realizing these facts were being made back of your head.
Hassan,
Isaac Newton discovered on the back of his head.
Hassan, we know that you choose to believe that some angel sent by some God came and gave Muhammad the book. We know that you believe that. What we're trying to say to you is that we're not that dumb. It's okay, bro.
You speak for yourself.
Hassan, we're not that dumb, bro. We don't believe that some God sent
You don't
Muhammad.
believe in anything.
Hassan.
So why would I expect you to believe anything? You're the type of a guy who don't believe in like anything. Quite literally.
Hassan. It's okay if you believe it, okay, bro? Listen, I'm going to treat you the same way that I treat the LGBT people who want me to call them by their pronouns.
That's crazy.
Bro, yeah. Listen.
Have you ever debated a person LGBT? You should do that live sometime.
Hassan. If you want me to call you he, she, or they, I would do it. Out of respect for you. And like I said, because it doesn't cost me anything. So I'm going to say to you that, bro, I see that you believe in God.
Yes, sir.
But I understand your mental condition.
Fuck off.
Listen, bro, I understand. I understand that there are a few wires in your head.
Gaslighting is crazy.
There's a few wires in your head that are not clicking. So because of that, we can have this conversation.
How do you know your wire is not the one that needs
And I was still, hey, I'm not the one who believes that some guy who couldn't even wipe his ass would tell
you don't believe in anything.
Hassan.
How are you going to believe in what's true or false if you don't believe in anything?
Hassan, I'm not the one who believes that some old guy who slept with a 9-year-old split the moon.
Bro, this guy.
In 2024, in 2024, in the year of our Lord, in the year of our Lord, 2024, there are still some among the human species that believes that an old man that slept with a 9-year-old
that's not even true, by the way.
And had nothing but his left hand.
Ironically, that's not even true, but okay.
Yo, let me finish talking. I'm not the one who believes that in 2024, people like you really think that a guy who had nothing but water and his left hand to wash his ass split the damn moon.
There's studies. Or sorry, there are references that they observed it, other than Muslims.
Hold on. Did anybody in Africa observe it?
They just happened to come out.
Did anybody in Egypt, in Tunisia, bro, is there anybody in Africa? Are there any Native Americans that saw the moon split?
I don't know.
That is why we say to you, my brother, your religion is full of
I'm not
shit.
against God. And you didn't get to do that at all. You didn't get to disprove God at all. You know that, right?
Your religion.
You're just going. And it's crazy how you said I'm not arguing for religion being false, and now you have nothing better to just point fingers on religion.
Hassan.
But it's okay. That's what you're left with.
Hassan. The burden of proving is not on me. The burden of Hassan, stop talking. The burden of disproving is on me. And my simple proof is simply to point out to the fact that you have no evidence to back up a claim that you made up in the back of your head.
I did.
In the back of your medulla oblongata.
I did. But anyways, I'm going to let someone else come up though.
I hope you learned today to learn how to think like a spider. Think like a spider. Thank you for your time, Hassan. Okay, bye-bye. You can think as a pig. Maybe that's why you guys don't like eating pigs, because maybe you see yourselves as pigs. You know, human beings, we don't like to eat our own species.
Again, you seem like you would believe a pig because you don't believe when people say, oh, you thought of the back of your head. I don't know what you refer to. I think you think as a hen, as a rooster. I don't know why I think the back of a human head does not good enough for you. You probably talk to like chickens and like livestock animals.
I do think like a cock. No problem.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you said I think like a rooster, so I do.
Alright, I'm actually hungry.
Go forth and multiply.
See ya, bro.
I got this man hungry. This man needs to go and eat. You need to go and replenish your energy, huh? You need to go and replenish your energy, don't you? Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Thank you to everyone for coming up. Let's continue on this roller coaster. Now, listen. Go straight to your point now. Straight to your point.
Straight to the point. Bakanga. The God has heard you. You cannot turn your face away from God's glory. Bakanga?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Which one of these topics do you want to talk about?
Well, I actually would like to hear your opinion. Why should prenups not be mandatory?
I think that it should be mandatory.
And why?
Because just like signing a contract of marrying someone, you sign a contract in order to get into the relationship. We should have contracts predetermined or put into place how to exit the relationship, especially in the civilized world today. Usually property and responsibilities over the children and such things people try to determine them once divorce has come. And it's usually not fair to some of the partners. But in a world where prenups are mandatory, then people will not have to hate each other. It will be better for the kids. It will be better for everybody ultimately, because all the unnecessary conflict that is born out of divorce will not be there anymore with prenups. With prenups, you come into this relationship with $1, you live with $1. If you were able to multiply your $1, you live with it, right? If you came into this relationship, we can write a prenup where if we split, you take half the kids, I take half the kids. If we only have one kid, we can write our agreement in the beginning. All of that in the beginning. So that when the divorce comes, you don't have to go in court and begin to fight and begin to hate. The court system already favors women. So prenups really benefit men even more than women, especially rich men. Because there are many gold diggers out here. Many gold diggers. I'm of the opinion that if a woman doesn't want to sign a prenup, she's a gold digger.
What are you smoking?
I'm vaping.
Okay, what are you vaping?
It's a strawberry tonic.
Oh, that's nice.
It's just strawberry juice.
Yeah, I like vaping, but I had to quit.
Yeah, I got about like 1 month to go before I quit. I was only going to do it for 6 months. What else you got for me?
Well, I just wanted to hear your opinion about that, and that's very interesting, actually.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate it too. I actually wanted to learn more about prenups and how
Are you married?
Benefit. No.
Do you plan on ever getting married?
I think so.
How old are you?
43.
Have you ever been close to getting married?
Yeah, I was married before.
Oh, you were married before?
But yeah, but I didn't sign prenup, so.
Okay, good. So tell me.
Actually...
So tell me, this marriage that you were married before, how did it end?
It didn't end well.
So what happened? What led to it ending?
I mean, I didn't really like. I don't really want to get like into details, but it didn't end well in my favor. So
okay, give me enough details to understand. Then I'll be able to communicate with you properly. So, did you cheat on him? Did he cheat on you? Did you guys just grow apart? Did you learn things about him that you previously thought to be true and it was no longer true? Did he turn out to not be the man that you thought you married? Why did you guys divorce?
Well, to make it short, he started using substances and then became sort of aggressive and.
So he became a different person from whom you married.
Yeah.
Now, did you guys have money and wealth together?
In a way, but then I came to understand that he was hiding a lot of things and the wealth as well.
So he had a lot of money. He didn't let you know.
In a way, yeah.
So when you guys divorced, did he leave you anything? Did he give you anything?
No.
Did you have kids?
No.
You didn't have any kids with him?
No.
Did
he
you
had
build?
Kids from he had kids from the previous wife, but.
Okay, so when you got married with him, did that stop you from achieving your goals in life?
I would say that I kind of was a bit dissolving in the relationship. You know what I mean? I think
you cheated on him, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Did he cheat on you?
I cannot tell.
Well, you had no kids with
But
him, so you didn't really have anything to lose other than the fact that you wasted time.
well, in the end,
In your situation,
yeah, that's what.
not having a prenup, would have helped a little bit if you were able to predetermine what type of person you thought he could be and make yourself secure with an agreement that would have maybe stated that if he leaves you, you guys share his wealth, both known and unknown wealth. You can write that into your prenup, right? Things like that. And if he's willing, if he loves you enough and he's willing to do that, he will sign the prenup. If not, he will be like, no, I'm not signing the prenup. Things like that. Now, my question to you is, how long has it been since you've been divorced?
10 years?
Have you been with a man in 10 years?
Yes.
See, you don't really miss him. You're still getting the you're still getting the sugar. The dum kala gum bang bang bang.
I'm giving him sugar? What do you mean I'm giving him sugar?
No, I say you are still getting the sugar, right? The sugar cane. Somebody's still caning.
What do you mean? What kind of sugar cane? What are you talking about?
Somebody is still caning you with the pipe of righteousness.
So crazy.
you don't know what the pipe of righteousness is?
Okay. yeah. I think I'm understanding you. Yeah.
Yeah. You still enjoy yourself, right?
Yes, I do.
Uh-huh. And even when you don't have a staff of righteousness, you use the artificial one, right? The vibrator.
What the fuck?
Now, as far as your finances, that's your sexual life. As far as your finances, do you have a job?
Yes.
Are you broke?
No.
Okay, you see? So that means that your divorce from him was a good thing and you didn't lose that much. Now, you plan on getting married again?
Am I planning?
To get married? Do you hope to get married again?
I think so.
You think so?
I think so.
Do you want to have children?
Am I planning? I'm not sure.
Do you want to have children?
Well, it's a good question. You know, like everybody's telling me about it. Like I should have children, but do I really want to? I'm not sure.
That means that the next marriage you get into, you're going to have less things to worry about, and your prenup can be simple. And if you feel like you needed a prenup in your first marriage, you should get one for the second marriage. You and him should be in agreement. You should understand that your marriage is more than just a relationship. It's also a business. You both need to be making profit.
Well, I understand that now. You know, you see, before I was not even thinking about prenup. But now I think it's
Moji says if her husband gets a prenup, he will make him pay her for domestic labor. Sure. If he's not willing to help you out, you guys can split the domestic labor half and half. He's got his chores, you got your chores. Then if he's making you work all the time, there's nothing wrong with you demanding payment. He needs to give you an allowance. That's what an allowance is. Anyways,
yeah, I think it's absolutely a good thing to do.
Anyways, LG, thank you for your time.
What's so funny, Bakanga?
Huh?
What's so funny, Bakanga?
Nothing is funny. I'm just happy for you that you're still getting the pipe of righteousness. I'm just glad that you're not broke.
Are you getting the pipe of righteousness?
No, I give the pipe of righteousness. I am the pipe of righteousness, of course.
Are you quite active on the giving of pipe of righteousness?
I possess a weapon of mass reproduction.
Ooh, I hear a lot of comments here asking, is Bakanga married? Does he have a wife? How many wives does he have?
I might not be married yet, but let me tell you, I've been practicing. I'm a very skilled laborer, and I'm also a very fair businessman. Anybody who has doubt can book an appointment, and Bakanga Enterprise will demonstrate what our company can do. I'm a practitioner.
You sound like my ex.
I sound like your ex. What about what I'm saying sounds like your ex?
Just the same kind of speech.
What did your ex used to say?
Confident and full of bullshit.
Hold up. You really you think that I'm bullshitting if I tell you that I could pump gas for 2 hours? You think I'm bullshitting?
I don't think so.
All right.
I'm quite
because
sure
I'll tell you that you can be a participant in this experiment. We can conduct the experiment and provide the results to people.
Oh yeah.
If you're willing to conduct the experiment. That's
Should
what I'm
we
talking
do it on
about.
TikTok or what?
No, there's other means. If it's video evidence that it needs, unedited, 2 hours, OnlyFans, no problem.
Bakanga on OnlyFans, new enterprise.
No, that's crazy. I will never do that. I'll never do that. I think OnlyFans. I think it takes a significant amount of courage to do that, and my courage doesn't. I don't have the courage for that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm not like your ex. Whatever your ex is, you need to stop seeing your ex in other men. You will never find another man like your ex. Every man is different. So stop comparing people to your ex. Even if you might say that what you're saying is similar to what he used to say. But if you don't stop thinking of men from the perspective of your ex, then the next man that you're going to be with, you're not going to be able to see him for who he really is. You know what that's called? That's called trauma. People who have been through multiple relationships, they end up traumatized when they're looking for the right one.
Yeah.
You need to understand that you had an experience. If you can take the positivity out of that experience, that marriage that ended in divorce, the next marriage you build, you should build it in a way that will not end up in divorce. And if you think that there's a possibility that it could end up in divorce, sign a prenup. Sit down and write down on paper what you expect out of that marriage and what you expect if that marriage should end. If the man is willing to sign it, then he wants to be with you. If he's not willing to sign it, then maybe the only thing he loves about you is, the bottomless pit. I hope that your pit has a bottom, but in some cases, it's a bottomless pit. What are you laughing? You don't understand my metaphors?
Yeah, I do.
The Stargate. I'm talking about the Stargate. The Stargate. The gates of heaven and hell. The gates of Gehenna. The gates of Valhalla.
Valhalla.
The place of all immigration.
The place of all immigration.
The cup of justice.
That's right.
The principality of joy.
The overflowing.
Yeah. All right, LG. Anything else you got for me?
Yeah. What would you write in your prenup?
What would I write in my prenup? For me, in my situation, it will really depend on the person that I'm with. It depends.
You just said that you want to enter Valhalla with me, so let's talk about you and me.
Hold up, what?
Anyway, so what would you write in your prenup?
No. What did you say? You have to repeat yourself.
Nothing.
What did you say?
Anything. Somebody just wrote here, she wants an appointment.
Okay, what about that?
She wants you. Oh, she wants an appointment. Oh, this chat is too funny.
Have you ever been blackalized?
Oh no. Oh my God.
You've never been with a black man.
Oh my God. What kind of question for a fair lady like me?
I'm just asking if you've ever tasted the best that the Garden of Life has to offer.
Don't ask me this question, please.
It's an innocent question.
So, what would happen if I'm blackalized?
Maybe you see the world as it really is. You understand that in this world, not all men are created equal.
My eyes will be wide open, huh? Keep pulling that pipe, Bakanga. Keep pulling it.
You will be born again.
Lord has heard you again.
You will be born again, eh? And you will live forever. Yes, you will live forever. If you get blackalized. Some people say it's Mandingolization. I mean, I'm not against I'm not against interracial relationships, but I do think that every race is responsible for preserving their genealogy. So all the members of every race need to be conscious about that. But if one person chooses to be with another person, there's nothing wrong with that either. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, all black men should go around the world and spread their seed. That's how we'll get peace on earth.
But that's what they do, aren't
anybody will say you guys will last now 20
that's
minutes.
What they do
bring your mama or your
they're
sister.
Working. They're pretty active.
King's vibe. Go bring your mama and your sister. Maybe we see her. Anyways, LG, anything else do you have for me?
Oh yeah, in regards to your favorite subject about God.
What about that?
Oh, my heart is hurting. Bakanga.
Why is your heart hurting?
Oh, you're causing pain in my heart.
Who, me?
I don't know. I just had some spasm or something. Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, so clearly there's no God, right? But do you, like, what is your view on, like, not on unseen, but on, there is some sort of consciousness, right?
Consciousness is a phenomenon. It's just a concept that describes our awareness, the functionality of our five senses, how we interact with the real world.
Right. I mean, why do we have it? How did we come to experience such a phenomenon?
There's something that we're still studying through science to come to the conclusion of it, but so far we found it to be a product of natural processes. What are you looking for? You're looking for black consciousness?
No, but I wanted to hear your opinion on it. Like,
you listen to me often, huh?
Yeah, I listen to you a lot.
Yeah, you should know what I think about that. Human beings have the ability to imagine things in their heads which are not there. And in order to live in the world, you need to know how to separate both. That's it. What else do you got for me?
She needs black consciousness. Okay. Help her. She wants to know.
Who's that man? Who's that man in the background? Is he your uncle?
The bag of bakanga. Don't do it.
Don't do what?
Are you reading the comments?
Yeah, I know, but I asked you a question. Who's that man in the background?
It's my friend.
That's your holy partner, huh?
Holy? Yes, that's my holy partner.
That's the one with whom you do the holy dance. The jiggy jiggy, the kukulu kuku ting 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 ting. Huh? Shake to the left, shake to the right, take it up, take it left.
Yeah. She's saying now that I want you. So bakanga.
Who? Who do you want?
Bakanga.
Who's Bakanga?
You?
Has crush on me, brother.
He thinks I have a crush on you.
Yeah? Why you have a crush on me?
I'm not having a crush on you.
Good. Because that would
But
be
I
good.
think you're quite intelligent, and it's you're interesting to listen to.
If you don't have a crush on me, then you're safe. Your ovaries are safe.
Yes.
Protect your ovaries.
Blessed be my ovaries.
Yes, you better protect them. Don't have a crush on Bakanga.
Yes.
It's not a good thing.
No, I don't think so.
Because Bakanga is a knacking machine. And it does not hesitate. Yeah. Anything else?
No.
All right.
I think
LG?
it's good.
Thank you for your time, okay?
Thank you for your time as well.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye. The craziest thing you could do on the internet is say that you can do something that you can't do. The one thing you don't ever want to do on the internet is say something that you can't back up. Because the internet would demand evidence. I'm not like Jesus. Jesus says, blessed are those who believe, even though they didn't see. I'm telling you that come and see, then you will believe. If not, just go around your neighborhood, look for Tyrone. Tyrone will teach you the same lesson. Anywhere in America, just go down the neighborhood, look for Tyrone. If you're in Nigeria, look for Ebuka. If you can't find Tyrone, look for Ebuka. All right. Marriage is a single piece of doctrine. However, while divorce contains rules and regulations, every divorce will be facilitated by a system in which we implement prenups as a mandatory requirement to legally get married. I think we need to start being delusional that marriages are systems that are guaranteed to last forever, right? People need to fix their vows. Stop saying till death do us apart. It doesn't work. Yes, death can do you apart sometimes. Stop saying through thick and thin when that's not what you're going to do, when you have limitations. If you know that there's a line that a man can cross that will make you not want to be with him, why the heck do you make a vow on your wedding day and say through thick and thin? Or maybe you didn't know the meaning of the word thick. Through thick and thin means that even if it kills you, you ain't living. People walk up there and make those statements all the time and break that shit. Having prenups will make people to be, it will force people to be honest about their intentions of being with one another. It will give us something substantial beyond just love as an established foundation for marriage. You should get a prenup. If you're young right now, listen. If you're a woman and you're wealthy, first of all, it's very difficult to find wealthy women that look for men who are broke or less wealthier than themselves. Wealthy women usually have very high value, so they would chase men at their level of value. Wealthy men have more of a tendency of pursuing women who are not at their financial level of value. It's not in a woman's nature to support a man financially and have a successful relationship in the process, especially if the man is not able to prove himself to be man enough. Women desire strength in men, like the alphahood. If your woman is the one paying your bills, that relationship is only going to last long enough. If your wife is earning more than you and you're not a hustler, if you depend on your wife financially, that relationship is not lasting. You might as well sign a prenup. If you're a young man, don't even consider marriage if you're not financially stable. If you don't have more than 3 times what you make in your savings, don't even consider marriage. Take the total amount of money you make in a year, multiply it by 3. That's how much you should have in your savings before you even engage in any type of marriage. Somebody says that marriage is a waste of time. It depends on who you're talking to. Some people find marriage to be the safest institution to build a family, where there is legal commitment, not just verbal commitment, but legal commitment. Marriage is a legal commitment between 2 people to build a life established upon common interest. When your interests no longer aligned, it is natural to get divorced. Problem is that people are divorcing a lot these days, creating chaos. If you marry a woman who was previously divorced, she doesn't come without some type of trauma from her previous relationship. If you marry a man who was previously divorced, he does not come without some type of trauma from his previous relationship. If you get into a relationship with someone who's been in multiple relationships that didn't work out, they are not coming trauma-free. You have to take all of that into consideration. The worst people that I see in the world are people who are married for 40 years and they divorce. I'm like, bruh, why did it take you 40 years to figure this shit out? You've been married for 40 years, now you want a divorce? The smartest people are those who live with each other before they even consider marriage. The smartest people in this world in 2024 right now, those with the highest IQ, they live together first before they ever consider marriage. They get to know each other for real. Not texting, not writing letters, not talking and meeting on dates. No, you live with the motherfucker. If you don't live with a motherfucker, you ain't gonna know when the motherfucker become a motherfucker. In marriages that don't work, men waste a lot of money and women waste a lot of time. Some people are getting married for green card. Hey, Takisha will marry you and you're going to get papers, okay? Takisha doesn't mind. Takisha does not mind. As long as you bring that mandingo, Takisha will handle it for 2 years while she gets you papers. Unfortunately, that's how a lot of people use to get immigration status in the Western world. They volunteer, they are knocking services. Yeah? If you marry somebody that you don't know, how do you expect a stranger to suddenly become your soulmate. Live in the same house, sleep on the same bed with your potential wife. Eat from the same table, see her without makeup. If possible, even see her naked before you marry her. Some people marry, and I'm telling you, on the first night they spend together, they already know it's not going to work out. Some people get married, and on the first night, you already know it's not going to work out. Like you see something that you didn't see, you're like, holy shit, how didn't I see this for 3 years? Listen, if you are dating a man you've never seen his toes, don't marry him. If you are dating a woman you've never seen her toes, don't marry that woman. No. You don't know her. If you don't know what his toes look like, don't marry that person. You do not know them. You are fucking yourself up. Oh, he's an alcoholic. You didn't know that he was an alcoholic before you married. You didn't know that he was an alcoholic. Oh, he's a narcissist. You didn't know he was a narcissist before you got married. All the reasons why people give for why they end their relationships, most of the time there are things you could have found out if you really got to know the person truly and in fact. And if you don't live with the person, you don't give yourself the opportunity to really know them truly and in fact. Now, if you're a woman that's got 5 kids, and let's say you're maybe younger than the age of 30. I'm sorry to say, even with a prenup, you're kind of fucked. If you are a woman and you got 5 kids, I'm not talking about 1 kid. I'm not even talking about 2 kids. I'm starting with the worst possible imaginary. Even though I know there's some legends. They have like 6, 7 kids before they are even 30 years old. If you are younger than 30 and you got 5 kids, I think you need to go to church. You might find a husband there. Please go to church. If you find a man who's willing to be with you and you got 5 kids, you are perhaps one of the most fortunate people in the world. Yes. Now, if you're a man and you got 5 kids with 5 different women, you're fucked. Especially if you didn't sign any contracts with these 5 different women. Don't confuse this for polygamy. Polygamy is already a system. If you're a man, you got 5 kids, that means you don't follow systems. You just follow the pipe, wherever the pipe tells you to go. You're not even thinking with this brain right here. You're thinking with the brain between your legs. Especially if you're younger than the age of 30. If you are a man and you're younger than the age of 30 and you got 5 kids with 5 different women, even 3 different women, I think your only hope of surviving child support is prison. If you go to prison, you won't have to pay child support. Whatever you do, use wisdom. Use wisdom. Now, 1 kid, 2 kids, I think it's manageable. I think you can form a relationship with someone that has 1 kid, 2 kids. Especially if both of their kids are from the same man. If they only have one previous person they were with, they had a kid. It's not too much. Yeah, if you're under 30 and you have 3 kids, you're still wild, but it could have been from a previous marriage. That's still understandable. And even if you've never been married before, let's say you've practiced fucking 10,000 times and only 3 of those times did you get pregnant and you had the babies. You might still have a problem in your relationship. Now, if that man has fantasies of getting something fresh, listen, if you're a woman and you already got kids, don't sleep with a man before you marry him. Get to know him in every other way, but don't sleep with him. If you're a woman and you've got a kid and you want to get married, don't sleep with a man before you marry him. And make sure you're honest with him about the conditions downstairs. Make sure you're honest with him about the condition of your downstairs neighbor. If you let him taste that sugar, he will like it for a while. He might even be willing to raise your son or your daughter for a while. But eventually, he's going to want something fresh with his own kids. Prenup doesn't mean you're going to win. It just makes it easier. Listen, y'all. The way people come to have kids before they find themselves in a union, it's not always like in a bad way. And it's not really even a bad thing to have kids, even from multiple men or multiple women. But you cannot ignore the real life consequences of being in that position. That's what I'm saying. You cannot ignore the real life consequences of being in that type of position. You're a mother of 5 and you're trying to build a career. You're trying to build a relationship with a man and you already got 5 kids to raise. And those 5 kids are not that man's children. You're in a tough fucking spot. You're in a tough fucking spot. For real. Even Jesus ain't gonna help you raise them kids. If you're a young woman right now listening to me, I'm talking to you. Those of you who are already in this predicament, you got no choice but to be a warrior and fight on. Keep on fighting, soldier. Keep on fighting. Keep on fighting. This information is most valuable to those of you who still have time to make wise decisions. If you don't give a shit about wise decisions, you should expect unwise consequences. If you're a young man, you better keep that dragon in your pants. And if you pop it out, make sure it doesn't spit. If you're going to spit, don't spit in the house. Yeah? Work on your pull-out game. Or wear a goddamn condom. A lot of you men, you're tough soldiers. You're alphas until you have to pay child support. A lot of you men, you're a bunch of alphas. Yeah, I'm the dog around here. Until the government hit you with that child support. You're like, hold up. Hold up. Child support makes most men in America miserable. You find very few happy men who are paying child support. And you have to do that shit for 18 years. It's not just a wise place to be if you're a young person, okay? Avoid that shit. Avoid that shit if you're young. I'm 30. I ain't got no kids. That should tell you something. My pullout game is righteous. My pullout game is righteous. When it's time to pull out, I kick that motherfucker out like Satan was kicked out of heaven. There is no place for you in here. When I'm done, that shit is like a fallen angel. Go you therefore into the abyss. I cast that shit out in the mighty name of Jesus. Oh man. Oh, not today. Imagine child support as a messenger. Child support is just watching you while you're enjoying. Child support is like, you're almost there. I'm like, yeah, child support, I'm almost there. And guess what? I'm going to pull out before I get there. If you're a young man and you don't have enough self-control to abstain from sex, this is how you pull out. Let me teach you how to pull out, okay? You pull out before you ejaculate.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, 1 second. You pull out before you ejaculate. So don't finish. So the real enjoyment for sex is the process itself. But the most enjoyable part, you can't enjoy it inside of her. Then you have to pay bills for 18 years. Or be a deadbeat dad. Look, the best scenario is to never put it in. Go ahead, talk to me.
Wow, dude, you're killing me. I'm like, where you're killing the crap out of me. I'm serious. I can't deal with this no more. Okay. First of all, I already comment on your post about the whole prenup. I just think like some women are selfish. Like literally, I would sign a prenup before anything. I don't give a shit. You're successful. What the heck? As long as I have somewhere to lay my head, my kids are cool. Or if we don't have kids, the kids in the future would be cool. What the heck? Why do I have to wait to sign a freaking prenup? Like I don't even care if you even make like 150,000 a year. I'm signing that shit. You don't even have to ask.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
There you go.
I'm signing it like seriously. Like I just need place to stay, food to eat, nice security. He gotta be a nice man, you know, a good man. I don't give a shit what you believe in, a living tree. I don't give a shit. But anyways, I want to talk about the whole child support crap. You need to know that not every single man out here, because I have a deadbeat baby daddy. I ain't gonna lie.
Hold up.
16 years.
You have a deadbeat baby daddy?
I have a deadbeat baby daddy. Okay.
Is he your only baby daddy?
No, that was my first. I was 16 and stupid.
Damn. So you have more than one deadbeat baby daddy?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm pregnant right now. My three kids, my three kids plus the one I'm pregnant for, they all have the same father, and we're legally married.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
and he's a good dad.
Honestly, I think he's a great father. He just, from my perspective, I don't want to sound selfish. I didn't feel love for a long time.
Does it have anything to do? Is it possible that you didn't feel love for a long time because of your previous relationships?
Well, when I started checking my mental health, when I started working on my mental, I realized that it wasn't just from him because we both had to seek therapy, and we realized it was not just the fact that he's not affectionate and I just overworked. Like for me personally, I felt like I was doing more in the marriage, even though he was making more. He's an engineer, he's making more than me, but I felt like I always had to do extra because I brought a baggage with me.
How did you guys meet? How did you guys meet?
I was homeless at age 16. No, I was 17 at the time because I had my son when I was like going to be 17. So, and I was stopping with a friend, you know, and then he came there to, because it was like a girl's house, and he came to visit. He came with his friend that came to visit his girlfriend, and then that's how we met.
Did you guys?
So I
Did
think
you
I was
guys?
around like
Did,
17.
did your relationship start out with fucking, or did it start out with dating?
Honestly, I think I did what I did on the first date.
So it started with the holy dance.
Yes, like seriously.
And
Yeah,
this is
I don't know why I did.
is this man the deadbeat dad, or is this man the man you've been married to?
No. He's the one that I married to.
And
Because I met him when I had my son.
you guys have been together since then.
Yes, and I'm 35 years. I'm 35
Yeah,
years
so
now. So
it's probably just possible that you didn't feel love for a long time simply because you were immature, and you kind of got into that situation because of circumstances. But eventually,
I
you
don't
guys
think I don't think that was because of why. I don't think so.
go ahead.
But yeah, I don't think it was because I was immature.
Then tell me
You
why.
know, because okay, so I'm 35 now. So 5 years ago, that's when I realized that I'm not being loved. You know, I always felt like I had to do more, and it's true because at one point he was just laying back. He was just like, laying back and allowing me to be, the housewife, you know, just doing everything. And then until probably I would say like a year, less than a year ago, and I'm like, no, this don't feel right. And then this year was the year when I actually started to check my mental, and then I realized, okay, I've been allowing a lot of stuff based on my circumstances and how I came into marriage.
That's why I said that it's just because you were not mature enough back then.
So you're saying that
Marriage
because
is a
when I only
decision. Marriage is a decision where you have to take the facts into consideration if you want to be able to deal with unforeseen circumstances. If you get into marriage simply because of circumstances and emotions, you're going to run into too many problems that you didn't even predict and you couldn't have predicted. And you just have to
I
muscle
think I
through
got
it.
into it because I needed help. I think I got into it I needed help because I was homeless, and I honestly I it was like an opportunity. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie.
Exactly. And your honesty is the reason why I believe you when you say that you're healing, or that I will acknowledge, or that I would stand with you that you are actually healing, because you are able to be honest with it. People who are going through shit can be honest with what they're saying. And your mental health is all about emotions, your feelings and your emotions not being in the right place, And it usually has to do with what your mind focuses on the most. It also has a lot to do with false expectations. When you set expectations for yourself and those expectations don't happen the way you thought, it gives birth to disappointment. And disappointment would fuck up your mental health. You should avoid disappointment. Listen, this is how you should overcome disappointment. You overcome disappointment by not setting unrealistic expectation, and never put all your hope on certain expectations if there is a possibility for failure. So all you need to do is find 0.000001 possibility that something could fail. That should be enough reason for you not to put all your hope in it. Never hope that someone that you're with is exactly who you think they are. People can show you different sides of themselves that they were concealing from you. So when it comes to the subject of marriage, it is important above many other things in life that you be certain that you have a great understanding of what you are committing yourself to. How far are you willing to go? Like I said, when you listen to the vows that Christians make to each other, till death sets us apart. Some of you are not even Christians, you still get married in church and you make this vow. Till death sets us apart. How can you say till death sets you apart and then 20 years later you're divorced? Last time I checked, none of you died. It's that people make these decisions from an uninformed perspective, from an unrealistic perspective. Some people think that Jesus is going to carry their relationship. So many religious women in toxic situations, in situations where men just view them like property and then pretend to
the
be
truth
decent.
yeah. The truth is, I wanted to get married because, to be honest, everybody was getting married around me. My friends was getting married. It was like a taboo in the community where, like, oh, she got pregnant when she was 16, and she's not married. So I literally, I can't lie, I pressure this man to marry me. I literally pressure him to marry me, and sitting back and with everything that's going on, um I realized that I made a mistake, to even rush into,
You didn't make a
marriage or
mistake.
whatever the case is.
You didn't make a mistake. How many children do you have with this man?
Well, I'm pregnant for the fourth one.
How many of your children do you have from him? 4?
Yes.
You guys are knocking machines, so
You you know
you're
what? I
knocking.
always
You're
like
you're
anything.
you're
No,
you're
honestly,
knocking when the sun is rising. You're knocking when the sun is up at noon. You're knocking at
no.
midnight. You're just knocking.
You know what? That's like how I get away with my depression. Like I've been like I was depressed throughout my whole relationship, and I feel like that's the only place I can find peace. And when I have kids, yeah,
Where's your
honestly, when I have children,
where's your husband from? Is your husband from Liberia too, or Sierra Leone?
yes, he is.
He has that West African tiger. Hey, you can't blame me for anything. He's done you good. He's done good by you. That's right, man. If you're not fucking your wife right, you're making her depressed. The bedroom should be the one place. Listen, the bedroom should be the one place where no matter what your
But I
differences
came with a
are.
depression.
Yeah, hold up. Yeah, no, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. Your bedroom should be the one place where whenever you and your husband or your partner or your wife disagree, there should be no problem in your life that having good sex cannot fix. Because sex is a form of bonding that goes beyond words. It is the most intimate form of physical bonding, among sentient beings. There is a way to have sex. Sex is not just, there's a discipline. There's a discipline. And especially in marriage relationship. In marriage relationships, that should be the one place where you both have to compromise. You always compromise. And whatever problems you guys have, as soon as you're done having sex, especially if it's good sex, that means, listen, when it's good, the woman is satisfied. When it's bad, only the man is satisfied. So women, stop lying to your man and tell them the truth so they can know how to treat you right. Stop pretending like he did a great job if he didn't do a great job. Especially when it comes to that. This is something that people must learn. If he did not bring forth the springs of water, tell him that you are expecting him to bring forth the springs of water. So he needs to get his ass to the gym and lose that 200 pounds that is hanging on him so he can have the stamina to get you to the point where the water comes out of the fountain. That is the epitome of ejaculation for a woman, and is necessary for her mental health. In a relationship, it's necessary. Listen, if you're a Christian woman and your man has never made you bring forth the water of life, that's one of the sources of all those problems that you have in your heads. All those things those things that bother you, that you don't tell anybody, that you know is inside of you. Those things that bother you is because you're not getting good sex. If you're smart enough to believe that your God could have created the world, ask yourself, why did he create a form of bonding such as sexual intercourse? That is the only disadvantage of having multiple partners before you settle with one person that you want to live with for the rest of your life. If you have multiple partners, it would impede your sexual communication with your partner, which is directly related to your mental health. How many of you, when you're sleeping with your husband, you're picturing somebody else in your mind? How many of you?
I'm about to go your liver.
How many of you? How many of you women? He's busily doing the Lord's work. And you are there like a missionary. And he's working so hard. But you are there. You're not doing the Lord's work. You're doing Tyrone's work. You're just thinking of Tyrone. You're thinking of that co-worker. Some of you are even thinking of Angel Michael. Some of you are thinking of Samson. Listen, I really hope that you can get the value in this message, y'all. Woman, if at any point during a sexual interaction with your partner, you think of somebody else, your relationship is fucked. You need to fix it. If you have to fake your mourns for your husband, your relationship is garbage. If he's not pleasing you, communicate with him. And then make your bedroom a place of compromise. Every time you have an argument, you know what you got to go do. And if somebody's tired of doing it, guess what? Stop arguing. Whenever you and your significant other begin to argue, your punishment for both of you is that you have to go and fuck. And if you're too tired to fuck, you should be too tired to argue. You let bygones be bygones. You talk about it again when you have a calmer head on your shoulder. Go ahead, sister.
I ain't got anything else to say.
Sister, have you been fake mourning?
No, I don't think I ever. I think
confess your sins. Thou shalt not lie.
Let me confess my sins.
The first commandment of Bakangalan is thou shalt not lie.
No, this man was the best of, like, seriously, my first. He was the best. Like, literally. I mean, I'm 35 years old. I'm still with this man. I run, but still I come back.
Hold up. You have been married with him since you were how old?
Since I was like 18.
You don't have
since I was 18.
You don't have to answer my question, but I want you to think of it. But if you have the courage to answer it, you can answer. How many times did you sleep with another man while you were with him?
I put this on my dead mom. I never ever lied with anybody since I've been with my husband. Before you talked to somebody else. I did talk to somebody, but I never lied down. Like, never. I put down my mom. I'm serious. I put down my mom. I'm serious. No, I'm serious. Honestly, no. If I was a Christian, I would say God's my witness. But I put that on my life. I've never ever lied down. Lightning should strike me right now. My ancestors should strike me right now. If I did, I never ever lied with anybody. He's the only one I've been with since we met. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a
before you were with him, don't give me the number, but let me know if it's more than the number 10. How many men were you with?
No, it ain't reached 10. Ain't reached 10. Nope. I would say 3. To be exact, 3.
Okay, then it makes sense when you say that your husband is the best that you ever had.
Yes, I would say 3.
But you know it's good because you're ultimately married to him, so that's good, right?
Yeah, which is good. Yeah.
And you're sure you're not lying?
No, I'm not lying. I won't lie to you.
Honestly, you're sure your husband is not there right now? You're just trying to make him feel better about himself.
No, I'm at work. He's not here. I'm not lying. I've never ever.
Good.
I don't think I want to. It's just kind of weird now. It's been so long.
No, that's good. No, that's good. Let me tell you something. That means that you're properly bonded to him. If what you're saying is true, that means you're properly bonded. What you're saying is not impossible. It's not impossible that you could have been with him for that long without cheating. It's actually not impossible. It's very possible.
Even if he was
Especially,
gonna leave me, even if he was gonna leave me, or if he do leave me, I feel sorry for whoever he's going to because I'm gonna be I'm gonna be sneaky. I'm
oh.
not lying.
What does he have? He has the Holy Goat. He must be the Holy Goat.
He has a tree.
so
The
so
African
that
spot tree.
he raptures your soul every time. Eh?
Yes, yes. Even
Uh-huh.
when we separated the first time, I was
Uh-huh.
just like,
He
it's just I
he
don't know.
so he has perfect germination.
Yes, yes. Honestly, he does. Yes.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but this year is actually
And
my first year where I actually feel like I'm actually being loved, not just saying it, but like
mhm.
I can feel it, I can see it, I can see his like, how he more intimate with the kids, more intimate with me. Therapy work. I mean, sometimes we just keep these things, but I have to be honest with him and tell him, sit down with him, go to therapy, we talk about why, things has not been working out and just a lot of stuff we had to talk about. There was a lot of abuse too in my marriage, but
What type of
not just
abuse?
from him, from me too. Um, More like emotional. There's a couple of times where I hit him, he hit me too. Um, you know,
Do you do you
it's
do
just
you do, do, do you do you know what happened to you and him through therapy?
hope my phone don't die. What you say?
Therapy helped you guys become realistic
Yeah.
because your emotions, when you get caught up in your own head for too long, you stop seeing other people as people. You start seeing them only as problems because, especially if they can't take away your emotional problems. So what therapy did was it helped you guys talk about the things that you usually don't like to talk to each other about. And because you were able to do it with a cool head, you were able to understand each other. And you realize that you were happy all along. And you were each the ones that were stopping each other from being happy. He was stopping himself from being happy. You were stopping yourself from being happy. And because you were two unhappy people, you were not able to make it work the way you would have loved to. But it was there all along.
Yeah.
It was there all along. The feeling, the emotion, the appreciation, the kindness, all those things
Yeah.
were there all along. You just got caught up so much in your own heads. You didn't know how to communicate it. That is why sex is necessary in a
Yeah, because,
relationship.
because like for a long time we always cover for a long time we always cover with sex. That's it. It's like
Hold
we was
up.
always covering up with sex. Sex and God. Sex and God.
Sex and God.
That was
Yeah.
it.
But any smart person knows that sex works more than God.
That was always covering up. We never
God is
actually
not
dealt
the
with it.
one. God is not the one that made the serpent rise. That snake could already talk. Anyways, my sister, anything else for me?
No, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's so funny. Bye.
There's a sense of humor in what I'm saying, but there's a lot of truth in what I'm saying. Practical truth, not entertaining truth. Practical. So the things I'm saying, you can go and put it to practice. Fix your bedroom or prepare yourself for divorce. I hope you signed the prenup. Maya, where did you go? The people who are the most sexually frustrated are the ones who are seeking God. Seeking God. Maybe God will come and seek you. Why can't God seek you? Seek God. You better seek your wife's toto. That's the only thing you should be seeking. Seek, obtain, maintain. Seek toto, obtain toto, and maintain toto. You'll be able to solve all your problems. Women, let me tell you something. You can love any man. Love is not something that is only exclusive to the person you're married to. There are many women right here who the love of their life is not the man they're married to. There's many situations like that as well. Don't you dare lie. Don't you dare lie. You know I'm speaking the truth. None of you in the comment section, none of you in the audience, you better not be lying to yourself right now. There's many men who love a woman who is not their wife, even though they can't leave their wife. There are many men who are in love with women who are not their wives, but they can't leave their wives. In fact, it's very difficult for a man to just love one woman. It's even worse when he pretends like he does. Naturally, as a man, you can harbor affection for anyone. You just get to pick and choose which ones you act upon. And the one woman you choose is the one upon whom you act upon the affection, that you act on the affection that you have for her. Ultimately, you're still going to love. Listen, we human beings, we're not fine-tuned, especially when it comes to that emotion that you call love, which I really call greed. But when it comes to that emotion, we're not fine-tuned to just love one thing. We are what you can call multi-dimensional lovers. You love your father, you love your mother, you have affection for them, but you demonstrate those affections in different ways. The same thing is true with romance. Don't let anybody lie to you. The only way you manage to stay with one woman is with self-control. It's not because you don't love other women. The only way you stay with one woman is due to self-control, not because you don't harbor affection for the other beautiful women that you see. Not knowing this will cause you to delude yourself and you won't be able to make decisions. But knowing this, acknowledging this as the fact, will give you the ability to control yourself even much better. So you don't need to feel guilty every time you harbor affection for another woman that you met. You just need to have enough self-control to not act upon it at all. Like, let it be a thought, nothing but a thought, and it's okay. The moment you act upon it, you fucked up. The moment you act upon it, you fucked up. The more social the world has become, the more the temptation to act upon it. That is why a lot of people even find problems getting married. A lot of people find problems staying married. You cannot expect your husband, he's a CEO, he works with a secretary that's literally half your age, and she's beautiful, and she doesn't care who she's going to be with, and you think that he's not going to harbor affection for her? If he tells you that he doesn't, he's lying. Everyone does. Stop walking around with your faces looking like saints. It's in our very nature. Now, whether he acts upon doing anything with her will depend on his ability to control himself. And his ability to control himself is divided by his respect for you. Self-control divided by respect equals to good husband. Self-control divided by respect. The love you have for your wife is not so much different from the love you have for your mother. What's different is the reason why you love your wife and the reason why you love your mother. But ultimately, that affection only reacts in our body. This is the same chemical process. Fundamentally, it's the same thing. So don't focus on the love itself as much as the reason why you love something or someone. Why you harbor that feeling and affection for that specific something or that specific someone.
Hello, Bakanga.
What's up?
How are you? I hope you're fine.
I'm not. I'm not fine.
Are you tired? No.
I'm not tired.
Then what? Why
Huh?
do you say you are not? You said you are not fine. Why?
Because I don't
What's
need
in
to
your
be.
mind?
I don't need to be fined.
Okay, you know better. You know better for
I don't.
yourself.
I don't need to be fined.
Okay. Well, we are never fine. You know, everything is not perfect.
Bro, asking me if I'm fine is like asking me if I have no problems. Bro, there's problems now. There's things to be solved. Like, and in order for life to be real, if everything is fine in life, there's nothing to do. So overall, yes, of course, bro, I'm okay. But I was just playing with you. Some semantics. What you got for me? Go straight to your point.
It's really difficult to find happiness. It's really difficult. When we grow older and older,
It's
I
actually
think that happiness is just like leaving us.
It's easy.
I
It's
don't know.
easy to find. It's actually easy to find happiness, bro. It's actually happiness is the easiest thing.
It is.
Listen, you are happy every time you remember that you are alive. Listen, I know this might come like a shock to a lot of you. Most people can go a year without even thinking of the fact that they are alive. Like literally thinking that thought. That, okay, I'm alive. Most of you can go through life. In the last 40
I
years,
agree.
you never once took the moment to just think of the simple fact that you are alive. You only started thinking that you are alive when there was a threat to your life. When something threatens you.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree.
You should.
I love life. Yes.
I do it every hour. There's not an hour that goes through. I even do it multiple times an hour, right? I'm being moderate. One of my mantras, right? I'm using the word mantra because of people who understand. But one of the things I do, I like to take a moment and just hold my hands and just say to myself that I'm here.
Yes.
The moment I realize I'm here, I'm just like, it's actually very real that I couldn't have been here right now. Like all the decisions I've made in my life, any one of them could have taken me down the path that I wouldn't be here right now. So simply to be here right now makes me happy as hell. Like every time I look back, I look more and more like a champion. In fact, bro, from the perspective that I look at myself, I don't think I've ever made a mistake. Every decision I made from my perspective, bro, guaranteed that I'm here. It makes me so happy, bro. There's not really much that can happen to make me not be happy for that fact all the time. That's happiness. I'm content. I'm content with what I've achieved. I've achieved life in this moment. And it's a direct product of my decisions. I made those choices.
Yes.
I made the choices that made sure that I got home safe. I didn't get into the car accident. I made the choices that made sure that when I did get into the accident, it happened at the right angle in such a way that I survived.
Yes.
If you're looking for happiness beyond simply knowing that you are alive, you'll be chasing a woman, you'll be chasing a job, you'll be chasing a career, you'll be chasing a car, you'll be chasing a shoe, you'll be chasing a shirt, you'll be chasing a religion, you'll be chasing a God. You'll be chasing all types of things looking for happiness, which is what people do. They call it the pursuit of happiness, right? Happiness is not a pursuit. You don't need to pursue happiness. Happiness is realization. When one realizes that they are alive in a given moment of time, that's happiness. The longer you can maintain that thought, the longer your happiness.
Yes, I totally agree. And it's the most humble thing, to think about.
And nobody even punishes you. No one's going to punish you for doing it.
No,
on the
contrary, this is what it is suggestive. It is suggestive of us. On the contrary.
Let me tell you, bro, why happiness is life. Is acknowledging that you're alive. I learned this lesson from death. What is the one thing that death brings the most, that's most common? Sadness.
Yes.
That means that if death is the number one source of sadness, the most natural sadness that a human being can be sad, means that, bro, you walk down the street, you see a car run a 5-year-old over, you don't even know who that 5-year-old is, but sadness just overwhelms you. Nothing brings sadness like death. That means that
And memories.
The opposite of
And
death.
memories.
Bro, even those memories don't even bring sadness. Like, okay, let me put it this way. Yes, death, either experience or even memories. But I'm talking about the experience of it. Have you ever watched someone die, bro?
Someone? What did you say? What did you say?
Have you ever seen someone die?
Yes.
You saw them as they were alive, and then you saw the whole process as they became dead.
Yes. Yes, yes.
What's that feeling that you feel in that moment? Like, what's that feeling?
That I am nothing.
But what's that emotion? What's the emotion you experience in that moment of observing someone passing away from the world?
Like you are speechless. You feel like, frustrated, and
for once,
after
like it reminds you that you can't do
sad.
nothing. The first thing you notice is that you can't do nothing about it, right?
Yes, Ume, yes.
That's the first thing you notice if you watch someone's life go away from them. You feel powerless in that moment, and that powerlessness is an overwhelming sense of sadness. You know what happens? The opposite is true. When you see a baby being born and you see life, new life, it brings about a level of happiness that you don't even need to force yourself to feel that way. You just feel happy.
Yes, everything that is created and it is working, it is like, as you said, as a level of happiness. So when I was a little kid, I saw a pigeon down lying dead, and it made me sad. I was thinking, can I make it walk again? Can I make it fly again?
Now, we don't get to see children being born all the time. We don't get to see chicken being born, hatching out of the eggs. Watching chicken hatch out of the egg is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Or birds in general.
Yes, me too. Yes.
Watching snakes come out of their egg is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen.
What?
Yeah, it's disgusting to me, but it makes me happy.
They are from the eggs, yes.
It irritates me, but it also makes me happy to see snakes. Like, it's a sense of joy, right? It's joy, ultimately. That is why it is necessary to always take time to remind yourself that you are alive. Because we human beings, we can function from an autonomous perspective in terms of at the core of our self-awareness. You have to remember that your highest imagination and your highest possible thought is the thought that you are alive. That's the number one proof to you that you are real. The fact that you can think that you are alive.
Now you understand why the ending should be a happy ending, an eternal life, and we say, have mercy on me.
There's no such thing as eternal life.
Why?
Because life ends. And being able to understand that life ends is one of the reasons why life is good. There't no possibility for life to continue beyond.
Now you see, you are not a philosopher. Now
hold up, brother. One life has ended, bro. That life itself, as a whole, within the identity of that self-awareness system, it's no more. And everyone who is alive needs to understand this to be able to reach the prime of what happiness can be happiness. See, it's not that you know that there's eternal life, bro. It's not like you know it in the same way that you know yourself, right? Like your highest knowledge, your truest truth. It's a belief. And though you might have some evidence and some arguments to help you rationalize it, bro, deep down inside of you. Hold up. Deep down inside of you, every time you think of death, it makes your heart beat.
Yes. In despair. You're desperate about this, yes.
I agree. Even if you believe in eternal life, every time you think of death, especially your death, it makes your heart beat. You know what that heartbeat is?
Yes, I know exactly. I've been crying since a kid because I'm going to die. Yes.
Listen.
But there is a but. but there is a but.
Listen to me, bro. That heartbeat is the natural world trying to communicate to you that you should value every heartbeat. Like, you have a limited amount of heartbeats, and this life that you're living is a once in an eternal phenomenon. You will live once and once only. Just like you were no one before you were born. At some point, the only evidence that you would have ever existed is if people remember you, and if the things you do in this world and the changes that remain in this world are visible and remembered. That's the truth of the real world. And it's a truth so difficult to accept raw. It's like you eating like drinking raw liquor. Some people can't deal with it, so they have to mix some orange juice in the whiskey. Some people cannot drink raw whiskey. You know, they have to mix orange juice, dilute it. That truth is so sad and so depressing. If we don't find ways to forget about it, bro, most people cannot handle it. That is why religion. That's where religion comes in.
Let's say, wait a minute.
Hold up, bro. Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Hold up. I need to finish it. I want you to understand me as a whole, okay?
Okay.
In ancient times, life wasn't the way it is today for us, bro. They didn't have radios, electricity. It means at night it was always dark. During the day, there was no noise pollution. You could hear the insects. There was always wars, small conflicts that made people scared at night that someone would come and burn and take shit that belongs to them. There was no law enforcement like we have it today. You had to be really, really careful who the hell you pissed. People could really do things to you and get away with. And in that society back then, people used to give in to their emotions. Some people in those societies realize that they can tell people stories that make them forget about their sufferings. So as religion was being formed, its primary purpose is not to tell you the truth. Its primary purpose is to alleviate your suffering by making you forget, like an anesthesia. So they numb your ability to think critically. And then they tell you a story. And that story, every time you think of different elements of that story, it takes away your pain, your sadness. That's why the promises of religion are literally the imagination of man's greed. A place where there is mansions. Who desires mansion? Rich people don't desire mansion. They have mansions. Poor people, miserable people. Streets of gold. Only poor people want to go there. Rich people are not impressed by streets of gold. They can own it, right? Think about it. Everything they have, eternal life, no suffering, no work, no crying. Everything that actually makes life is not going to be in heaven. So that can't be life. And even if it's life, it has nothing to do with this one. That means that nothing that you do here right now will affect what happens in whatever life will come after. Because this one ends. This one ends. That's it. You'll never come on TikTok and talk to me again in this moment. Life ends the way time passes, bro. Yesterday is gone. Yesterday doesn't even exist anymore. It's gone. No one's going to rewind the TV. Rewind it.
Okay. I get it. And this is the way and the teachings that we were from children. They taught us these things. The philosophy of these things is materialism. This is what it's called. And scientists use it, okay, all the time, this materialism. So let's begin like we love life, okay? But religion starts, and in my mind, religion, we have to continue the same conversation from the last time, where I told you God is knowledge, the ultimate concept of knowledge, of what we understand as knowledge. So this is in my mind, science and religion. In my mind, it is the same. Okay.
Listen to this. Knowledge is only useful to a biological living entity. Okay, let me just
wait a minute. Hold up. Let me speak now. Let me speak now.
Hold up. Knowledge is only necessary to a living person the way we understand life to be. There is no other context in which knowledge is necessary.
Wait.
Hold up.
There is.
Hold up. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Let me speak. I shared you.
Bro,
and I agree with you. But you have to have faith in the possibility,
brother,
to eternal life.
Knowledge.
This is why we study.
Knowledge is only necessary for a living being. As far as eternal life, you only need it because you are afraid that this one is not enough. Listen, bro, do you know what satisfaction means?
Are you going to let me speak?
Yes, but do you know what satisfaction means?
Well, it is a feeling that you feel like complete, like pleasure.
If a person who sees the world as it is, who understands that they will die, they cannot die unsatisfied because they saw it all along. People who want eternal life are those who have already concluded that they can't be satisfied with this one. They want more.
Yes,
they believe in God, and eternal life is born out of that. And it's a selfish desire born out of your own greed. It defiles your ability to see reality. Reality shows that, bro, nothing about you continues to exist beyond memory after you die. That's the real world. Whatever philosophy you want to go into, whatever faith you want to go into, bro, you can go into it all you want. Make yourself feel good. That's what you're doing anyways, like I said. I'm not telling you
Can I, my opinion, okay? Because this opinion stems from far centuries ago, where some people agreed that we don't know. And you find this familiar because most scientists say we don't know and we want to learn. So by learning, by, admiring life, there is a possibility to live, yes. But 2,000 years ago, philosophers, and you understand that it is very difficult for you to understand, because some people, they reach this truthfulness, they are very truthful, and God, the creator of us, he decides, and they tell
knowledge itself is not material. And
wait a minute.
Hold up, bro. You say God is knowledge, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen knowledge creating anything without a knower that is made up of matter? What we understand as...
Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me end it.
Hold up, bro.
Wait. Let me speak, please.
Brother, hold up.
It is your life, but
I'll let
2
you
minutes.
Speak. I'll let you speak.
Okay.
You just said that God is knowledge. And then now you're calling God the creator, when knowledge has never been observed to create anything without matter already being there. Matter predates knowledge. Knowledge is not something that is independent in its existence.
You don't know what matter is, though.
What is matter?
Well, according to the laws of physics, matter is something that is interconnected, and from speed, it just it changes.
You're wrong.
I am wrong. Okay.
Matter is anything that has weight and occupies space, that has mass and occupies space.
Weight,
that's what matter is.
And weight is the resistance to change.
Listen again.
Matter, no, you listen.
Matter is anything that has mass and occupies space.
Mass is I am talking to you exactly and precisely. Mass is the force that is the resistance to change. It's the displacement of change. This is what it's mass. Nobody told you. It is an interconnected meter, okay?
Brother, what you just said right now is garbage.
Garbage, okay. But this is the definition of it.
Listen again.
Mass is the difficulty to speed up something. So
listen again. That's not how resistance works, bro. That's not how resistance works at all. That's not how resistance works. The difficulty, that's called drag. That's called drag. You just described drag. Something still needs to have mass. Yes.
Mass.
Listen.
Mass.
Listen.
Okay.
Drag becomes a factor when.
What is mass? Okay. I want you to give me the exact definition of mass.
Nick.
Give me the exact definition of mass.
Nick. Drag is when two different forms of matter interact, and one is in motion and one is not, or they're both in motion.
No. I want you to tell me the exact definition from school. What is mass? It is there.
Bro. Mass, I think, is density over weight.
No. It has to do with speed, you know. It's the difficulty to speed up something. To change its displacement is measured with mass. So if something weighs more, it needs more power and to speed up in the same rate as another thing. So you have to be very precisely, and you have to find exactly what the laws say. So everything is intercorrelated. This is what this thing tells you. But they don't know anything about mass.
Stop talking. This is the definition of mass.
Okay. Let's leave about mass. Okay. Let's
stop talking. I'm gonna read up the meaning of mass. You told me to look up the meaning of mass. What are you doing?
Okay.
Bro? Come on.
Okay.
A coherent, typical large body of matter with no defined shape. A large number of people or objects. Relating to done or affect large numbers of people. Assembled or caused to assemble in the mass. Those are all the definitions. Now, let me put in scientific definition of mass.
Physics, yes, of course, about physics. The definition in physics.
Mass is an intrinsic property of a body. It was traditionally believed to be related to the quantity of matter in the body until the discovery of the atom and particle physics.
Yes.
Theoretically, with the same amount of matter, have nonetheless different masses. Hold up. It was found that different atoms and different element particles, theoretically with the same amount of matter, have nonetheless different masses. Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions which are conceptually distinct but physically equivalent. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of a body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration.
The resistance, exactly. Bro, exactly, here we are. This is the measurement.
Stop talking!
This is the okay.
Let me finish reading.
Do you know what it says? Do you know what it says?
Stop talking! Let me finish reading.
Okay.
Now I have to reread it again. Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions, which are conceptually distinct. But
multiple definitions.
Stop talking!
Okay.
Mass can be measured experimentally. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of a body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration. Bro! Change of velocity when a net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies. The SI-based unit of mass is kilogram. In physics, mass is not the same as weight, even though mass is often determined by measuring the object's weight using a spring scale rather than balance scale. Comparing it directly with known masses. An object on the moon weighs less than it does on Earth because of the lower gravity, but it would have the same mass. This is because weight is a force, while mass is the property that, along with gravity, determines the strength of this force. In standard models of physics, the mass of elementary particles is believed to be a result of their coupling with the Higgs boson in what is known as the Bout-Engel-Higgs mechanism. All right. Now, there's a place for definitions. Oh, hold up, bro.
Okay. I thought you... Okay.
This is a lot of information. I don't really feel like reading all of them. So, I'm going to read just a little bit. In physical science, because some people are learning, bro, so you should stop interrupting. In physical science, one may distinguish conceptually between at least 7 different aspects of mass, or 7 physical notions that involve the concept of mass. Every experiment to date has shown these 7 values to be proportional and in some cases equal. And this proportionality gives rise to the abstract concept of mass. There are a number of ways mass can be measured or operationally defined. Inertial mass. Inertial mass is a measure of an object's resistance to acceleration when a force is applied. It is determined by applying a force to an object and measuring the acceleration that results from that force. An object with small inertia will accelerate more than an object with large inertial mass when acted upon by the same force. One says the body of a greater mass has greater inertia. Active gravitational mass is a measure of the strength of an object's gravitational flux. Gravitational flux is equal to the surface integral of the gravitational field over an enclosing surface. Gravitational fields can be measured by allowing a small test object to free fall, measuring its free fall acceleration. For example, an object in free fall near the moon is subject to a smaller gravitational field and hence accelerates more slowly than the same object would if it was in free fall near Earth. The gravitational field near the moon is weaker because the moon has less active gravitational mass. Passive gravitational mass is a measure of the strength of an object interaction with a gravitational field. Passive gravitational mass is determined by dividing an object's weight by its free fall acceleration. Two objects within the same gravitational field would experience the same acceleration. However, the objects with a smaller passive gravitational field would experience a smaller force, less weight, than the object with a larger gravitational mass. According to relativity, mass is nothing else than the rest of energy of a system of particles, meaning that the energy of the system in reference frame where it has zero momentum. Mass can be converted into other forms of energy according to the principle of mass-energy equivalence. This equivalence is exemplified in a large number of physical processes including pair production, beta decay, and nuclear fusion. Pair production and nuclear fusion are processes in which measurable amounts of mass are converted to kinetic energy or vice versa. Curvature of space is a relative manifestation of the existence of mass. Such curvature is extremely weak and difficult to measure. For this reason, curvature was not discovered until after it was predicted by Einstein's theory of general relativity. Extremely precise atomic clocks on the surface of the Earth, for example, are found to measure less time run slower when compared to similar clocks in space. This difference in elapsed time is a form of curvature called gravitational time dilation. Other forms of curvature have been measured using the gravitational probe B satellite. Quantum mass manifests itself as a difference between an object's quantum frequency and its wave number. The quantum mass of a particle is proportional to the inverse Compton wavelength and can be determined through various forms of spectroscopy. In relativistic quantum mechanics, mass is one of the irreducible representation labels of Poincare group. I think that's a good place. Hold up, that's a good place to call it quits. So check this out. Okay. I hope you guys learned something. It says that mass has multiple definitions, bro. And even after reading all those definitions, it still doesn't invalidate. It still comes down to density over weight.
So
because
all those measurements.
Hold on. Remember, when we started the argument, we started with matter, right? And you asked me what matter was, and I said to you that matter is anything that has mass.
You don't have to say to me anything.
Hold on.
Or apologize.
Hold on.
We are human beings. We don't know anything.
Bro,
we are searching for it. Okay.
Bro. Matter is anything that has mass and occupies space.
No. No, you see, you read it. It's the resistance to acceleration.
That's mass, not matter.
Matter has to
Matter is something which has mass and occupies space. Mass.
But we don't know which space we can, or how much space we can occupy.
It doesn't matter. Something is not matter if it doesn't occupy space. If it's nowhere, it means it doesn't exist. It has to be somewhere. That's what space means. It's somewhere. Matter is anything that has mass and it's somewhere.
Look. There are new things from Einstein and beyond that have actually ended every knowledge. And knowledge till now was like creative ideas. From now on, this is knowledge. This knowledge that you are going to learn and your children. And I have found in an atheist I have found more faith than from other lives that I go to speak with evangelicals and with followers of Jesus. I have found more faith in you. More faith I have found in you. And today you have pleased me.
Let me say something to you, bro.
But wait.
Let me speak.
Let me speak.
Hold up, bro.
Please.
Bro.
I have heard you.
Brother.
So if you die, when
hold up.
You said you are going to let me speak.
And you were speaking. You were speaking. Were you not just speaking? You were just speaking, were you not?
No more than 10 seconds.
Yeah, please. No problem. Don't worry about it. I'll give you 20 seconds next
time. It's your life.
I respect you. I'll give you 20 seconds next time, okay? Either you just don't understand what faith is, or you don't know what you're talking about. Faith is not something you see. That's not how faith is. That's not how you show faith, by seeing it. Right? According to the Christian religion, the only way to demonstrate faith is through your works and your actions, and it has to be consistent with what you preach.
No. Faith is
you
not
shall
knowing.
know them by their fruits. Faith without works is death, because you cannot really have faith without works, or you cannot show your faith without works. So if I didn't do any works that shows any faith, then you didn't see any faith. And you saying that you saw faith, you had to make that up in your head.
Faith is only about God. And God, you don't know what is God. Okay? This is faith. This is, for everything else, you can have knowledge. But for God, you can only have faith. And this will be eternity.
You can also have faith in Santa Claus. And he will bring you
wait
gifts
a minute, my friend. Wait a minute.
You can have faith with Santa Claus, and he will bring you gifts every Christmas.
You have raised too many questions, and I remember your questions 5 minutes ago, where you told very serious and very truthful things. So when we die, yes, everything ends. But 2,000 years ago, someone, do you know what she told to all people? We do not know how she got this revelation or something. She told us that, yes, you die, but the conditions that made you haven't died.
That has nothing to do with the fact that you do die, and that's the end.
Wait. The conditions that something is made of haven't died. You die, you end, but the conditions that you were in the first place you were made, they don't die. They do not cease to exist.
Listen, Nick.
So
you're defeating your own point. You're defeating your own point. You are defeating your own point. That statement you just made right now defeats your own point.
Why?
The conditions that bring you about into the world are the same conditions that usher you out of the world. That's how you die. Just like you did not exist before you were born. Let me ask you something, Nick. Nick, do you have children?
Yes.
How many children?
1.
What's the name of your 7th child?
What?
What's the name of your 7th child?
Of my 7th?
Yeah.
I don't have a 7th child.
Oh, your 7th child doesn't exist?
Yes, it does not exist.
Oh. So where's your 7th child right now?
Well, it may exist.
So let me get this right. Your 7th child is outside of space and time, right?
No, it is not out of. No, I can't give it a name. I can't give it a name and start breathing. You know, I can't do this.
Where is your 7th child? Where is your 7th child right now, as we speak right now?
It is in the same place where we are now.
Where? At home? Is your seventh child at home with you?
Wait a minute, my friend. Wait a minute, my friend. Because, thinking takes time. It needs time. This is something.
Is your seventh child right now? Tell me exactly where. Listen, tell me where I can go right now, where I can find your seventh child.
Wait a minute. So, my child was, when it was a newborn, if I didn't have love for it and interest in it, I kept it warm. I fed it. All these things. If I didn't do these things, it would die. Okay. Your parents were, treating you like they loved you. They loved you. You love your room. You clean it. If you don't clean it, it will be destroyed. But the amount of time, now scientists say mass and matter, but it is the rate of love you give that creates things.
Bro, you're full of shit.
So you see, so wait.
So what you just said right now?
If I would like to distract you,
hold on, Nick.
There is hatred.
Nick,
so
what you
if
just
you
said right now,
Nick, yes, you can create 7 children.
Nick,
yes.
Everything you just said out of your mouth right now is garbage. To be honest with you and to be as respectfully as possible, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Death is the end. Once you die, that's it. Doesn't matter who loves you or who doesn't love you. That has nothing to do. Listen, bro. That has nothing to do with the reality of the world as it actually is. You're simply giving me a philosophical way of looking at things, a poetic way. You're just poetizing that religion that gives you comfort when you think of the fact that you're going to die. And that's it.
You are not 2,000 years ago. You understand now, and
2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago has nothing to do. 2,000 years ago has nothing to do with the fact that people die.
At that time, people just believed.
It doesn't matter.
Now,
the people back then.
Even the flashlight in the universe, if you
the people back then are dead. The people back then are dead. All of them. Nobody who was alive 2,000 years ago is alive right now. As far as we know ourselves to be humans in this nature that we are right now, nobody is.
Yes, they do not exist. Yes.
So now listen. Like I said,
but the conditions that were made of exist.
The conditions themselves. Listen, those conditions have nothing to do with you dying. You don't get remade.
Why not?
Listen, in the same way that when you break a glass, you don't turn that glass back into a glass. You throw it away.
So, let's go to material.
But the conditions, but the conditions that make glass don't change, of course.
Yes. Let me explain your thought. I had this thought. Exactly. I understand exactly what you mean. So, if you take a bread and you cut it in half, how much do you have? 1/2 of it. You have half of it, okay? If you make a mobile, I've made 10 mobiles per day, so you can count them. This is materialism. Means that the universe is not infinite, but it's finite. And if you have a mass of energy, you can count it. But this does not stand.
Listen to me, Nick.
You can create energy indifferently.
Nick, you can talk about the universe all you want to. You're going to freaking die and nobody will ever see you again, just like all the other people who have died. That's the real world. I'm not telling you not to believe in the things that you believe. I'm not telling you not to believe in the things. Nobody gives a shit about your faith. Your faith is not what makes the real world, my good brother. It's not your faith. Faith doesn't make me eat food. Faith is not what pays my bills. Faith is not what makes the government put taxes on me. Faith is not what determines if I'm driving on the highway, if someone's going to be drunk and run into me. It's not faith. Faith doesn't do anything in the real world.
Love for yourself. Love for your family.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the fact that I will die.
That has nothing to do.
Listen to me, bro.
This is the case. You believe someone who tells what is matter. You believe someone.
Bro, I'm trying to say this to tell you to stop repeating yourself.
Okay.
Once you die, when we observe the world, listen to me, Nick. When we observe the world, people die, and that's it. Whatever else you want to believe, that's up to you. We don't observe that shit. We're not trying to get into that bargain. And you believing that won't change the fact that you're going to die, bro, and people will forget about you. Everything else is just an argument, just to make yourself feel good, like I said to you. If it makes sense to you, no problem.
In physics,
what I'm talking to you about,
everything can be recreated. Everything can be recreated. Everything.
Say that again.
Everything can be recreated. This is why you get an equation. You get the signal, the sign, which means that it equals something.
Nick.
In time, there is no time in this essence.
Nick.
Tell me.
Everything can be recreated, right?
No, let's keep it for you. Let's say that you die. Of course, you die. Of course, you die.
Everything can be recreated. Nick, stop talking. You're trying to deflect from my point. You said everything can be recreated, right?
I don't know.
You just said to me that science says that everything can be recreated.
Okay, can we search for it? Can we search? Can you search for it? This is what I say. Can we search for it? But the way is to cooperate. This is the way.
Hold up, Nick. Thank you for your time, Nick. I think our conversation has come to a good point. We're going in circles. We went into a circle. We danced Kumbaya a few times.
Okay, I respect you if you think this way. Okay, this is me. You know, this is myself. What else can I say to you? I understand that you have your own thinking. It is a very good thinking. I agree with you. Yes, we can only believe, Bakanga. We cannot know what happens next. But let us try.
We know what happens next. Nothing happens. Your body decomposes. Nick is no more.
Okay, let us try, and the way is cooperating with each other. This is the way.
When I say Nick, I'm not talking to an imaginary, invisible being that's a spirit or a soul. I'm talking to that piece of mass. That piece of meat, that flesh right there, called Nick, with a head, with a mouth, that person. That's what I'm referring to.
From far away with a mobile.
Nick, listen.
Okay.
I'm talking to a human being that is made up of flesh.
You're talking to a mobile.
Death is in reference to the human being. You see that piece? You see matter that you're talking about, bro? That dies. Because that's what you are. You are nothing more than your body. Without your body, there's no you.
But the tools, the conditions that make you in the first place.
What are the conditions? What are those conditions?
We do not know. We do not know. If we
Bro, you're full of shit. If you don't know, how can you say it doesn't die? If you don't know, how can you say it doesn't die, bro? Don't you need to know first? Don't you need to know before you can say that it doesn't die?
Because we have faith. This is faithful.
Nobody gives a shit about faith. Faith is not the same thing as truth. So listen, bro. Listen, I'm not invalidating your faith. I'm not telling you not to have faith. I'm telling you that there's a difference between the truth of the reality of the world that we live in as observed and the faith that you have based on what you think in your head that things should be.
And I am responding to you. This is the reality. If you destroy a castle, you destroy it because you hate it. If you want to build it, you need men to build it and cooperate and devote to this. If you have children, this is the way.
Bro, if you break down a castle and you rebuild it using any piece of rock that is not the exact same rocks that made that castle, it is not the same castle. Listen to me, bro. You will never be you without every piece of atom that makes your body you. Like your brain, your heart, everything, that's you. If we take your head off, there's no you anymore. That's what you are. That life does not continue. That life ends. The energy that flows through your body, electrical energy, sun energy, yes, your body is like a medium, like a conductor. The food you eat comes out as poop, decomposes. The bacteria in your body, yes. But the entity that you are as a whole...
How do you know this? How do you know this?
By observation. We observe it.
They don't know what mass is. They are telling you the truth. They don't telling
Thank you,
lie.
Nick. Thank you, Nick. Have a good day, okay?
Okay. Have a nice day.
The faith you have is only as good as you can imagine it. It has nothing to do with the real world.
Yo.
What's up, man?
You know, I've been wanting to talk to you for a minute. I've been watching your TikToks, man. So, what I come to believe is you are only interested in what is facts, not based on faith, right?
Because people can put that to practice. That's what actually makes the world a better place, my brother.
You're right.
What makes the world a better place is when you tell people what, not only do you tell them what they should do, but you tell them exactly how to do it. And if they do it and they don't get the result that you said, they can hold you accountable. With faith,
correct.
There's no way to hold anyone accountable because it's just based on what you feel. So for them, they don't give a shit if you're lying. They don't give a shit. It has nothing to do with whether the information is true or false. It's going to be true because they want it to be.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Have you ever had a dream?
Of course.
Okay, now I don't want to speak too much because I don't want to get chased down or nothing, but so I'm just going to keep it light. Science lied when they told you that a dream is your brain. That's bullshit. Your brain is, you're right, it's just a piece of meat. That's all it is. So I know you might not believe in like the Christian God, so we're going to talk about just consciousness. We're not going to talk about religion and all that shit. You don't believe, you believe that the physical body.
Let me say something to you, brother, with all due respect. You're a Christian, right?
No.
You believe in Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay, you're a Christian. Now, check this out, bro. I am not going to pretend as if I don't know what you are when I'm having an argument with you. So you can try to talk to me from a perspective of consciousness, but I'm always going to know that you believe in Jesus. And I'll always take that into consideration when I give you any answer that you want. I'm not going to ignore that fact. I will not ignore that fact, right? Let's not, if you can't defend your God and who you say he is as he is, if you have to go into other departments.
I'm not defending Jesus, bro, because I don't know if that's a fact or not. I'm defending the fact of consciousness in itself. You believe that there's no consciousness outside of death when you die. I'm telling you there is, because I've witnessed, bro, you're talking to a man who can actually, whenever he chooses to, astral project. I know for a fact that my soul can leave my body and go wherever it wants to. When you die, bro, your soul will leave and you will watch your dead body sitting there on the ground, bro. So whether you choose, you don't believe it, there's a power outside of you that's controlling your physical body, bro. Whether you choose to believe it or not, because
hold up, bro. I got a question for you, bro. You say you can leave your body at any time?
I sleep. Not 100% of the time. 75% of the time when I go to sleep at night, bro, I can astral project, bro.
Bro, how is it that you said to me that you can leave your body at any time? And then when I asked you the question, in fact, now you're saying 75% of the time.
Yeah, that's facts. This is facts, bro.
But that's not what you said the first time. You said you're talking to someone who could literally astral project at any time.
Not while I'm awaking, bro. While I'm sleeping.
Okay, that means you can't astral project. That means you can't astral project at any time.
Bro, if I'm relaxing and going to sleep at night, bro, I can leave my body, bro.
That's called dreaming.
So what is that? Do you understand that the entire universe is made up of physical matter? So in order to see things, if you can hear and see sounds in another world that's not your physical body, bro, that's a real reality outside of your body, bro.
Bro, just listen. Let me educate you, okay, bro?
I'm educating you right now.
Bro, just relax. I'm going to educate you like I said. Have you ever heard your heartbeat?
I've left my body, bro, is what I'm trying to tell
you. Have you ever heard your heartbeat?
Yes.
Okay. Your heart produces a sound, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why it's called your imagination is because your brain has the ability to produce images internally that you can visualize internally. Your brain has the ability
to do that.
Bro,
that's not possible.
Bro. That is one of the functions of the brain.
That's not possible, bro.
The brain is made up of multiple parts. Before
Science
you say it's not,
lied to you and told you that your brain can
stop
produce
talking,
so
bro.
you wouldn't know the magic of imagination, bro.
Bro,
That's where you're being lied to, bro.
D, you got any degrees?
You have to wake up, bro. You're a sheep. You have to wake up, man.
Hey, D, do you have any degrees?
I have a SL. I have a traveler's license right now for cultural anthropology, bro. I can travel wherever I want to and get paid. Yes,
I'm not asking you if you have a degree. Do you have a bachelor's degree?
No, I have a traveler's license, bro. That's still a degree.
Bro, hold up, bro.
You're a sheep, bro. You have to wake up to the reality,
bro. Hold up. So you don't have a bachelor's degree, right?
No, bro.
Okay. Do you have an associate's degree?
Nope.
So the last degree you got was your high school diploma?
Incorrect.
What was the last degree you got?
A traveler's license. I just told you that.
A license is not a degree. A license is not a degree.
It is.
Just tell me that you don't understand the educational system and I'll let you be, bro. A license is not a degree.
You're going so far from the point of what I told you that you
relax, bro. Relax. I know what I'm doing, bro. Just relax, my brother. I know what I'm doing.
You keep saying the dreams are
bro. Like I said,
your brain is just a piece of meat, bro. It can't make up images. That's not how that works. That's a lie.
Stop talking, bro. Now, bro, let me ask you a question.
You gotta realize, bro. Wake up.
Now I'm gonna ask you a simple question about the human brain. Okay.
It can't produce images, bro.
It's just I'm gonna ask you a simple question about the human brain.
Can your fingers produce images?
Bro, I'm gonna ask you a question about the human brain, okay?
Yes, I'm eating cereal, guys, by the way, my bad.
I'm gonna ask you a question about the human brain, okay? Are you ready?
Okay.
How many major parts is the human brain divided into?
I don't know, bro. Like 4.
I knew you was full of shit. Trying to tell me what some shit is made of, but he can't even tell me how the shit is made. You trying to tell me how the shit works, but he can't tell me what it's made of. I knew you was full of shit, bro. You don't even need to be a scientist to know this shit, bro.
Bro, you don't have to use Google or books to read, bro. All you need is internal knowledge.
It's called education.
Nigga, you don't need to be educated, bro, to understand yourself, bro. What do you mean?
That's your problem.
Myself, bro. No, your problem is you think you need other people and other shit to teach you, bro. All you need to do is sit your ass down, meditate, and learn yourself, and you'll realize the reality is way more than you think, buddy.
Yeah.
That's facts. You haven't spent enough time with yourself. You worry about being educated. Educate yourself, bro.
So when you're hungry, you just sit down and meditate and your stomach gets full?
Bro, knowledge is not the same thing.
So when you're hungry, you just sit down and meditate and your stomach fills up, bro? I told you was full of shit, bro. I told you.
No, truth be told, listen, bro.
My brother, listen to me,
you can meditate hunger away from it. Do you know what a monk is? Monks can go months without eating, bro. If you really are so knowledgeable, bro, then you should know.
Hold up. Why do monks go months without eating?
Because they're in a state of mind, bro.
So monks just like to starve themselves?
Bro, do your fucking bro. Do you not know what a monk is? Do your research, bro.
Yeah, a monk doesn't mean someone who goes for days without eating. That's not what a monk means.
No, it's not that. It's not that's not what that means. But I'm saying that is a part of something that they choose to do.
Oh,
and
I'm
telling you now.
How many days have you chosen to go without food? How many days have you chosen to go without food? You.
Bro, I am not them. I'm letting you know that you can do that, bro. You
so you don't want me to go and learn, get educated, and listen to what other people think, but you like to listen to what a bunch of monks tell you that they did without proof,
bro.
I told you were full of shit, bro. Bro, I told you was full of shit, bro. You're telling me not to go to university and learn within a system that is peer reviewed.
I didn't say don't go and learn, but you assume that's the only way to learn. You can learn from yourself too.
Oh, bro, you didn't learn shit from yourself. You went and Googled.
Are you crazy?
You went and Googled Buddhist monks. Have you ever hung out with a monk?
Bro, you can watch yourself go to sleep, bro.
Bro, have you ever hung out with a monk?
Bro. You can watch yourself go to sleep.
Bro, have you ever hung out with a monk?
I'm telling you a fact right now, and you don't want to listen. So
Bro,
whether you choose to believe it or not,
have you ever hung out with a monk?
Have you ever watched your soul leave your body when you went to sleep at night?
No.
So your mind.
Have you ever hung out with a monk,
bro?
Have you ever? Okay, you know what that means, bro? That means your mind is more powerful than a monk.
Definitely.
Okay, the monk's mind was so powerful that the monks can go multiple days without eating. How powerful is your mind? And how many days have you gone without eating with your mind and with your mind power?
Bro, your mind is as powerful as this entire earth because that's what was
bro, you're full of shit and helium.
Bro, listen.
My brother,
it's okay. Listen,
my
I watch
your
videos every day, bro. I watch your TikToks.
I know.
I witness your videos, bro. And I've come to a conclusion, bro.
Let me say something to you, bro. Let
me say something to you, my friend.
Hold up. Let me finish what I'm saying. Just listen, bro. I'm not attacking you personally, okay? Don't take it personally. Human beings have multiple.
Take it personally, bro. I watch your videos every day, bro.
Hold up, bro. Human beings have multiple personalities. So if I insult you, bro, I'm just insulting whatever specific personality. But all together, bro, that's why I'm still calling you bro. Because altogether, I think you should be man enough to be able to handle that type of criticism with that type of language. But I'm not talking to your value as a human living thing, right? But you're full of shit. That's literally, bro. For that shit that you said, that's just a bunch of baloney. You need to get some laxatives so that shit can all come out. And you got a bunch of helium inside of you too, bro.
No, bro. I think you're missing my one point, and you don't want to acknowledge it, bro. It's like every time I bring it up, you always like to throw these analogies out there and throw these motherfucking random ass things out there to put it to the point instead of just staying on topic. I told you, bro. At nighttime, bro. You can do this shit, bro. If you wanted to, you could do the shit yourself. You close your damn eyes, bro. You can watch yourself go through that little tunnel that you go through into a fucking veil every single night when you go to sleep, bro. I'm trying to tell you, sleep is the cousin of death, bro, because when you die, you're going to go through the same little tunnel and the same veil, bro, every single night when you go to sleep. You just don't know it. You can't catch it, bro. If you train your mind, you'll catch this shit, and you'll see that there's more to consciousness than just these physical bodies, bro. But until then, unless you try it, you'll never know.
In the real world, everything
you're talking to someone who's done it. I've done it though. But I've done it.
Bro.
But I've done it though.
Hold up, man. It still doesn't change the fact that everything you just said is still full of shit, bro. You're just not hearing yourself as you talk, bro.
No, I don't think you want to believe what I'm telling you because it's
I shouldn't have to want to believe what you're telling me if there's no proof.
What I'm telling you, it just shows me you don't understand how powerful the universe really is.
It simply just means that you like making shit up to make yourself feel good. And I have no problem with that, bro. It's okay.
See, listen, that's actually a compliment. The fact that you believe that I'm making it up and I know that it's a reality makes me believe that that's actually a compliment. It seems so far from the truth.
Bro.
Listen, it seems so far from the truth to you. That shows how how small your mind is, bro. If what I just told you,
it's a compliment. Of course, it's a compliment, bro.
Clearly, because my reality is so.
You listen to me, D. If you call a dumbass a smart person, bro, that's offensive to them. A dumbass would prefer for you to call him a dumbass. Yeah, bro. If you call a dumbass, that's a compliment. You're telling him what he is.
See, that's what I'm saying. Here you go again, bro. You always getting off topic. Why are you off topic?
D. Hold up. Let me finish what I'm saying.
See, that's where you see that I'm not like these other people that get on here, bro. I noticed how you like to do that shit, bro. Stay on topic. We're talking about dreams, bro. We're talking about dreams. We're talking about consciousness. You're talking about dumbasses and all this other shit, bro. Stay on topic, bro.
I determine what the topic is. It's my show, not you, not anybody.
Every time I'm telling you about the first point,
listen and listen.
The only reason why people even believe the shit you say is because you try to steer shit your own way and make it make sense instead of just staying on facts. The facts is, I told you I watch myself dream, and I'm telling you that I can.
And I'm telling you that you're lying because I know you're lying, bro. Listen, D. I know you're lying. Oh, your brain doesn't work.
Right. So listen though, but because I know I'm not lying, that I'm telling you, bro, you'll never believe.
And I know you're lying. You know you're not lying, and I know you're lying.
Right. So, but listen though, only one of us knows the truth, which is clearly me.
I do. I know the truth. No, it isn't. There's no way it's you. There's no way it's you.
I'm about to create my own live channel, bro, just for you, so I can show you that you need to
do it, brother. Do it. Do a live video, bro. Videotape yourself.
I don't think you realize, bro. No, the comment section, y'all keep saying I'm in my emotions. No, bro. I need y'all to realize something. Put it like this. This is the final way to put it, bro. If you watch your homie smack a girl, right? You seen him do that. You witnessed it. No matter what someone else tells you, you're gonna be like, I seen it, no matter what. So because I'm somebody who's seen myself dream and watched my soul leave my body at nighttime, bro. And this man is telling me I'm lying, and I know I'm not lying. The only thing I can say to him is he's small-minded because he can't believe that. It's like your mind hasn't done what mine has, so that's why you can't believe it because you haven't seen it.
This man is saying that I can't believe. I can't
because
believe
you
a
haven't
dream.
seen it. You've never done it. That's why you can't believe it, bro.
He's saying I can't believe a dream you had.
Listen, no, look.
Listen,
I
bro.
always hear you say this, bro. I watch your lives all the time. You always say you only believe what you can see, right? I've seen it.
Bro.
You've never seen it. So, of course, you won't believe it. You've never seen it.
Bro.
I have.
Listen to me. You know that I've seen Superman before, bro.
You seen what?
I've seen Clark Kent, Superman. He was flying through the sky. I was going to the farm, right? I was in Africa. I was going to the farm. And I heard a huge boom. And I didn't even know what Superman was back then. All I did was I saw a man dressed in blue with an underwear, with an S on his chest. He was a white guy. He was just moving through the sky slowly, more slowly than any airplane I'd ever seen. You know, I seen him. You gonna tell me I'm lying? You gonna tell me I'm lying?
Yes.
Bro, just because you didn't say it doesn't mean I'm lying. You're only saying it because your mind. You're only saying it because your mind can't do what my mind can do. You only say I'm lying because your mind can't do what my mind can't do. You just mad because my mind can do things that your mind can't do. I see how you are.
But Bakanga, guess what though? But now, just guess what for a second. Imagine you really fucking did see Superman in that fucking sky flying around, and now I'm calling you a liar. Now imagine this. Who's right and who's wrong now?
How did you know that I was lying?
No. Answer the question. If you really seen Superman and you know for a fact that that's what you seen, and you know for a fact with your physical body seen that in this room, not the faith, your physical body seen it, and I call you a liar, who's right? Answer the question, bro. Who's right? Now who's right?
You're right.
You're right now, right? Because you seen Superman and I'm calling you a liar.
No. Listen, you're right when you call me a liar.
How?
Because I just made an absurd claim, void of any evidence, something completely illogical, something completely impossible, and you were smart enough to pick up on it. That's called lie detection. That's how you knew I was lying, because I was lying.
But see, this is the thing, bro. You aren't aware of. See, that's the thing.
Again,
hold up. Hold up. We need people like you on this earth, bro. Everyone isn't meant to understand the powers of the universe, and that's why the world is balanced.
Stop talking. When I say to hold up, bro, hold up. When you're talking and I'm talking, people can't hear you. People can't hear me. Then we're just making noise. And you would have to concede to me. I'm the host. I will talk more than you, bro. I will interrupt you. That's just how it is. As far as this world is concerned, we have the ability to tell when people are making up shit. And people who speak the truth usually provide evidence.
Have you never heard of
Bro, hold up. If what you are saying is how we determine what is true, bro, then every man that was ever accused of rape by a woman should be locked up in jail, even without proof. If proof wasn't necessary to establish something as truth, we should consider every claim someone ever made against another person true. But we don't do that, bro. That's not how it works in the real world.
I'm not saying, believe me, my word is bond, bro. I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saying.
You can go
That
try this shit yourself, bro. You
listen
can go try
again,
it
bro.
yourself.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
You can
You're
go do
lying.
it yourself.
Okay. Tell me the steps. Tell me the steps of astral projection. How do you go step by step? Tell me, how do you astral project?
When you go to listen, lay on your back tonight. Lay on your back, bro. When you go to sleep tonight, bro. You will feel your body relaxing and relaxing and relaxing. You can catch yourself slip from consciousness to unconsciousness, bro.
How do you catch yourself? How do you catch yourself, bro? How do you catch yourself? How do you catch yourself?
Listen, bro. When your body starts to itch, listen to me, bro. Okay, you're laughing. If you do it tonight, bro, I promise you, bro. I want to change the reality.
Keep talking. Keep talking.
When your body starts to itch, that's your body trying to alert it to wonder if it's still awake or not. If you can complete that part of your body, your nerves fucking with you, I promise you, bro, you will see a white light. Don't be fucking scared. It's not a train. It's not a motherfucking coma. Go into that light and you'll see yourself sleeping, bro. That's just how the shit works. I'm telling you, bro. Now, if you don't want to do it and don't believe it, I can't make you believe this shit, bro. I'm just telling you that's real shit.
Hold up.
Look at the comments, bro. Look at the comments.
Bro, hold up. Give me the process, right? From when you go to sleep, how long it takes before your body begins to itch?
Before it begins to what?
When your body begins to itch, how do you know what to do?
Before it begins to what? Itch?
Yeah, go step by step, right? From the moment you go to sleep, how long before your body begins to itch? Before you feel the itch?
Oh, itch. It's different every single night, bro. It's never the same, bro.
If you're sleeping, it's never the same. Okay.
No.
Hold up, bro. I'm asking you short questions, short answers. So after the itch, what's the first thing that goes through your mind?
You can feel it, but I'm telling you, it's literally science, bro. I'm not, bro. Astral projection is science.
After the itch,
bro, listen.
Bro, after the itch,
you feel yourself getting relaxed. You feel the deepest relaxation you've ever felt, bro. Then you
okay. Hold up, bro. That means you know how to relax. So relax right now. So, anyways, that moment when you feel the itch, bro. Once you feel the itch, right? The itchy man. I'm gonna start calling you the itchy man. Itchy D. Are you still asleep or are you awake?
What? When?
When you feel the itch, are you awake or are you asleep?
No, you're definitely awake, bro. But I'm telling you,
your body. So you're saying when you feel the itch, you're still awake?
Yeah.
Okay, and then after the itch, you're still awake?
Bro, if you scratch yourself, bro, your body's gonna wake back up. But if you don't scratch, you're gonna convince yourself.
Hold up. Sleeping, so I have to scratch myself?
No, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm teaching you how to astral project, bro. I don't even think I should be teaching this shit, bro, honestly, because it's really dangerous.
No, it's not dangerous at all, bro.
No, it's not dangerous now because I'm telling you,
there's
people like you that are meant to be here that aren't supposed to know how to do the shit. So that way the world can stay balanced. If everyone knew how to astral project, we'll have some fucked up shit going on.
What's the benefits of astral projection?
You can get in contact with the afterlife, bro. You can. Bro,
so you've got in contact with the afterlife?
Listen, bro.
You've gotten in contact with the afterlife?
Yes. What are you talking about?
Okay, what did you see in the afterlife? Tell me, what did you see in the afterlife?
I'm gonna tell you. Listen,
bro. What did you see in the afterlife?
I'm trying to tell you, bro. You keep asking the same questions. The past, the present, and the future all exist now. In the present now. Listen, bro. I'm trying to tell you, you are, even though you can't believe it, you are already dead, bro. Your body is dead, bro. Hear me out.
Damn. I'm hearing you out. Keep talking. Damn.
You can, when you astral project, bro, I'm trying to tell you the reason why everyone's not supposed to do this shit, bro, because you don't know what the fuck you're going to run into once your soul leaves your body every night, bro. There's
bro, you're digressing. What did you see in the afterlife?
Me?
You saw you there?
See, you don't want to hear this. I'm gonna tell you this though. You don't want to hear this part, bro.
Yeah,
but I've met Jesus, bro, multiple times, and I've seen the second coming multiple times, bro.
Hold up, you've met Jesus multiple times?
Yes, bro, and it's not a physical form, bro. The Spirit of God.
Hold up.
It's a bright light, bro.
So
millions of bodies surrounding him, bro.
Hold
I'm
up.
telling you.
So you saw a bright light, and somehow you knew it.
What I can describe,
bro. So you saw the bright light, and somehow you knew it was Jesus.
Bro. Yes.
Bro, you saw a bright light. Did you ever talk to it?
Yes, the voice spoke, bro. What are you talking about?
What did the voice say to you? What did the voice say to you? What did the voice say to you?
Astral projection, bro.
Bro, what did the voice say to you?
Listen, bro. I've left my body and heard and seen the voice of Jesus to the point where his soul and spirit is so powerful, it takes 1 million human beings' heartbeat of pure love just to make him. Do you understand that, bro? It sounds crazy, but I'm telling you, bro.
No, it doesn't sound crazy. It sounds like bullshit.
But see, this is what I'm saying, bro.
Bro, it's not crazy. It's just bullshit.
There's levels to this life shit, though, bro. But there's levels to this life shit, though. And every time you learn some new shit, eventually you wake up more and more and more. So all I'm telling you is, bro, I'm cool with you thinking it's bullshit now. That's only because
let me ask you a question.
Seen enough
bro,
to
let me
believe
ask
it yet.
let me ask
You
you
just
one
haven't
question.
seen enough to believe it. Life hasn't shown you enough
Bro, it's
spiritually
okay.
to believe
It's okay, bro. Let me ask you one question, okay? You smoke weed?
I don't.
You do meth?
I don't do any drugs at all. I don't do any substances at all.
You don't?
No. I only meditate through pure soul.
You don't drink?
No, I don't put any toxins in my body. I don't even eat meat, pork, beef, any of that shit.
You don't?
I'm a temple. My body's a temple, bro. I'm a black goddess. I'm a kingdom of Israel, bro.
Hold
I'm a
up.
black goddess.
You're a black goddess?
God, you know what the fuck I meant. Hey,
No.
Don't do that. Don't do that shit. Do not do that shit, bro. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit, bro. Do not fucking do that shit. Let me get a pass, bro. Leave me alone, bro. You know what I meant, bro. Do not do that shit, fam.
Yo, bro, you said it though, not me.
I did say it, but fuck. God damn. Oh shit! Now they trolling. Fuck. Oh,
bro, you should stop lying. That's what happens when you lie. You end up saying some shit that you didn't plan on saying.
Listen, bro. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. I'm not here to be your daddy and hold your hand, bro. So I'm not gonna be like, oh, let me really come meet you in person and really give you step-by-step course on how to do this shit. So if you don't want to do it, I'm just saying, bro. I really wish you the best. I really hope that one day your mind will expand to the next level of consciousness so you can be aware of how powerful our minds really are. But until then, I understand you believe that we are just physical creatures. You don't believe in the spiritual side. But I get it, though. I understand it because, like I said, there's levels to this shit, bro.
So you didn't say that you're a goddess?
Oh, my fucking God.
This man said, you said it twice. You said it twice. You said you were a goddess twice. All right, man. I'm sorry. Do you have any preferred pronouns, my brother? Or you just gonna go with the classic he or him?
Man, listen though, bro. I just want you to realize, bro, you gotta never listen, bro. At least try to seek the spiritual side, bro. At least try to seek this shit, bro. Because I'm telling you,
bro,
if I
seek it, bro, I won't be a goddess though. I'll be a god, not a goddess.
Right, bro. I fucked up. I meant to say God, bro. I fucked up. I said goddess, bro. I was talking too fast, bro. I said I fucked up. Right. But
look, bro,
TikTok. If you had to correct me, that means you know what I meant. If you had to correct me, you clearly knew what I meant.
Bro, for some reason, TikTok is just send me a notification to take you down, bro, because of age limitation. So I got to do it, man. Thank you for your time, though, bro. I appreciate you, okay? Bro, I ain't make it up. I'm going to screenshot it.
No, I got the notification, too. I seen it. But, hey, y'all, go follow me. I do food reviews. I eat food.
That man said he does food reviews. I thought you said you don't eat meat. All these people pulling up right now. To all the goddesses out there, including D. Shout out to all of you goddesses, including D. D the goddess. Oh man. No, that's easily how you catch when someone is lying, right? Or when they're trying to make something true which is not. You find them biting their words. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to be a sucker, but I've been online for 7 hours. I gotta go. I gotta go, y'all. Thank you to everyone for hitting the like button. Thank you for all the laughs and jokes. Thank you for all the serious responses. I'll be coming back with the same topic. Yeah, I got to go. I gotta go hit the gym while the sun is still up. Gotta go pump some weight. All right, everybody. Thank you, y'all. You be safe.